leaving. Scotty, Rory, JT, Speed, from the list goes on. Xander, Ricky, those guys were never leaving. So it's amazing to me, Stoney, how almost 1 year to the day that the LIV makes their debut, that PGA already folded. It took 1 year. So I want to know how much Jay Monahan is making now versus how much Jay Monahan is going to make next year.
You know what? That's Patrick. That's a great question. And the other thing is, though, he wasn't the one who started this from the PGA side. There was a member, I forget the guy's name, who's on the board.
Jimmy Doon.
Yes, and then there was another guy, and they met with the Saudis before Monahan even knew about it, too. Like about a month or 6 weeks ago, they had a meeting in Venice, and then they brought Monahan into the equation.
Yeah.
And really,
but
he had no choice.
There had to be some paychecks.
Oh, absolutely.
Some payoffs
Nobody does
going.
anything without money.
But the bottom line is they were going to lose in court.
Yeah, that's
kind of why I wonder, okay, our court system was going to favor on the Saudis. So what's the problem with this? Do you support our court system?
Yeah.
I mean,
I support the court system.
Clearly, the PGA
they make mistakes, but I
was
support
doing
the
some
system.
things wrong.
Yep. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Builder's First Source. The Tigers have an offense problem still. Following their 1-0 loss last night, manager A.J. Hinch knows that something's got to give. Yeah, the loss definitely isn't on the bullpen, who filled in the empty starting spot, allowing only 3 hits, though the leadoff home run was the difference in the game. Their 5th straight loss, now 7 games under 500. However, the AL Central continues to be stuck in the mud. Both Cleveland and Minnesota also lost. Rotation injury updates. Matt Manning throwing his first live BP session, trying to return from his broken foot. And Tarek Skubal will pitch again in the minors on Friday, his 2nd rehab start. Lions rookies Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta seem to be standing out to players and media as minicamp opens in Allen Park. Jared Goff excited about Gibbs' versatility. The kicking competition also began between Detroit's 3 legs. However, Dan Campbell said it won't really take shape until they can get Badgley, Patterson, and Romo in some high-pressure situations. And the last American left at the French Open field, Coco Gauff playing top-seeded Iga Swiatek this morning in the quarterfinals. Swiatek beat the 19-year-old in the finals last year. Novak Djokovic and Carlos Alcaraz will finally clash tomorrow on the men's side. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Chris. 248-539-9797. Mr. Golf himself, Wojo, will join us at 9:35 Wednesdays with Wojo. By the way, this just in, Michigan football fans should be happy. One of the best transfer defensive backs, although he's played for Don Brown at UMass, has announced that he is committing to the University of Michigan. Josh Wallace is his name. He's considered really, really good, but we'll see. Went to UMass, so good news for Michigan.
Yep, got to have somebody to play opposite Will Johnson.
They have a few others, though, right?
Oh, yeah, there's a few others, but some unproven, and add another name to the list.
Yes. All right, let's go back to the phones and say good morning to Sam in Detroit. You're 97 on the ticket.
Gentlemen, good morning.
Hi, Sam.
Time. So here's the crazy thing about the Saudi family has enough money to buy the whole NFL if they wanted to.
Yes.
They do. That money is there. The crazy thing is if they started picking off leagues that, like, targeting the rest of the big 4 leagues that we have, do you think that, or 3 that we have in the country, do you think that it'd be, crazy to think that people be actually asking the federal government to step in? Like, who else could pool money together to go up against a family that is worth $1.5 trillion?
I don't know.
That's on the low end.
Well, you're right. That's a great question, because I don't think you could, unless you proved it was a monopoly, which people say that the current structure of sports is somewhat monopolistic as well. I don't know if you. I don't know.
Family that's actually trying to buy, just like this tour thing now.
Yeah, I understand. You're right.
So if you do it like this, let's say the Saudis leave 20% of the NFL value to be owned by whatever the previous NFL entity was or whatever, and they own 80% or something like that, which is, I don't know if that's similar to what the golf thing is. But, at some point, we're gonna clamor. I know my people. I know my fellow citizens. They're gonna clamor for somebody to step up and do something. The Saudis can't own everything, and legally they can. Like, if you have the money and you have the entity to buy something, you can do it. They could do it if they wanted to. If they made the deal.
Right, because you in this country you have the ability to sell to anyone.
Yeah, but
anyone, and if the money's right, it's going to be there. So it's weird to me to me, that's the long, and that's maybe my 51, 49. Like, I would think that at some point the federal government will have to step in, and that is the only entity that has the money pooled together to be able to go against that kind of offer. Which then you really would have a National Football League.
I
can't imagine the government owning the NFL.
No, I can't imagine. You don't want the government stepping in on this.
Owner would be asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, exactly. And the previous owner would get the previous owner would get the league in bankruptcy. Doug, it's right. It's both. You're right. That would be a. Oh, boy.
Yeah, you want to keep going down this road?
Oh, yeah, they're both on both sides. They're both.
I wonder if cigars would start becoming a sponsor.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the previous one, actually, he ruined the USFL. So, Doug and Livonia, you're a 97 won the ticket. And that's fact.
Hi, guys. I'm really upset about this. I'm an avid golfer. I watch all the majors every year. It's a must-see TV for me. From a fan's perspective, what I'll do is I'll still watch the majors, but I'll root against the guys that jump to LIV because I'm a PGA guy, just like I root against Ohio State. I'm a Michigan fan. I root against the Yankees because I'm a Tiger fan. You know what I mean?
Yes, but how is that going to impact anything, with all due respect, Doug? I mean, you're not going to buy Brooks Koepka merchandise? Or,
no.
But how much would you buy anyway? I mean,
no, I wouldn't buy any of their stuff. I got a lot of respect for Rory McIlroy, and I got respect for Tiger for staying in the PGA. And I have respect for those guys, and I'll root for those guys when I watch these events. But it's a shame what's happened because, like you said, you guys are all on the money. The vet that just called in, he's right on the money on this. You wonder what Monahan got offered, and it's a shame. It really is. I want the PGA to stay what it is, and I hope it does. You know what I mean?
I think it will stay what it is, basically. I mean, the prices, the purses will probably jump up.
Yeah,
and hopefully what it'll do for us locally, more good golfers, maybe you get more of a chance to have a better field at the Rocket now.
Yeah, I mean, all of the non-majors, hopefully they're the ones that are the winners in this one, because the whether it was LIV or the PGA Tour, they were all participating in the majors.
Right.
So there was nothing that had changed other than the ones that weren't majors.
So Brooks Koepka is a Nike guy. So is Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So if
are you going to not buy anything Nike anymore?
Yeah. Right.
Because some sort of, when you buy anything Nike, some tiny percentage is going to Brooks Koepka in some indirect way.
Absolutely.
I think golf is going to be better for this long term.
Oh, for the fans, it's absolutely going to be better.
They would be idiots to mess with the majors.
Of course.
I think there's opportunity on a wintry Sunday in February to have a great tournament ending with all these great golfers somewhere else in the world. In
Sydney, Australia, where it's warm.
And you wake up and you're watching it.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Oh, yeah. I think we have the biggest golf tournament in the world ending on a Monday at 6:30 in the morning American time, where everybody will want to broadcast of it, including 97.1.
Golf on the radio, Stoney.
I'm
American time.
I understand.
Only tennis is worse.
Tennis. You're right. I've listened to both.
East Coast American time.
East Coast American time.
American time.
I didn't even. That went right by me.
Yes,
Eastern time.
6:30 American time.
I'm just, you know what I was getting at.
I know.
Yeah.
Yes. East.
But it would
Eastern
be
time zone.
It would start at 10 a.m. East Coast time.
Oh, sure.
Carson Anderson.
Yeah,
would be
10:02.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Because it'd be U.S. versus the world. It'll be that World Cup. Brian in Detroit, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, fellas, I just want to ask y'all a couple questions. Why do the people that think that Saudi money is just more dirty than the money here, why do they think that? Isn't all that money is all together? It's just everybody got some dirty money going on.
Yeah, we have dirty money.
Yeah, that's why. Why do they think all of a sudden it's the worst thing in the world the Saudis come? Man, anybody will take that money. And so this is what I want to ask y'all. Shouldn't those golfers that stuck with the PGA be just pissed?
Yes,
that
they
we
are.
turned down all that money.
They are.
And then y'all stabbed us in the back.
They are. They should be.
And then I want to know what the guys that was talking against the LIV tournament and doing all that whooping, are they going to not play? Are they going to not accept the money? They not, are they? They going to fall right in and take the money.
Yes.
That's when it comes to, listen, when it comes to that type of money, man, everybody a little scummy.
Oh,
Because if they offer me the money, listen, fellas, if they offer me the money, I'm taking it. I ain't going to even ask where it came from. So when somebody else do it, you can't speak on it because it's not your life.
Brian,
and go ahead. Sorry about
Brian,
that.
there is so much dirty money in everything, in this country, in every country. I mean, yes. Like I said before, my only problem with it was when the guys left, most of them, they just weren't honest about it. That's all. Just say, hey, look, they're paying me this. That's why I'm going.
Listen, I would have took the money, told you exactly where I'm going, and to tell us whatever you say. But those guys that dogged those guys for taking the money, how they look like idiots now. I bet you Tiger Woods sitting there, I could have had $750 more million, but I listen to these clowns and they go behind my back and take the money.
Yeah.
I love y'all show, fellas.
He could have signed more non-disclosure agreements with other women.
I mean, has anybody ever won the day in a long time like Brooks Koepka did yesterday?
With the one tweet.
So he took the money. He had the welfare check tweet at Brandel Chambly, and he won a major and was second in another one.
He should have won that
in
one.
this whole calendar year, plus he was coming off injury.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You might not like him. You might think he's a DB. I personally like him. I do.
He's a great golfer.
Well, he
had his cake and he ate it too.
Yeah. I mean, you talk about winning the day. He's been winning a lot of days.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he's got 5 majors and Rory doesn't.
And if you watch the documentary on Netflix and you see his wife, yeah, he's definitely he's had a good life.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Let's go to Heather with the news.
And they're doing I saw a tweet, they're doing part 2 and you know that we were videoing when this went down yesterday. So you're going to get some really good reaction when this stuff comes out. Let's take one more. Let's go to David in New Baltimore. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hi, Stoney. And Jansen.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I listen to your programs every day. I mean, very informative.
Thank you.
But just to say, though, the everybody's talking about how the Saudis are buying up all this stuff, but our government makes bad deals with everybody every day.
Of course.
You know what I mean? So they make bad deals. But the thing is this right there. I mean, we talk about patriotism, say, hey, we're not going to watch this because of who's running the show, because of the Saudis. I mean, look, we get our medicine from China. I mean, are you not going to take your medicine to live? So, the people talking about patriotism is this. I mean, we make bad deals every day. All we got to do is enjoy the program. And, the money is coming from where it's coming from.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is the perception. And, well, it's true, the human rights violations and that type of thing that turn people off more with them than others. But, yeah, I mean, look, there's dirty everything. All our leaders are dirty. I mean, look, you talk about China. You think Hunter Biden's laptop was made here? No, it was probably made in China. Okay? You think Trump's hotels and all that kind of stuff? I mean, come on. They're all dirty. It's just the way it is. It's their world, and we're just living it.
And that's what it feels like. Whether we're talking about, TV contracts and streaming, I know it's very different, but you follow the money. No one cares. Those that are making the decisions don't care about the fans. Mm-hmm. They don't care about what is going on. Those that are actually fans of a sport or of it, like in golf, of an individual. It's just simply, where can we get paid the most?
97 won the ticket. Got to tell you about the D Las Vegas. There's lots of money in Vegas, but at the D in the circuit, it's all clean money. Derek Stevens is a wonderful, clean gentleman. That's right. But you want to get away, have a great time, go to Vegas. That's right. We'll be Vegas for the opening of the NFL season. And you know what that means? Lions, Chiefs from Vegas. That's right. We'll be doing our show the next day, having a great time. Don't forget, if you book a room at the D, you get 2 free passes at the amazing Stadium Swim at the Circa. Great hotels. They both are. The D, great food. Joe Vaccaro's Andiamo Italian Steakhouse right there. The Bacon Nation Restaurant, located on the 2nd floor, right by Bar Canada. Can't wait to see John just chow all that bacon. Now, here's what you do. Get a group together, hang out. It's a great time. And the best bang for your buck. So go to the D Las Vegas. And, you go to the D.com first. Book your room, then go to the D Las Vegas. The D Las Vegas, your home for Detroit sports in Las Vegas.
Hey, I want to tell you about auto accident injury attorney David Femininio. David has been helping victims of auto, truck, and motorcycle accidents in Michigan for over 25 years. And the best thing about David is that when you call David, you actually talk to David, and he's going to take the time to speak with you about your accident, your injuries, and how he can best help you through such a difficult time. David handles all the legal technicalities so you can rest and recover. You can call David right now at 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, getdavidgetpaid.com.
One nothing, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. 3 hits for both squads.
Nice job by the bullpen.
That's right. Alexander gave up that bomb to Schwarber. Other than that, Cisnero, Holton, Vest, nice job. Really nice job. Unfortunately, they had 3 hits again. They have 19 hits in their last 5 games.
They're close to 4 a game.
Mm-hmm. Miguel Cabrera did get a double.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He's in line for, back-to-back player of the week.
Alley's player of the week.
Yeah, campaigns.
Absolutely. Awesome. I watched some of the game last night, not all of it. The highlight for me was, after Miggy's double, that I didn't see this during the game, but on the Philly broadcast that somebody tweeted out, he gave the second baseman, I think it was Sott, the old cup check.
Oh, yeah.
It was pretty funny.
Yeah.
And they were all laughing.
Uh-huh.
And then they showed, when they did the post-game show, Mickey York and Peachy were doing it, and they showed pause in the production studio, trying to figure out how to, work the equipment.
Work the controls.
It's pretty funny. Kind of like me trying to work the equipment. His hands are a little more clumsy.
Morning every morning.
Yeah, exactly.
Are we sure pause is he?
You're right. I don't know that. Well, there's one person who would know. Is Heather there?
I'm here.
All right.
You can't reveal those secrets.
I
would say pause is a he. I mean, I would refer to pause as he.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, we don't. Well, I'm not even talking about who plays pause.
But I don't know if they've ever said.
They've never identified.
No, I know.
My belief is that there's multiple pauses.
Oh, yes, there are.
Well, there definitely are.
Pauses.
Yes. You know what they call the guys who play them, don't you? Menopause.
Oh.
Menopause.
All right, we need control. So
John liked that one.
I did. That's a great dad joke. That's a great one.
You never heard that before, menopause?
No, I have not heard that one before.
No.
That's why I laughed so hard. If I had heard it, I would have just rolled my eyes at you.
Yeah.
Next time I will just,
somebody's using that today.
Oh, yeah. Next time they go to Tiger Stadium or Comerica,
Yes.
where the Tigers play,
Mm-hmm.
yes, we'll use menopause.
Yes. I don't know if they're going to show the ceremony. Probably not. They usually don't last very long, but the Phillies are going to say goodbye to Miggy Cabrera today.
As they should.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I wonder what they're going to give him. Like a big-ass cheesesteak. I think he'd have no problem downing one right there.
Oh, no. Miggy would probably, I don't know what his dietary habits are, but
it's a
kind
lot.
of appears to be a guy that would enjoy a cheesesteak.
You know what I'd like to see is the Philly Fanatic get on the four-wheeler and take him for a ride around the city.
That would be cool. I'd rather see the Fanatic give him something than Dave Dombrowski. But I'm sure because of the...
Yeah, but Dombrowski's the one that brought him here.
I know.
So...
Yeah, and he had him in Florida as well.
Yeah. So...
Well, he said we saw the pictures of him saying hi to Miggy a couple of days ago when Dombrowski gave Maton and Vierling their rings.
Yes. It's we're going to have a lot of these moments throughout the year, and rightfully so. No matter what's happening with the Tigers on the field, it is the last hurrah for Miguel Cabrera.
Maybe they'll give him like an old. I'm sure there's seats available. They still have seats from the old Veterans Stadium because he's the last player playing today to have played
in the vet.
At the vet. Maybe they'll do something there.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, that would be cool. All right. Heather Park is cool. What's up, Heather?
All right. Oh, thanks, Tony. A Tennessee woman, not so cool, is accused of trying to hire a hitman to kill the wife of a man she met on Match. So this 47-year-old woman, Melody Sasser, she was arrested on May 18th after she met this guy named David Wallace on Match.com. Now, I don't even know if these two developed a romantic relationship, but they became hiking buddies. So they had some sort of a relationship, maybe more of a friendship. But then things went south when he told her that he was moving to Alabama and he was engaged. She did not handle that information well. She decided to drive that 5-hour drive to the couple's new home in Alabama to confront them. She was threatening them. She said she wanted both of them to fall off a cliff and die. She was leaving threatening voicemails.
Wow.
She ruined the woman's car. And then she took it a step further, and she put in a murder for hire order on the dark web's online killers market.
Oh, wow.
And she gave all of the other woman's information. She said, quote, "It needs to seem random or accident or plant drugs. Do not want a long investigation." And she paid nearly $10,000 in Bitcoin for this murder for hire. But then it never happened. And she kept messaging the site saying, "Hey, when are you going to get this job done? Like, I'm kind of stalking her. She was away. She was running by herself for hours. You could have done it then." Anyway, the police got involved, and she was arrested. Didn't work out at all in her favor.
So
and it typically never
what was this
does.
dude doing on Match.com if he was already engaged?
Well, maybe I don't have his whole backstory. You know, perhaps maybe he got engaged. Maybe he was hanging out with multiple women that he met on Match.com. You know, maybe he was on Match.com. He liked this woman enough to go hiking with her, but wasn't really into her, so he was dating somebody else and decided to get engaged to this other woman. I'm not really sure the backstory.
Keep your options open.
But either way, yeah, that's what he was doing, it sounds like. Two Cleveland Browns players, Greg Newsome and Perrion Winfrey, were robbed at gunpoint early Monday morning by 6 masked men. It happened when the players were leaving this nightclub. They were headed back to Newsome's truck when 6 guys jumped out of a car and robbed them right there at gunpoint. The thieves got away with not only some jewelry, but also Newsome's truck left in that. So obviously the police are investigating. They're hopeful they can track down the stolen vehicle. And they're also investigating another player's stolen vehicle as well, whose vehicle was stolen right from his apartment complex, from the garage. So several Browns players have had their vehicles stolen. Lots of police investigation. I saw this next story, and it's one you have to go watch, and you'll have a good laugh. I don't know if either of you have ever had like a major gym fail. Something goes completely wrong while you're working out. Maybe you get injured. I don't know. But if you've had a gym fail, I'm guessing it couldn't have been as bad as what happened to this woman in Illinois. So this woman, 26 years old, Alyssa Conkle, she was at the gym. She's running on the treadmill, right? And then she trips, takes a tumble, which, as you can imagine, on a treadmill is never a great thing. But this wasn't your ordinary tumble, okay? She didn't just fall off and go flying. She fell and then literally got pantsed by the treadmill.
Because she
so
tried
she
to
falls.
hold
She
on.
said, yeah, she was running at a level 10. She tried to hold on. So, you know, her knees, her legs are up against the treadmill, which is still going. Literally pulled her pants all the way down to her ankles, and then she lets go and goes flying off. It is a sight to see. She posted the video on her own social media, so she's kind of making fun of herself as well, but she says she was very, very, very embarrassed by the whole situation.
Yeah, one of
it's a great video.
Too.
Yeah.
It is. It's a great, great video. Yeah. Another Yellowstone visitor could be facing charges after harassing a bear on camera. Man, these stories just keep coming. This latest one shows this man on video. He hops out of a car and then charges at a bear, and he does this at least twice.
Is he drunk?
And I have no idea, but in the video, the bear does back away from this tourist, kind of runs off into the woods, and then the man turns to the camera, he rips off his shirt and does a little flex, right? So he thinks he's being all cool, but Yellowstone officials have seen the video, and now they say they're investigating, And they say this guy could face criminal charges for disrupting wildlife, disorderly conduct, and approaching wildlife. They say he could be fined $5,000 and thrown in jail for up to 6 months if he is convicted.
Yeah, because
and I
one
don't
of
think
these
they're
times,
taking this stuff lightly,
no,
right?
No, they shouldn't, because one of these times the bear's not going to run away. The bear's going to
No.
say,
Bear's gonna
okay,
go bear.
let's go on. Let's get it
Yeah.
on. And then people are going to be all up in arms about the bear.
Exactly, when it's the idiot's fault in the
Yeah.
first place.
Jeez.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. Wojo coming up in a couple of minutes, but I do want to say we have some breaking news that kind of concerns the Saudis and Miami.
Oh,
Want me to tell you now or after the before Wojo? I'll tell you.
Let's just do
I'll tell you
before
what-
Wojo. Okay, do it now.
I'll do it right now. It appears that Lionel Messi is going to play in the MLS with Miami, saying no to the Saudi Soccer Foundation.
Oh, okay.
Miami's getting everything right now. Stanley Cup Finals, NFL Finals,
Lionel Messi.
2 teams in the Final Four, right?
Yep.
Florida Atlantic and the University of Miami, and now Messi. Wow. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, summer is finally here, and the weather isn't the only thing heating up this month. At Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield, the specials are smoking hot. From now until June the 30th, stop by the It's the Season sales event at Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield. You can lease a 2023 Jeep Compass starting at only $269 a month, or a 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn starting at only $299 a month. With over 350 vehicles in stock to choose from, you should have no trouble picking out a ride to make memories in this summer. And if you're searching for a specific fit, try using Fox CDJR of Southfield's convenient ordering process to customize your own vehicle online, in the comfort of your own home, or in store. It's exactly what I did, and it turned out great. Through transparent pricing and incredible attention to detail, the team will go out of its way to make this the absolute best guest experience you've ever had. Stop by the dealership today at 11 and a half and Telegraph, or you can visit them online at Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield.com. That's Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Southfield.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by a man who has now put all his LIV memorabilia up on the auction block and is going to make millions. What's up, Woj? How are you?
I burned it all last night. Good morning, fellas and ladies. What's going on?
Oh, not too much. How's your Saudi today?
My Saudi is fine. You know, I have two words for what happened yesterday. You've been talking about this little golf kerfuffle, right?
Yes.
Where billions and billions of dollars involved. I have two words for it, and they both begin with P. Pathetic and predictable. Both of them. And it really is. I mean, is pious and admirably pious, I guess, the golfers that didn't jump for the money were. They look pathetic now. Golf looks pathetic. Jay Monahan, the PGA commissioner, what's his salary now? $85 billion per year.
Probably.
For the whole game, the game overall, it's probably a good thing to see all the best golfers competing against each other. And I guess the LIV golfers won't be booed anymore or as much, or maybe they will. I don't know. But it really was predictable, although no one saw it coming yesterday. And just pathetic how much money truly can buy in the world today. Like everything, like a sport.
How is it that it seemed so predictable to us? We didn't know when it was going to happen. We were surprised that it all of a sudden, hey, 10:30 yesterday morning, it happened yesterday. But when you have an individual like Jay Monahan and the statements that he made, you don't make those statements if you think it's predictable that eventually you're going to merge with LIV, do you?
Well, he might not have thought it was predictable, but golf doesn't like messiness. I mean, they don't like some of their golfers being booed, or even though I think it's great for the sport when there's chafing back and forth, when there are villains and non-villains, but they don't like that. And I think LIV, although the PGA looks like the sap in this, LIV was the one that was failing. I mean,
correct.
Horrible TV ratings and nobody was watching. But here's a lesson in life and business, I guess. Not that I'm a businessman. Whoever has the most money wins, right?
Yes.
It's not the TV ratings necessarily. It's not the most golfers that are recognized necessarily. It's who has the most cash. And it was just now again, it's easy to say in retrospect because you're right. A lot of people didn't see it coming, and I'm not saying I did, but eventually the most money was going to win out. And is anybody going to be videotaping, airing when Monahan speaks to all the golfers individually that got I won't say they got shafted, but got kind of misled?
They had a meeting last night, and I heard they gave him a lot of crap, which they should have, and it was like 9-1. People want him out as their commissioner or whatever, but he's just a paid employee of the Saudis. And we were talking earlier today, Woj, now it seems very far-fetched, but with the amount of money that is out there from Saudi interests, I mean, they could someday buy a professional sport in this country, couldn't they?
I don't think so from this standpoint. Golf is an individual sport. So what they did is they went through and plucked off, probably identified the greediest golfers. And I think they finally probably did find the greediest, most willing, not concerned about their image being sullied, and pluck them off to make it to the point where they could. But you can't do that. I don't think you could do that with the NFL or the NHL or NBA or whatever, because I don't think you could pluck off individual. Okay, you can go get Josh Allen. What are you going to do with him? Where's he going to play? He's not going to do that. And I don't think as much money as the Saudis have. The NFL, I don't know. I haven't looked at their books, but they have more than enough money, I think, to stave off anything like that.
Well, but see, I somewhat have an issue with the term greedy because was it greedy or was it just common sense?
Well, they can be both the same thing. I mean, in many ways, when you think about it, greed is common sense. Like, oh, I went and got more money. That makes sense. It doesn't mean it's not greedy. And it doesn't. And we can debate whether greed is a character flaw or it's just a way of life in the world or in America. Either way, but there's no doubt that's what was identified here. I mean, Phil Mickelson, right? The king of greed, right? I mean, a guy that historically or allegedly or whatever wants money so much more that he gambles heavily. I'm not just saying, but gambles heavily on himself and on everything else. And again, fine, perfectly fine. I just think it's kind of pathetic that those who didn't display those traits kind of got left behind, although I'm sure they'll be fine money-wise, Rory McIlroy and the gang. But it is still kind of gross to see. You guys don't find it a little bit gross?
Oh, yes, it's definitely gross, but it's understandably gross.
Yeah, I guess, I suppose. I mean, you know, when you plow through like a 64-ounce steak and yeah, I understand it, but it is gross, you know.
That's all a matter of perspective.
Did I say 64 pounds? I meant 64 ounces.
Yeah. We figured. By the way, speaking of gross, congratulations. The Tigers, they now have 19 hits in 5 games, Woj.
My God, no. And there's no sense trying to figure, what has gone wrong? And, we know what's gone wrong. First of all, Riley Green, the minute he went out, the offense went with him. But watching the end of that game, they're down 1-0. I thought they might as well have been down 17-0. Their swings in the 8th and 9th innings, like what? When Riley Green left, did all of them get together, Akil Baddoo and Eric Haas, and all said, okay, now we get to swing at high pitches again and pitches out of the strike zone? What the hell? I mean, it's truly all their discipline is gone. And I know they're not great players and they're stuck in spots they normally wouldn't be in. But 4 guys in the lineup hitting under 200, and it's not this is not like their BABIP is good. They're just getting bad luck. They're swinging and missing just as feebly and frequently as they did before, and that's the disheartening part if you're a Tiger fan, I think.
Well, and it's highlighted because Riley Green's not there, and the fact that and maybe it's that these guys are swinging at pitches like that because they feel like they've got to take up the slack that's been left because Riley Green's production is no longer there.
Okay, I agree with you, John, totally. And everybody says that's usually what happens. People feel like they have to do more. So why does, in baseball, it's always this way, why does having to do more automatically relate to swinging at pitches out of the strike zone? Honestly, like, how about having to do more being concentrate more, get up there and, lock in, draw a walk on this at bat? Why is it always, well, he's swinging wildly because he thinks he has to hit a 7-run home run? That's what I don't get, and that's where the mental discipline. I mean, the Tigers are so far away from a personnel standpoint, but we're seeing how far away from a mental standpoint as well. Just when you think like somebody like Baddoo or somebody else like that is making strides and really locking in, and how many strikeouts have they had during this recent stretch?
13 yesterday.
Yeah.
It's through the roof again. And they're not facing a murderer's row of pitchers. The Phillies pitchers have been struggling coming in.
Yeah, exactly. They were just the opposite. The Phillies have a lot of offense, and their pitching's been bad. And as we've been said, the perfect medicine for ailing baseball teams are the Detroit Tigers. All right, John, I don't know if you noticed, but Wojo was out at minicamp as well, charting every single play, walking from station to station. Anything jump out at you, Wojo? Because as I told John, as he always says, it's shirts and shorts, and really, what can you tell?
Shirts and skirts, and I want to know from your perspective, Woj, is Nate Sudfeld supplanting Jared Goff?
No, I don't think yet. No, but I'll come into the office here later, John, and sit down with you and show you my 7-on-7 charts and who did what and the blocking schemes. It might help you out a little bit going forward.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're more than welcome. Yes, you sit there to watch, and I give credit to all the Lions beat writers and everybody because they really do. And I kind of feel like, okay, what did we just see? But that said, you do get a sense of one thing that jumps out at me, and I think it jumps out at everybody, and it certainly jumps out at Jared Goff, is the energy, activeness, and ability that they now have in the secondary.
Yeah.
I mean, those guys, not only, Cam Sutton and C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and we're waiting for Mosley, but and Tracy Walker and Kirby Joseph. I mean, loud, energetic, and active with their hands. Like Goff was saying yesterday, is like, I must admit, I don't know if it's different players or the scheme they're getting more used to, but boy, they're a lot stickier. It's a lot harder to get receivers open against these guys now. And I know it's just, shorts and T-shirts, but that is very noticeable, even from a dope like me standing on the sidelines. I watched them, the secondary guys, and then I watched Jamison Williams, and every now and then he'll go deep and he'll catch it, and then every now and then he'll drop it. And I'm not totally charting the number of drops, but I have a feeling he has more drops than anybody else so far. For what it's worth, they're still getting on the same page, as the kids like to say.
You wrote about Goff today. He seems like more confident, right?
Oh my God, as I said, he's unbothered by which is the opposite of what he was in L.A. and the opposite of what he was when he got here. Bothered by everything, by how he was treated, by how he was perceived, and he's taking it on. And again, still have a whole season to play under the scrutiny, and it is going to. He did say, and he said this a couple of times now, let's calm people. We haven't done anything, and we're going to get everybody's best shot this year. And that's not to mean they won 8 of 10 because nobody took them seriously. But there's some element of that. You don't think everybody's going to go into the season recognizing, the Lions are the darlings now. They're supposed to just walk to the NFC North. I do think opposing coaches will game plan them a little bit differently, and that's what they have to deal with. And the good thing is that Goff knows it, and he's letting his teammates know. He's very much become a leader of that team, as he needed to be.
Well, and Ben Johnson talked earlier in the week, or maybe it was even at the end of last week, where, hey, there's a lot of meat left on the bone for this offense. Have you been able to see anything unique or special from Laporta or Gibbs or any of the new tweaks that they may be making to the offense?
Well, as you know, when I head out there, I'm always looking for meat on the bone. That's usually afterwards, though, at the lunch place.
That's that 64-ounce porterhouse you're looking for.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Laporta looks like he's going to be a big piece of this offense, and Gibbs, and certainly J-Mo when he comes back. But the meat on the bone is so – how many times did we watch a game last year? And like Jamal Williams, great leader and hard runner, right up those legs are churning 5 big yards. One cut, it would have been 13 yards. And the same thing with DeAndre Swift. And they sort of kept telling us last year, even though we were impressed by their running game and everything else, but they sort of kept telling, boy, there's more there. And you could see it with Swift. And to their credit, they tried, and you saw Deuce Staley try to get Swift to maybe not cut it outside as much. And he did leave meat on the bone, so they told him to leave town, and not viciously or maliciously, but no. When we scheme it for an 18-yard gain, we want 18 and a half yards out of that game.
Yes. All right, final thing, Friday night, it's the second annual Jamie Samuelson softball game for colon cancer research, all that wonderful stuff. And did you get a hold of Taylor Lewan? Is he going to be there for John?
Oh, John.
He's got a bad
Did you call
knee.
Taylor? Huh?
Did I know he's asking you? I'm not going to call him.
Yeah, John can't stand him, even though he's, who is a better number 77?
Sony's being mean to John again.
I know. He's trying to poke the bear. I'm not biting, but I am enjoying. I am looking forward to your commentary.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to Dan Miller's commentary. Stoney, I hear enough from 6 to 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, we basically, for those in Troy, we'll be tweeting it out, but it's just a great day. It raises money for all sorts of things, and everybody in the community comes out, and me, Dan Miller, and Stoney do the commentary, and basically I have like 18 to 20 jokes set up to make fun of Jansen for.
Oh, good.
All right.
We're good.
Yes.
We're good.
Yes.
All right.
I did ask for them to put the broadcaster's booth inside the fences instead of outside the fences this time, so that'll be a nice change.
Oh, no. That won't work.
All right. Thanks, Woj. See you Friday night.
Woohoo!
Wednesdays with Wojo. Here's Stoney and Jansen, 97 on the ticket.
Hey, Ideal You helps you lose weight, and it helps you lose weight fast. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days using real whole foods. 80% of guys that use the Ideal You program lose 30 pounds or more in just 40 days. I lost 10 pounds in 10 days. I lost 60 pounds total overall because it kept falling off after the 40 days, and I've been able to keep it off. If you sign up now, you're going to get $200 in free groceries or a $200 Visa gift card. It's your choice. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. I mentioned the 60 pounds that I've lost. I've been able to keep it off because you're not relying on shakes or bars or prepackaged foods. You eat real food every single day. They're going to teach you what to eat and drink to lose weight. You're going to be in constant contact with a weight loss coach on a daily basis. And once you've reached that goal, they're going to teach you how to keep the weight off. I'm well over a year and a half into it, and I've been able to keep the weight off. First time in my life. So sign up now. Get $200 in free groceries or a $200 Visa gift card. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us.
248-539-9797. The big breaking news today involves another sport, and it's soccer, as Lionel Messi is coming to the MLS.
He's taking his talents to South Beach.
He's taking his talents to South Beach. So the Saudis wanted him.
Yeah.
He said no to the Saudis.
Well, I mean, do we know how much money they offered him? How much money is Miami? I mean, that's
no idea.
Yeah.
I think he just, says, like, Miami, they're winning everything, so, why not, right?
The city of champions right now.
I know. And the city of championship, games.
Yeah. We're going to be one tonight.
One tonight. And the Nuggets actually on the road, favored by 2.5 points.
So is that
Who do you like tonight there, John?
A pick 'em?
The home dog?
No. I mean, the smart money is always going to be, I think, on Denver. They'll eventually get it right. They can't keep giving open jump shots to Miami, can they? And Miami can't shoot 48.5% again, can they?
No, but they have a way. It's crazy. It's like one night it's Caleb Martin.
I'm pulling for Miami. I'm pulling for Jimmy Butler. I think he is one of the great all-time clutch performers. Hasn't been necessarily that way in these first two games, but they found a way to win. And he had 8 in the fourth quarter that were big, in the win that they had.
The problem besides, I don't like Pat Riley, although he does. I commend him for what he's done there.
Nearly 25% of NBA Finals has
I get
had
that.
Pat Riley.
But there's nobody on either team that I really dislike.
But you need a little hate.
Yeah,
you gotta have a little hate in your life.
A little bit, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to a little hate in my
absolutely.
Little hate in my life.
Yeah, somebody,
I think the difference was one of the differences, aside from shooting ridiculous from 3-point land, is that they actually got to the free throw line and they made their free throws.
Yeah,
they had 2 free throw attempts in game 1.
I know.
And then they went like 18 of 20 in game 2.
Exactly. One night it's Caleb Martin. One night it's somebody else. Vincent. They do a great job, and it's always good to see former Pistons like Bruce Brown and KCP.
Thrilling.
Yes.
Littered throughout the league.
I know, exactly. So what do you think of that big award for Miggy that he got?
Oh, the player of the week.
Yeah.
Well deserved.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Followed up with a double.
I would have gone with Reese. I would have gone with Reese Olson personally, but whatever.
Yeah, well, you got to pick the pitcher.
I know. What do you guys got going today?
One announcement that hasn't come and one announcement that is coming, both NFL related.
Ooh.
At 10:05.
Wow. 97 The Ticket. Carson Anderson coming up next. Have a great day, everyone.
Hope you're good on this Wednesday. Gator, I ask you that question. You good today?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's not convincing.
Well, first of all, I just went through what I heard TJ Lang go through on Monday when he first started the show.
Oh, you got the double bird?
No, not the double bird. Oh. That was another great story, by the way.
Yeah.
I was driving out to Detroit Golf Club listening to you guys, and that story was awesome.
If you missed it, TJ was in on Monday, and he mentioned driving into the office. Somebody gave him the double bird.
And then he invited that person to pull over if they'd like.
Yes.
Which
I don't advise.
No, I don't advise either. Even if you're the former
TJ Lang.
Pro Bowl offensive lineman, I wouldn't do that. No, but the part where he put the headphones on and didn't adjust for the stony ears.
Yeah, stony factor.
Yeah.
Bit loud?
It was a bit loud. It's okay. Yeah. I spent a lot of time yesterday when I got home on the couch watching Golf Channel.
Right.
It felt like it was just nonstop for several hours. I just left it on and watching anything develop that could have developed. I found the scene to be hilarious. If anybody else watched it, did you watch any of the Golf Channel coverage?
I did not.
So they had cameras staked out right outside the Golf and Country Club in Toronto, where the Canadian Open is being held. And obviously waiting for players to show up for this 4:00 meeting that they were having with Commissioner Monahan, waiting for Monahan to show up. And it was funny because they just left this camera angle on the whole time. And it was actually a cameraman that had a camera on his shoulder. It wasn't like a tripod camera, which I'm sure that this guy is like cursing and ruining the day that he didn't bring his tripod out to set it up. Because for literal hours, he is there having occasionally shifting to the left and showing guys from a different angle coming into the building or going to the right. Maybe switching shoulders, I can imagine at some point because it's just awful. But he's got it fixed on the front, the entrance there. And at the entrance, there were 2 security guards that were placed outside. Not the most intimidating looking security guards, rather slender gentlemen.
Right.
Looked to be, they had a security uniform, but had the turbans. They were, I believe, Sikh, S-I-K-H. And they just kind of stood there. And every once in a while, they'd look across at each other, say something, laugh. Occasionally, a third security guard would come over, relieve a guy for 10 minutes or 10 seconds, whatever it was, and come back. And there was like nothing happening. You could hardly tell who was going in. You know, occasionally get somebody at the flash a badge, or they might stop somebody for half a second.
Where was this?
This is just outside the doors of the whatever Golf and Country Club it was in Toronto, where they're having the Canadian Open.
So they're waiting for
the arrival of the golfers for the 4:00 meeting with Monahan. And then meanwhile, now some golfers are starting to come in. I'm like, okay, well, I'm trying to figure out who's that, and they're not letting you know. And then after a while, somebody comes on and says, "Oh yeah, we just saw, Webb Simpson and so." I'm like, okay, let us know ahead of time. It'd been better. And Monahan goes in a side entrance, doesn't even go in through the front entrance. It was just kind of funny how it shook out. And then, trying to get information. And you and I have been in this situation too. When there's breaking news, like this story was such a monster news, and you got a whole network that's dedicated to golf, how they're going to cover it and how they're going to anchor it, and throwing it to the same 4 people that they've got. And it was just really interesting to watch how they handled any new information that they had. Jeff Ogilvy, the golfer, came out and talked about it. The funny thing to me was they said, while the meeting was going on, they said, well, we wish, of course, we had cameras and microphones inside there, but that's obviously not going to be the case for one of these closed-door meetings. And then one of the other commentators goes, well, it doesn't really matter because golfers are notorious for talking. So 30 seconds after this is done, we'll know what was said. And I'm like, really? And sure enough, Jeff Ogilvy comes out and starts talking about everything that happened in the meeting, what the players were saying, what Monahan was saying. Did he anybody point out that he's being hypocritical? Yeah, he kind of owned it that he was being hypocritical, and
I feel like this story's far from over.
I agree with you.
I don't know that the players are going to put up with it. I don't know that. I think the PGA might rethink this. I have a growing degree of skepticism that we're ever going to see this new world golf order, but we shall see. All right, I mentioned before the break an announcement that's coming and an announcement where there's very little speculation. The announcement that's coming is that today they're going to announce the Madden 24 cover.
Oh.
Yes. Now, there's speculation over who's going to be on the Madden 24 cover. And, Gator, I know this is very important for people who believe in the Madden cover jinx.
Mm-hmm.
You show up on the Madden cover, and then next thing you know, people are asking, whatever the hell happened to Peyton Hillis? Right? I mean, that's the way this works.
Right.
Now, I don't believe in jinxes, but you do, and others do.
Well, this has been proven. At one time, it looked like it was a thing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, of course, it's coincidence, but it's fun to talk about the jinx. And at one time, it looked like it happened quite frequently. And I think it's kind of relaxed over the last, 8 years or so.
Yeah. But my question for you is, in the whole world, this offseason has been the offseason of the Lions.
Yeah.
There's no way, right? There's no way. It's not that far. Is the line drawn that there's no way it will be a lion on the cover of Madden 24? The speculation is about others, but...
Okay, I was going to say, do you know who's been on the cover for the last, 5 years? What players have been on the last 5 years? Because I have a player in mind who I think would be on the cover. I'm assuming Mahomes has already been on there, so he's probably not going to go on there again. And Madden was on the cover last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because of his passing.
Yep.
So because of that, I'm guessing that Joe Burrow would be on the cover this year. But if he hasn't been on before, that's why I ask. But you ask about the Lions. There's no way the Lions? I don't want to say there's no way, because they are the it team. However, I don't think Jared Goff is the it quarterback. So no. I don't think the Lions get.
I mean, if it were to be a Lion, would it be Hutch?
Be St. Brown?
I don't know. I just can't see. I can't see it. What?
Would it be Dan Campbell?
Interesting.
I mean, not a player.
Oh, that would be interesting.
But you start putting coaches on the sidelines in the game. Is that part of the game now? Coaches on the sidelines?
If Dan Campbell, first of all, I don't think it will be any Lion. But if it were Dan Campbell, it should be called Madden, man. Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's Madden, man.
Madden 23 was John Madden. Madden 22 was Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes. Madden 21 was Lamar Jackson. Madden 20 was Patrick Mahomes. Madden 19 was Antonio Brown. Madden 18, Tom Brady. Madden 17, Rob Gronkowski. Madden 16, OBJ. So, I mean, look,
So after Lamar Jackson's the last one you could say where there was maybe a jinx factor because he got hurt each of the next two seasons, correct?
Yep. But it's not going to be a line.
It can't be.
This is where the line is drawn on how much Lions hype there is. And part of it is probably the makeup of this team. There is no player that would approach their superstar status or close to it.
Not based on last year. Now, can somebody emerge and be that guy? Absolutely. I mean, Jared Goff could have a phenomenal year, right?
You know who I'd put on the cover? I'd put Jack freaking Campbell on the cover. So I'm the Jack
Rookies edition.
Yeah, I love Jack Campbell.
But. Yeah, I don't think that they're ready for the cover this year.
No.
Next year, yeah, I think they could. I think you could see several candidates emerge as well. But
if things go as we hope,
yeah,
I would think if the Lions do really well next year, I would think Aiden Hutchinson would have a chance with his this trademark black, over the eye or whatever, going up vertically, and then just if he has a great year and the Lions make the playoffs.
Well, I mean, I don't. Do we know what time that announcement's coming down, Kang?
I haven't seen it, but do you guys want a list of the front runners that people think? These aren't official or anything.
So this is
what a lot of people think.
Are we talking texters or are we talking internet rumors?
Internet rumors.
Okay.
It's been out there. All right, so front runners. Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts.
Yep.
DeMar Hamlin.
Ooh. Interesting.
Justin Jefferson. Travis Kelce.
So not Joe Burrow.
Not one of the front runners, according to the internet rumors.
Interesting. Josh Allen, sure, you can totally see it.
Jalen Hurts, yeah.
Jalen Hurts, obviously, you could see that. DeMar Hamlin's an intriguing.
I don't see that.
Probably not.
Well,
I like the speculation.
Here's why now maybe things have changed, but I haven't played Madden in forever, so I couldn't tell you what it's like play it anymore. But when I did used to play the video games, when you got into contact sports, it was fun to have the players actually make contact and like you drill somebody. The NHL game from the early 90s was notorious with the players would lie on the ice and kind of convulse on the ice. You'd have they would bleed when they were down there. You'd bring the stretcher out in the Zamboni.
Just so great, right?
Right. I mean, it was something. It was done in fun, right?
Yeah.
So because of that stuff, I don't know if you put DeMar Hamlin on the cover.
Right.
I think it could be taken as poor taste.
It could be if it's promoting the game, though. None special here
He's
now.
He's a great
on Twitch.
story, by the way. He returned to a full participant practice.
None special here now on Twitch says Rodgers in a Jets jersey.
Ugh.
Is there any speculation about? No, I got it. I hear it for us.
I just have to say it.
Yeah, but that would be the kind of thing they
Not
do.
Zach Wilson?
No.
Huh.
No. You'll always have Zach.
Yeah. Will Kayvon Thibodeau get a cover before Aiden Hutchinson?
I wouldn't think so. 248-539-9797.
Look at you.
Whatever. Apparently the announcement's coming at 11 a.m. All right, so then we're stunningly late for another announcement.
Well, hey, so who do you think gets a cover?
Looking at that list, I'm trying to think who moves product. I think Jalen Hurts.
Kang?
I think it's going to be Josh Allen. Even though I think Jalen Hurts should be on the cover. I'll go with Josh Allen.
I want Josh. Look, I don't believe in jinxes, but I guess if I did, Jalen Hurts. Lions' primary competition in the NFC.
I'm going to agree with Doug. And my reasoning is
because I know all things about video games.
And my reasoning is going to be stupid. Or is it brilliant? Buffalo is getting a new stadium soon.
Right. I've seen the artist renderings.
So they're going to want to put that in the game, Doug, at some point. They're not ready to do it yet, so they're not going to put a Buffalo player on the cover yet until that stadium's done.
Gotcha.
It's a stupid reason, but I go with Jalen Hurts.
248-539-9797. We'll get to another NFL announcement that hasn't come yet. That at 10:20. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, something's going on around here that we got to talk about because it might impact all of us, each and every one of us. We'll get to that today at 10:30. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Marcus in East Point. You're on 97.1. Hi, Marcus.
Hey, fellas. I think that Trevor Lawrence is going to be on the cover of Madden.
Ooh. And why do you think
that? Because he's like kind of like a golden boy, you know, blonde hair, blue eye. Not that that's but he's one of those. Even though I don't think he's that good a looking dude anyway, but I do. I think he's going to be.
Let's talk more about that, Marcus.
No, let's not. I don't want to sound like I'm hating on Trevor Lawrence or judging Trevor Lawrence.
No, I can see what you're saying. Trevor Lawrence is kind of that next gen star they hope to be able to crown. Right. So I hear where you're coming from.
Joe Burrow would have been last year. I think if he would have been the cover. I got one quick question. I hate to go off topic with you guys' show, but I've been thinking about the Pistons trade opportunities with this number 5 pick.
Mm-hmm.
Chicago wants to get rid of Zach LaVine so bad. He's like, they're all beefed out. Or Miles Bridges. What do you guys think about either one of those guys?
Well, Zach LaVine can just be a scoring machine at times. I'm intrigued by him. He's exciting to watch because he's just phenomenal above the rim.
His cap hit over the next 4 years is 40, 43, 45, 49.
Is that a lot?
Pistons have somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 million in cap space. I mean, you'd have to find some cap space. The question is, how desperate is Chicago to move on from him? I'm not going to blow smoke up your channel and say I've been following what's going on with Zach LaVine, but I could do a little background work and see what we can find out. But I would be intrigued. I've always hated him. Not because he's bad, but because he reminds me of players I played against where I swear to God they're not better than me. They're just bigger and stronger and faster. And
more talented.
No, but I don't think he's that skilled.
And better.
He's just an incredible athlete that dominates Detroit teams, feels like. But I would have interest. I mean, this kind of player you need is a veteran that knows what they're doing. But how would you get him?
Just take a look at Zach LaVine's stats just to make myself laugh after Doug says a statement like
he's
that.
really good.
He's just bigger
he's developed.
I'm not saying he's
not
what
it is? I
productive.
Think, Doug, it's not that he's just like faster, stronger, jump higher. I think the fact that he does it so effortlessly, that's the way Zach LaVine is.
Yeah. Whatever it is.
He kind of like just glides up and down the court, jumps like, how did he jump 40 inches? He didn't even like gather himself.
Yep. It's annoying. It's really, I hated playing against guys like that because I'm like, so God blessed you in a way that he didn't even come close to blessing me, and so you're dominating me. And I swear to God, I have a better handle than you or more fundamental moves. Nobody cares.
He's a 38% shooter from three-point land in his career. Mm-hmm. The last 5 years, he's averaged 24, 25, 27, 25.
I'll take it.
And 24 points a game.
All right, so the other thing, you realize we haven't announced who's going to be on Hard Knocks? There's been no announcement on Hard Knocks.
Well, they wait for that for a while, don't they?
Last year they announced in March.
Oh, did they?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we're overdue.
Yes. Kind of weird, huh?
Who are the candidates this year?
So, given the parameters, there are 4 teams. I mean, we're in June. The Lions announcement came in March. These are the 4 teams that are eligible. Now, remember, you can be excluded if you have a first-year head coach, a playoff berth in the last 2 seasons, or appeared on Hard Knocks the past 10 years. Here are the 4 teams. The Washington football team, that might still be the Commanders, we're not really sure. The New Orleans Saints, the Chicago Bears, and the New York Jets.
Gee, who do you think the NFL would like to use for Hard Knocks?
You would think the obvious choice would be the Jets and Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Now, did they wait for that whole thing to get sorted out?
Mm-hmm.
Probably. But when that got sorted out, you think the Hard Knocks announcement would come in 3, 2, 1, right? I mean, it would come moments later.
This is the NFL. They space things out, They don't pile on top of each other. They got to space them out to take advantage of the exposure they get.
The story that I read this from said, as it feels as though the Jets would be the obvious choice, when the Jets have talked about the possibility, they have sidestepped the question, and they have sounded less enthusiastic than they sounded in the past. Like in foreshadowing this, the Jets are talking like a team that doesn't want to be nor expect to be on Hard Knocks.
Of course they don't want it. Nobody really wants it. And if you're the Jets, would you want it when you're bringing in the star quarterback? You want more distractions? Hell no. Of course you don't want it, which is why the NFL should do it, because don't cater to what New York wants. Cater what's best for the NFL.
Back in 2012, when their owner, Woody Johnson, was asked about Hard Knocks, he made it clear he wanted his team to be on Hard Knocks. And this year, his quote to the New York Post was, whether we do it this year, I think we'd have to take a hard look. I mean, you don't have a choice. I don't know why he's saying it that way. But still no announcement on Hard Knocks.
So the other options, football team is a train wreck that might be worth watching.
Yep.
The Bears are an up-and-coming team, a lot of moving pieces, which Hard Knocks likes to focus on the new faces and all that, and because they've got new faces coming from other various teams, that would make sense. The Jets obviously makes the most sense. And then the one that it would intrigue me the least is, hey, Derek Carr.
Right. You don't want to go to New Orleans.
I don't want to go to New Orleans, watch Derek Carr and Mike Thomas, and it's Mike Thomas and Derek Carr and Derek Carr, Mike Thomas. I just don't care.
All right, fair enough.
But in fairness, I do not like Derek Carr.
Okay, this is potentially impacting all of us, and maybe I felt it. We'll get to that today at 10:32 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, so I don't know if I'm doing this to make myself feel better.
Okay.
But last night, it's finals week. My little dude had final exams. He wanted a break, and he asked me to play basketball. And I said, sure you? All right, we'll go one game. We'll go one game to break it up for you. Let's go. And so my oldest watched, and me and the little dude played. And then my oldest played him. But pretty early on, I noticed something that I was like, my lungs should not be burning this much. And I was like, damn, I don't like this. I've been getting out for a run. I've been riding my bike. Why am I'm struggling?
Okay.
And, as some of you will learn, you kind of reach a point in life where, the next day can be tougher than the previous day. And so
every day in your life after the age of 38.
You get to a point, and I'm like, God, my lungs are burning. And then we wake up today to the news, and I'm just going to read this from the Detroit Free Press, a tweet they just sent out. Detroit's air quality is currently second worst in the world, behind Delhi, India, thanks to a Canadian wildfire smoke drifting through southeast Michigan. And the U.S. AQI.
Thanks a lot, Canada.
Yeah. Delhi is at 191, Detroit is at 164, and New York City's at 161. Dhaka, Bangladesh is 158, and Tel Aviv, Israel is 156. We have the second worst air quality in the world, to which made me go, oh, good, it's not me. I don't know if that's the case, right? It could be hang another day on him, Doug. Or, far more convenient to me.
Or blame Canada.
Or blame Canada, blame the air quality. So I guess my question, and it is hazy, and it's been hazy. My question is, to everyone out there, have you felt this in any way? Is it practically impacting your life? The fact that our air quality in Detroit is measuring as the second worst in the world. 248-539-9797. There are people that work outside. There are people that perhaps exercise outside. There are people that maybe went for a walk last night or was doing yard work. Did you feel the impact of this thing? Because I never would have imagined. Like this morning, the light went on. That's right. Last night, I had a burning in my lungs I wasn't used to. This is half-court basketball in the driveway.
Who won?
So I sent a message.
The message was I'm old and tired?
No, the message was I was up by 2. But it was game point, and we have a chalk outline, 3-point line. I needed 1 point. I drained it 2, just to send a message. Right there. And my son said, watch, Dad's going to shoot a 2 just to show off. And I did exactly that and drained it.
Which son said that? The one you were playing or the one observing?
Little Age said it.
Oh, yeah.
And B loved it. He burst out laughing.
So did B want to take on the winner?
No, he took on my little guy, and my little guy beat him. So.
Oh no!
Oh yeah. Oh, he's taller now.
Wow.
Yeah, my 16-year-old is taller than my 21-year-old.
So is he taller than you then?
Not yet. But he might be on his way.
So your 21-year-old's tall.
Yes, but
is he only 6'1"?
He's 6'2". So I'm 6'3.5".
Gotcha.
Make sure you get that half.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, now you have to because apparently the young one's 6'3".
Maybe I have the lungs of a 70-year-old now. But anyway,
that doesn't seem like you, Doug.
What?
That's so not Doug.
It's
you
not.
shoot the 2, and you're so Mr.
Practical,
play. Yeah, exactly.
No, I hear you.
Plus,
Dad, did somebody give you an unselfish pass so that you had the open shot?
I would have praised them had they done that, but I will tell you that Dad sent a message last night.
That wasn't the right play, Doug.
No, it wasn't.
That's eyewash, man.
It kind of is eyewash.
Doug.
So, Kang, have you noticed anything with the air quality?
No, not at all.
I
mean, the family went for a lot of times after dinner or right before dinner, we'll go for like a family walk around our subdivision. There's like nice trails behind, inside within the sub, and did not notice anything. So, and then I went back and looked and said, saw what you saw, and the air quality's bad and all this stuff. And I was like, is this from Canada? Is this the exchange rate with air? What's going on? You know, are we getting 1.5 bad air compared to, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. I didn't feel it, though. I did not notice. Maybe I wasn't playing this vigorous game of basketball, though.
So, yeah, and I could look, if God actually like spoke to me now and said, actually, Doug, it's just you, I'd believe him, but I'd like to think it's the air quality. 248-539-9797.
You'd like to.
I'd like to think so.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if people are feeling it. Let's go to Don on a cell. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Don.
Hello.
Hey, sir.
Yeah, you were talking about the air quality. I've had seasonal allergies all my life since the time I was a kid, and early on in my life I had injections and all that kind of stuff. But usually I just handle it with over-the-counter medications. But it's been getting worse the last few weeks, and I didn't think about the air quality thing. But this past Monday morning, I played in my normal Monday morning seniors league golf, and I lasted about 1 hour. And the sneezing and the itching and the wateriness, my throat was itchy. It was so bad, I literally walked off the course after about an hour. And so I'm literally right now sitting in the parking lot of my doctor, heading in there to ask if there's anything stronger than over-the-counter that won't make me drowsy at the same time.
Wow.
And so I'm listening to you guys talk about the air quality, and it really didn't dawn on me that maybe that's playing into it.
Well, maybe it's just going to make guys like us feel a little better, Don, but I think it might be. I think it might be what's going on here.
Yeah, you seniors got to take it easy, Doug.
Yo, watch it there. All right. Don, thanks. 248-539-9797. I qualify for nothing.
Young folk like me and Gator,
right.
You know, we didn't feel a thing.
Qualify for nothing.
Yeah, you guys, meanwhile, young folk who didn't do anything last night, so you guys.
You don't know.
That's what young people do. We don't do anything.
248-539-9797. Bill is in Rochester, and he's next. Hi, Bill.
What's happening, fellas?
How you doing,
Doug,
sir?
it's legit.
Is it?
Oh, it's legit. 2 years ago, I'm one of those crazy triathletes, and I was participating in the half Ironman in Boulder. The winds shifted, and Boulder became the dirtiest city in the world that day. The swim portion was fine. The run portion, bike was fine. The run, I started questioning whether or not I was as fit as I thought I was, and we found out after the fact that the smoke came in. I was coughing up particulates like I was a 2-pack-a-day smoker. Ugh. For probably 3 or 4 days after that. It was bad, and these are world-class athletes that came to Elevation to do this. So you're not imagining this.
All right, but have you noticed it around here today?
Were they seniors, Bill?
No.
Shut up.
Pardon me. Yeah. Hey man, age grouping I was doing just fine for my age. So I haven't done anything physical yet today, but actually in some of my training groups, people are already talking about doing all the training indoors because of I didn't realize it was that bad. I saw a post. I thought it was a joke, but now that you guys are talking about it, it fits together. So anything I'm doing is treadmill or indoor bike today.
Bill, thanks. 248-539-9797. Free Press has a story out there. We tweeted if you want to see it, at Doug and Gator 971, saying that the city of Detroit, right here, right now, we have the second worst air quality in the world. Have you noticed it in any way? Because I swear I did last night playing basketball in my driveway. Lungs were burning. I was like, this is not good. And now I've got an excuse.
See, I Googled, I said, what was the air quality Monday in Detroit, just to see where we were at. Mm-hmm. And it said it was good on Monday.
Oh, that's wrong. I'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Summers will never be the same when you transform your outdoor space with Trex composite decking from Builder's First Source. Fade, stain, scratch, and mold resistant, Trex composite decking from Builder's First Source gives you a maintenance-free, ageless look. Now, whether you're looking to build it yourself or maybe you need a referral for a Trex certified installer, Builder's First Source has you covered. With decking for every budget, make the most out of outdoor living with Builder's First Source. 2 locations in Clinton and Shelby Townships. Builder's First Source, Macomb County's largest and first source for decking.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Coming up next hour, something Dan Campbell said. Well, maybe we can draw a conclusion from it, but we'll get to that today at 11:20. Meantime, we're talking about, hey, right now, we have a bit of an air quality crisis going on because of the fires in Canada. Detroit is measuring with the second worst air quality on the planet. Behind Delhi, India. And I actually, last night, I was playing basketball in the driveway with my son, and I was like, God, my lungs are burning. And I just chalked it up to, hang another day on me. And now I'm like, oh, good. It's the air quality. I hope. So I don't hope. I mean, it sucks that we have bad air quality. But the point being, are you feeling it in any way? Or do you suspect you're feeling it anyway?
Or do you just think you're old?
Well, let me ask you a question. I want you to do this for us.
Yeah.
Okay? It's historically bad air quality. Will you go for your long walk today and see how if it affects you?
Yeah.
Attaboy. All right.
I did not go last night.
Do it for the show. Kang, what about you? You get out there and go for a run?
I'm not running.
All right.
Running, I feel the same about Gator with running. It's not necessary.
What's a typical outdoor exercise that you do? You did a walk, you said, last night?
Yeah.
And
that'll be it.
You didn't feel anything?
No. Otherwise, yeah, if I'm outside, like if I'm the only time I'm running is if I'm playing a sport. Like I don't like just running.
Just running to run?
Nobody likes running. Actually, that's not true.
No, a lot of people like it.
Yeah.
So we see all those stickers.
There's some stupid people out there. Running, the worst thing you can do to your body. But you play you play basketball. You're running all the time. Playing basketball.
Well, like I said, unless I'm playing a sport, I don't really.
What about chasing the kids?
At this point, I just let them go.
Oh.
You lose the race.
Watch out for cars.
Get the tether.
Let's get back to your phone calls. Randy is next here on 97.1. What's up, Randy?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
So I live down in Monroe, and I'm right off Lake Erie, pretty much, and I've never really thought
You
about
got
it.
us on speaker, Randy?
Are you underwater by Monroe?
We can't hear you.
You know what? I'll have to call back in.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
248-539-97.
I do want to hear what he has to say.
I do too, and look, it always helps. Take us off Bluetooth and speaker when you're coming on the air, just because it's when you're on hold, it's hard to hear you sometimes. Bobby's in Ypsi and on 97.1. Hi, Bobby.
Hey, how you guys doing today, man?
We're good, thank you.
Hey, dog, I just wanted to congratulate you, first things first, on squeaking that win over your son last night. Big deal, man. Call up the Tigers, man. See what you can do for them, maybe. No, but seriously, I've been boxing on and off for a while, and what comes with boxing, obviously, is a lot of running. I've also had sort of mild asthma my whole life.
Mm-hmm.
I went out for a run last night. I kid you not. I thought I was going to vomit a mile in.
Really?
Yeah.
And
not good.
Did you put two and two together, or did you just think of it this morning, or what?
You know what? I thought it was my asthma. I haven't felt it that bad in, I don't know, maybe 5 years, but I kind of just chalked it up as maybe my asthma's flaring up. I got my my inhaler and used that, but as soon as I heard this when you guys started talking about it, I was like, same reaction as you, Doc. I said, oh, my, thank God, man.
I mean, I don't want us to have an entire community filled with bad air quality, but at the end of the day, I feel slightly reassured that the burning in my lungs last night was perhaps not because I'm about to die.
I did notice that Lois wasn't running around nearly as much last night.
Did you?
Yeah.
Or are you making that up?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you starting to think that this is all?
No, I actually,
right.
I actually believe you. I was looking at some of those numbers from the AQI, the Air Quality Index, and it's legit. I mean, Monday was moderate. Yesterday was not. It was bad. The level was on Monday. The level was listed as 91. Yesterday was 161. Today's 164, and then it's going to drop back down to 71 tomorrow, and then I believe 60 for Friday.
Somebody pointed this out on Twitch. What did Kang just say about running?
That he doesn't run.
Okay. I just want to encourage everyone right now to log on to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, and look at Kang's shirt. Thank you to UPS Church on Twitch for pointing that out. You can also do it on YouTube TV, but you get a chance to see the show. I am encouraging you to go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, and just take a look at the guy who says he doesn't run. Just look at his shirt.
Care appreciate this. I'm mocking them.
Just check it out.
I do.
Check it out.
That's pretty funny that I'm wearing this shirt today.
I'm wondering if anybody also is going to find the irony of the shirt that I'm wearing today. In a similar vein.
I don't get it.
I'm wearing my.
Well, do you want to explain it to me during a commercial break? And
Perhaps
see if
I'll do that.
Yeah.
Let's see if anybody comes up with it on that's watching on Twitch.
My shirt has no meaning whatsoever. But 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to John next here on 97.1. Hi, John.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Not much. Yeah, it was funny. I turned on the radio to hear you guys. I listen to you guys pretty much every day.
Thank you.
You know, on my way to work and from job to job, I do landscaping. And the day before yesterday, I was out there, you know, and come like 6 o'clock, my lungs were like burning, and I was. Yeah, I was like, what's wrong? Like, do I have asthma, like, all of a sudden or what, you know? So I went and looked at my phone. It said, you know, high pollutants rate of, like, 117. I don't know the metric for it. But, yeah, 100. And, yeah, it affected me. Like, I've never felt anything like this before. And, you know, like, yeah, I quit smoking years ago, and you know, I'm like, something's wrong, man, and
now you know what it
this
is.
confirms it.
It's
yeah,
not
this
you.
confirms it. You know,
Not
it's me.
you. No, it's not you.
Oh, not me.
No.
I thought you said it's you.
No, it's not you. It's the air quality.
Yeah,
It's reassuring. I mean, I'd like
it,
us to have better air quality. I don't wish bad air quality on our you know, Metro Detroit area.
Well, Doug,
but
it's
a
not only
relief.
bad air quality. You add that on to being a senior, and it's trouble. But it's troublesome.
I mean, I feel
No,
bad.
I mean,
for the,
yeah,
I
I
feel
mean,
bad
you're-
for the seniors out there.
I feel like you might be immunocompromised, and this is something.
How much older than you am I?
Doesn't matter if it's true.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's all relative, but I mean, the fact is you're older, so
yeah,
can't change it.
It's like
I
6
can't-
months.
I can't change facts.
It's 6 months.
I can't change facts.
No, it is what it is, Doug.
I mean,
I don't want to hear out of you.
It's
I don't want to
science.
hear anything out of you, Mr.
Lesson just
Runner.
text us and said just the facts.
yeah. Look, I mean, if we carbon date both of us, we're going to find out you're older.
Yes.
So just own it. It's
Yeah.
okay. It's okay.
So I could call you a senior in December?
No.
No, you'll
Why?
always be
You're
the
always
senior.
my senior.
Yeah.
No, but if you're calling me a senior, not your senior.
Hey, Doug, if it makes you feel better, you know.
No, it doesn't. Let's go to David in St. Clair Shores. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, David?
Hey, how's it going?
Good,
So
thank you.
I grew up here in St. Clair Shores, but I live in California now. So we've been well used to wildfires and really bad air quality, and it's tough because it's a seasonal thing. And you know, I know folks around here aren't going to be used to it. I'm actually visiting in town right now in St. Clair Shores, and we met up for a group run in Grosse Pointe yesterday at the running shop, and yeah, people really weren't ready for this, and they just thought it was a house fire nearby. And I'm like looking around, and me and my fiance are like, no, that's not what it is.
You recognize this feeling, huh?
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes you can see that the sun starts kind of turning orange. I mean, your shadows even look kind of blue, and it just has an eerie feeling about it. So, you know, hopefully this passes soon.
Well, you are speaking from experience. We are not used to this, and I'm glad the burning in my lungs last night playing driveway basketball wasn't exclusively because of me. There were outside influences that made me feel like
In
that.
addition. I mean, well, call it what it is. It's I mean, yeah.
I'm calling it what it is.
Yeah.
Bad air quality.
In addition to,
It's just the bad air quality.
Well,
here.
how are the kids you were playing against? Were
Yeah.
they fine?
That's a good question.
yeah, was he okay?
Yeah, I think they seem fine.
Were his lungs burning? Is he using that as an excuse as to why he lost?
Yeah, right. Oh, there was bad air quality,
you know what,
Dad?
You know what, King? This is humble brag. This is Doug being humble.
Overcoming the bad air quality. Dad sends a message.
Despite his old and feeble stature,
feeble.
Doug was able to overcome the obstacles.
Steve's on a cell and he's next. Hi, Steve.
How's it going this morning?
Good,
All right,
sir.
Steve.
Yeah, all last night I've had not headaches, but like a ringing in my head. And I woke up this morning and took my blood pressure, and it is crazy high, like 188 over 112.
That's not good.
No.
I know. So I took some high blood pressure medicine, got it back down to moderate, but I've been feeling it. I didn't know why I was, ringing in my ears, and I think that's got something to do with it. Because just the other night, I noticed that looking at the moon, it was orange.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm thinking about going to my doctor now, but I'm getting it down. So
do you take blood pressure every day? Medicine every day?
Every day.
Okay.
Every day. Yeah, it's never ever been that high. So
hang in there, Steve.
It might be the air quality. I had to close the windows last night, so I haven't had too much air in the, fresh air in the house because it was so cold.
Look, last night just playing driveway basketball, I'm like, man, my lungs are burning, and I seriously was thinking, okay, I've been doing like distance stuff, and maybe it's short bursts of playing basketball, and it's a different kind of exertion. And yeah, I might be getting older, but I was thinking I haven't felt this on my bike rides or my runs, and I was curious, and I didn't give it another thought until I got in today, and here we have record-breaking the second worst air quality in the world. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, that might be it. Have you felt it out there? 248-539-9797.
Not only that, you get discounts at restaurants.
Okay, enough. 97.1 the ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Rory McIlroy giving his spin this morning on the PGA Tour Saudi merger announced yesterday. He believes it will ultimately be good for the game down the line and wants to clarify that this is not LIV that's in the merger. It is the PIF, and he's still not very fond of LIV structure. As for the Saudi funding, Rory says that now at least the PGA Tour can control how that money is spent within the game. Also, he says that he does still have faith in Commissioner Jay Monahan after taking a deep breath. Day 2 of Lions minicamp today in Allen Park. More time for Jared Goff to continue finding his chemistry with his receivers, including speedster Jamison Williams, who didn't get many touches from Goff in his rookie season. Marvin Jones Jr. also says that he's used to being a mentor and looks forward to working with the young guys in the room. Michigan football landing another major target today. Former UMass captain, defensive back Josh Wallace choosing Ann Arbor after being a 4-year starter. Jim Harbaugh adding some much-needed talent to his secondary by landing Wallace, who had 2 interceptions and 28 pass breakups in his senior year. And one more chance for the Tigers to end their losing skid on the road this week. They've dropped 5 straight and were shut out for the 7th time this season last night. Philadelphia will throw veteran righty Zach Wheeler at them, who was 4-4 with a 4.33 ERA and gave up 7 earned runs in his last start against Washington. Detroit will counter with Reese Olson. Game time at 6:05. Dan Dickerson's call will be right here on 97.1. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. So, it's waking up to reports today that Detroit has the second worst air quality in the world. And I had an experience last night that this might explain it. I was playing driveway basketball with my son, and got the dub. But during the game, my the lungs were burning, and I was like, this is not good. But it's not me. It's the air quality.
Right.
And I was a little bit relieved to see that, although it's not good for any of us to have bad air quality. But the question is, are you feeling it out there? And, we were talking about Gator. I'm encouraging you to go out for a walk later today for a show experiment to see if you can tell the difference, your typical long walk. Kang, I asked you to run. You said you don't run. And then we told people to go look at Twitch at the shirt you are wearing, which says on the front, for people who didn't have a chance to go on Twitch, Nike Run Club.
Yeah, I didn't say I got into the club. I signed up for the free T-shirt and then denied me when I told him I don't like running.
See. I got you.
Yeah.
So I made a crack about running too, and I said, well, my T-shirt also has something to do with that. And
I didn't get this, and I wouldn't.
No, you would. I wouldn't have expected you to get it. So, Kier Duchesne, please, texted. It looks like a cocaine bear shirt, which it kind of does look like
the cocaine bear.
Cocaine bear.
Yep.
586 Smoker says that's a wolf, not a bear. Bear wolf, practically the same thing. Says it's Joxy. But one person got it right. Barasa 105 says running with the pack. So running, because we were joking about running. Yep. Running with the Pack was the album and the song by the group Bad Company. It's a Bad Company.
Gotcha.
Tour shirt from that tour.
No, you don't. You don't got, Joe.
Well, I know now. Here's the deal. I know now.
Yeah.
Does this resonate with me whatsoever? Not even a little. But now I know what he was referencing. It was a bit of a long way to get there, wasn't it?
If you use your AARP card, do you get discounts on concert tickets?
This guy.
So someone tweeted Paul Gross, retired weatherman here, local weatherman, right? Just retired recently.
Yeah. Big fan of the show.
Yeah. Someone tweeted at him, he wrote, I keep seeing air quality alerts the last few days. It seems to be that every day it's getting worse than the previous. And Paul Gross retweeted and answered him back. It's not nearly as bad as what we're seeing out east. Most impacts here will be with people with serious respiratory problems and the elderly, like Doug Karsh.
Oh, easy.
Maybe you didn't write that last part.
Maybe not. Here's feedback coming in. Dan and Flat Rock writes in, definitely have felt the air quality. Wife and I walk every morning and have had trouble taking a full breath, and eyes have had issues.
Maybe I'm not going to go for a walk today.
Unnamed texter, I work outside all day. Doug and I also ran a 12-mile loop when I got home last night, and I felt fine. I'm 58. I think the air is breathable. Maybe you should start doing a little more aerobic workouts, Doug.
Wow.
Gator, we got this text. Guys, it burns when I pee. Is it the air quality? He's like, tell me it's the air quality.
It might have something to do with the quality of something.
Stings.
Wouldn't you have worse air quality sitting around a campfire at night? I mean, you're right next to the fire and the smoke. Isn't that pretty much what we're talking about?
Yeah, but I
don't play basketball next to a fire.
Does that campfire follow you around while you're exercising?
We live in Marine City. Canada's across the river from my house. The haze was so thick yesterday, my allergies were worse than they've been in years. 248-539-9797. Gary's on a cell, and he's next. Hi, Gary.
Hey there, guys. Gator, go on this website, airnow.gov. Put in there your zip code. What's going on is they're saying that these particles are so fine that once they go inside of you, they don't come out. And what they do, they can affect your organs and all this other kind of stuff. So I'm not a doctor, but.
No, despite Doug wanting me to go for the long walk for the experiment of the show,
yeah,
I'm going to decline. Yeah, no, and I know you didn't mean anything nefarious by it, but as we discussed this, that's probably not a good idea to exercise on a day when it's the worst, the worst air quality day in the world, or second worst.
If you go on that website, they got it at 173, and that's like exceptionally bad. So yeah, this ain't an exercise day.
Yeah, the air
maybe
quality
a doctor
index
could call in.
The AQI for today has it at 164.
Yeah.
And that says unhealthy is what it says. So I'm
I
going
was
to stay
watching
with
the one show there, and it said go on airnow.gov, and that way you can always find out what the air quality is. So.
Gary, thank you for the resource. 248-539-9797. Steve is next here on 97.1. Hi, Steve.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
So 6 o'clock this morning, I was taking my trash out, and it was so smoky and smoggy, I looked up and down my block trying to figure out who was still having a bonfire.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
I live in Allen Park, by the way.
Well, I think we're all feeling it. We're all seeing examples of it.
Did you say get off my lawn when you were done beating your child in the game?
No, I did not. 248-539-9797. Ryan's on a cell, and he's next here on 97.1. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
Good. Yeah, I've seen that alert come across my phone last night. I'm up in the thumb area, but I just thought it was like a don't run your lawnmower alert, you know?
Yeah.
And but my kid had a softball game last night, 8-year-olds, and, man, they were just, like, not into it. Just lethargic, both teams. And then, this morning, half the household woke up with headaches. And then I was talking to some people at work about it as well. And then somebody said, well, it's probably the air quality. He's got us all having headaches. And I'm like, well, that explains maybe why the kids were less interested than usual during their game last night. But, yeah, it's definitely a thing.
People can feel it. 248-539-9797.
We got a text, guys, from Dave in Northville. I played in my golf league last night. I was really slicing the ball. It's good to know it was the bad air quality and not my swing.
That's right.
There it is. It's going to be part of the new Carl's golf commercial.
I don't play well in high AQI.
Right, exactly.
Those commercials are pretty fun.
I love them.
Yeah. I don't play well.
Bird was looking at me wrong.
My shirt has too much wicking. Lisa on a cell. Hi, Lisa.
Hey, how are you?
We're good, thank you.
Good. So I didn't have a experience personally, but my son, college student, young, perfectly healthy. He's living in Ann Arbor right now, and he runs periodically, and he called me after what was supposed to be a longer run, but he quit early last night because he was having trouble breathing, and he was totally alarmed, and I didn't know what to make of it. I didn't really have much of a suggestion. I'm like, maybe you're dehydrated, but then listening to you guys this morning, I just texted him the article because I think that maybe this could be a reason.
Yep, sure could.
anyways, thanks for sharing.
No, it's a lot easier to blame things other than our
Age?
physical condition. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, couple of NFL things. One, the Madden cover's been announced.
Okay.
Two, some conclusions to draw from yesterday's Lions press conference. And look, we're thirsting for football news, so we'll get into two things that look good. Coming up straight ahead here on Carson Anderson next hour, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? This one is going to be epic. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Hey, for someone who has a hard time sleeping, it might be time for a new mattress. Now, did you know that there's an actual science behind the perfect night's sleep? Well, the experts at True Sleep Mattress Store have helped thousands of people, including some professional athletes, like, for instance, Spartan great Kenneth Walker III and current NFL star. Health benefits include a proper spinal alignment, which is critical for pain-free movement, nerve health, posture, and balance. In fact, Kenny Walker saw a tremendous increase in performance after finding the right pillow and the right sleep system. Find your perfect sleep system at True Sleep in Woodhaven, Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
By the way, we have another artist renderings alert. We've retweeted something from Front Office Sports about the Jacksonville Jaguars' new stadium. And these artist renderings, while they're good, and I'm a huge fan of artist renderings, Gator, I am not seeing one child with balloons. I'm not seeing anyone doing yoga around the Jacksonville Jaguars' new stadium. I'm not seeing any independent guitar player playing folk music outside. I'm not seeing cotton candy.
It's all implied, I think.
Is it? I'm not seeing, a water park. I'm not seeing all the things that typically come with artist renderings. There's no roasting of marshmallows.
No, you don't see that.
Oh, he did it Northwestern's artist renderings.
Well, I was going to say, I feel like Northwestern, I don't know if they set the bar, but they kind of changed the expectation of the artist rendering.
In a good way.
In some way, in a lot of ways, yeah. But the difference being that that's like a 30,000-seat stadium versus this, which is an NFL stadium. This one looks a bit like a spaceship.
Yep. I like the wood flooring with the high top table area. I think that's a good look for this artist rendering.
Yeah, it looks like a boardwalk of some sort, right?
Yeah, in the stadium.
Actually, it looks really cool.
Yep. Oh, wait, the artist renderings look cool?
Yeah,
No way.
well, it's also the location. I mean, Jacksonville being on the water there, they also take advantage of that.
Yeah, because the previous one, they kind of F that up. It's not a great the setting leaves something to be desired where the old Gator Bowl was.
Yeah, this one looks pretty good, and excited to see it.
I mean, the way sports are going, we should be getting a new stadium here in Detroit sometime soon, right?
Well, I'm just glad that they're doing the new turf. I watched Real Sports at Bryant Gumbel, the latest episode, and they had a one of the snippets in there, well, not snippets, but one of the stories there they were talking about was the turf and how the NFL has done the studies for natural grass versus artificial turf, and they're trying to imply that the differences really aren't all that much, and then there's independent studies that say, oh, there's a big difference. And one of the tests that they did was a visual that really shows you something. They dropped I don't know how heavy the weight was, maybe a 25-pound weight that looked like a bowling ball almost. Maybe it was actually a bowling ball. And they dropped it, and when it hit the ground on the grass, it bounced very little and kind of settled in real quickly.
Yep.
When they dropped it on the turf, it bounced like 5 feet up in the air.
Yeah.
And they said, this is as good a visual as we can give you why grass is better for you than turf. And this was just talking about head injuries, let alone the tenor of the story is really more about knee injuries and ankle injuries and how it's on the upswing. But that was a big story the second half of last year's season. And the Lions, they replaced the turf when the season was over with. And the early returns on it were that the players were happy with it. I'm curious of where they're at now. And is that are they happy with this turf? Is this something that's moving forward is going to be good for them or not?
Yeah. Well, suffice it to say that these artist renderings aren't as good as Northwestern's.
But it's a video.
Not what we tweeted out.
For Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Oh, I just saw a video, actually.
We tweeted out the artist renderings.
Oh. But I saw artist rendering video, which was pretty sweet with motion and everything.
Were there kids with balloons?
I can't confirm that.
How's the air quality in that artist rendering?
Look good.
Better than here.
Yeah?
Look good.
Okay.
Look good.
All right, let's back up.
Humid, though.
Follow
Florida.
up with something we had earlier in the show. The Madden cover has been announced. And on the cover of Madden 24 will be Josh Allen, quarterback, Buffalo Bills.
There it is.
Yep. So, Gator, do you now expect him to get hurt this year?
I don't know. I don't know if I believe in the Madden cover jinx anymore. Wouldn't be surprised if he did. He runs an awful lot with that offense, and he puts himself out there.
He has said himself.
It's really just a matter of time.
Yeah, he said himself he needs to cut back on the running, which is a common theme amongst running quarterbacks.
Well, as you get older, you should cut back on the running. It's not as good for you.
I'll let you know when I get there. All right, so we mentioned the Lions minicamp is underway. Dan Campbell spoke yesterday.
Maybe the Tigers should have a minicamp.
Maybe they should. Listen to the news conference, and there wasn't like a ton of earth-shattering stuff, but the thing that seemed to catch people's attention is something he said about Jared Goff and how much he has improved in his time here in Detroit. there being the Rams. When he was there, he took a team to the Super Bowl. He was part of leading a team to a Super Bowl. First, what do you make of that comment Dan Campbell made? All of it. Is there anything that jumps out to you?
Clearly, he's throwing shade at Sean McVay.
Gator hates Sean McVay.
No, I don't think he's throwing shade at Sean McVay. I think he's talking up his quarterback, and for reason. And I think, in a way, in a backhanded way, I think there is some shade at McVay and the Rams. And the backhanded way is, I forget if it was in that soundbite or not, or something else he had said later on. He talked about how Goff is playing with confidence, and they've given him confidence.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have much confidence at the end of the run in Los Angeles when McVay was running him out of time and using him as a scapegoat. So you had to build them back up. And towards the end of that first season, the last 7 games of that first season, he was one of the best quarterbacks in all of football. His quarterback rating was well over 100 at that time, and it carried on through last year. For the season, his rating last year was a 99.3. You combine that with those 7 games from the year prior, and his rating would have been over 100. The back-to-back years he had in L.A. where he had a quarterback rating of 100.5 and a 101.1. So is it conceivable that he is better now than what he was during those 2 years in L.A.? You can make that argument. I think he's definitely matured as a quarterback, and to go from really the way he played in the second half of the season was amazing. He had 1 interception in the last 10 games. That was incredible. And the run he got on, the run the team got on, it's just there's a familiarity with the offense. He's worked with a young offensive coordinator. There seems to be mutual respect, which I'm not sure there was mutual respect when Sean McVay is there at the end of it. I feel like McVay ran his course with Jared Goff and was done with him. Now that he's running his course with Ben Johnson, they're not done with each other. I think they're really thriving with this. And as he's getting more confident and more reps with his team, it's reciprocated. So I think that I could agree with him with that. I think he is playing his best football, and I don't know how high his ceiling is, if he's real close to it or not. I kind of feel like he's pretty close to what this ceiling can be. But as they add more weapons to this team offensively, does it even raise it more? Because he hasn't had a guy like Jamison Williams to work with. Jahmyr Gibbs is supposed to be this unbelievable weapon out of the backfield with speed that just kills. And yeah, he had an outstanding running back in Todd Gurley when he first got there. But I'd have to go back and look. Was Gurley as much of a threat in the passing game as what Jahmyr Gibbs is billed to be?
Yes. Okay, so I've got the comparable seasons, right? I went back to the 2017 Rams season, where his quarterback rating was 100.5. This past year, his quarterback rating was 99.3. In L.A., he had Todd Gurley rushing for 1,305 yards.
Yep.
Also catching 64 passes out of the backfield.
There you go.
He had Cooper Kupp, Robert Woods, Sammy Watkins were his wide receivers. In Detroit last year, he had Jamal Williams and DeAndre Swift. Amon-Ra St. Brown was pretty good. Second leading receiver, do you know who the second leading receiver with the Lions was last year?
We've gone through this before, and I is it Khalif Raymond?
Yeah. And then DJ Chark, he had more weapons in L.A.
Absolutely.
And had a comparable season last year in terms of his production in Detroit. This is, I think the one thing about Jared Goff that I would say to the skeptics is he is doing it, and he did it last year with, let's call it what it was, average skill position people around him. You can make a case that Amon-Ra is.
Oh, St. Brown's
he's
a really good receiver.
Good, but is he in anybody's top 10 receivers in the NFL?
No, but he'd be in the top 20.
Probably in the top 20, yeah. Jamal Williams, really, really nice season.
Had a phenomenal year last year for him.
Anybody's top 10 of running backs?
No, because he averaged 4 yards a carry. He had all the touchdowns. He's great in short yardage situations, was great for the Lions last year, but no one's going to say he's a top 10 running back.
If we ranked everybody in the NFL by their second leading receiver, would Khalif Raymond be near the top? No.
No.
So, what Jared Goff did last year.
And by the way, took away his tight end
halfway through the season.
Halfway through the season, and so the tight end usage was done completely differently than what he had when he had Hawkinson.
It just is. There's some of us that believe it was pretty damn special, and others that doubt it. And I think even those of us that appreciate what Jared Goff did last year probably even undervalue it when you circle back to the skill position people were useful here in Detroit. But it's not as if they are an elite group and he just was a game manager.
No, which is why we're intrigued by what's going to come this season, because if you think that Gibbs can give more in the passing game than what they got Gibbs and Montgomery combined could give more than the running backs did last year, which I think we all agree with. That's exciting. Jamison Williams, when he returns to the team after, in week 7, he's got a lot more to give because he caught one pass last year. The Marvin Jones, DJ Chark comparison is the one to look at and see, okay, is that apples to apples or not? Chark, it took a while for him to kind of click with Jared Goff, but once they did, and when he was healthy, DJ Chark had a nice season given how little he played with him. So I don't know if this is actually, I think this is stating the case for why they really need to kick the tires on DeAndre Hopkins to give him another weapon and take it to a different level. DeAndre Hopkins, the rumor is, or the reports are, not even rumor, the reports are that he's looking for a contract similar to what Odell Beckham Jr. got, which was a 1-year, $15 million deal with incentives that could take it up to $18 million. The Lions have the cap space to do that. If that's what Hopkins wants, how many teams are going to be able to offer him that? Not many.
Yeah.
And, do the Lions want to step up and do that? Because if they were to do that, then you're looking at, is your number 2 receiver now Amon-Ra St. Brown?
Could be.
I think St. Brown still gets the majority of the catches on the season, but the yardage, that's a D-Hop thing.
Okay, coming up, we will hear what Jared Goff has to say about Dan Campbell's comments and draw a conclusion. That straight ahead at 11:33. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. hear what Jared Goff had to say when Dan Campbell said he's better now than we got him from the Rams. I think there's a conclusion to draw. There's two conclusions to draw that I draw out of these comments. We'll get to that in a minute, but first, let's go to Sean on a cell. Hi, Sean.
Hey, guys. So I agree with you. He's got less weapons than he did in L.A., and his interceptions are way down, obviously, all of that, right? But my worry, and I hate to be negative about this because the guy is playing good and he looks good, right? So, but I feel bad even bringing it up. But I believe last year when I looked at it, he's in the top 3 of like the least sacks last season, right? Percentage of drop back sacks, right? Mm-hmm. So the sack rate was top 3 of the least, right? So, and I can't remember exactly where he was, but it was something like that.
It was 3.8% last year compared to those 2 great years he had in L.A., which were 7.2% and 7.5. I'm sorry, 5% and 5.6%. So it was better in Detroit than it was in L.A.
I think the couple of guys that were ahead of him last season are highly elusive guys too, which he isn't, right? So my concern is that if I have a concern, which I really don't, but if I had one, it would be, are we giving too much credit because of a pocket that's being formed that just about any NFL caliber QB would do well in?
I don't know if just about any would, but you know what's funny is you go back and you look at like offensive line rankings from 2017, and the Rams were near the top of the league then as well. I think it's pretty consistent, Sean, that if you give Jared Goff time, he will slice you up, even if you have average skill position players. Too much credit, or does this formula work? Like, I think the having a veteran quarterback can help in terms of getting the football out in time. Remember, the quarterback's responsible for protections as well. You step to the line of scrimmage and make sure you're in the right protection and see a blitz coming and all that other stuff. So there's the one thing that he does have that I think is potentially elite is the offensive line. It's not the skill position guys, it's the offensive line. Now, could the skill position guys with Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta and Jamison Williams and Amon-Ra, could they be elite? They could. They could.
Well, his play-action passing is through the roof. He's extraordinary when it comes to play-action passing. And you need a running game to sell that. And the Lions had more of a running game. It wasn't a spectacular running game from the Lions last year, but it was reasonably consistent, so teams had to pay attention. This year, I expect that to be even better, the running game. The offensive line is very good, but he had a very good offensive line with the Rams, too. I mean, because the sack percentage was a little bit higher, don't mistake that for being bad. I mean, 5% or 5.6% in those back-to-back years.
Pretty good.
Those are still pretty good numbers. And he flourished with that, with better talent than what he's got now.
Okay, so here's what Jared Goff had to say about Dan Campbell's praise yesterday following the Lions' first day of minicamp. Okay, these are the conclusions I draw. It's not just Goff. It's not just the offensive line and Goff. It's the offensive line, Goff, and Ben Johnson. I think Ben Johnson has taken this quarterback skill set and said, here's how to best use this guy. And so I see this as a really a three-pronged thing that has gotten the most out of this veteran quarterback who's looked pretty good here.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think Ben Johnson is a key reason why the offense looks as good as it does. And I think there's certainly a lot of give and take. I think these guys sit down and talk to each other about what the strengths are, what the weaknesses are, and they've hammered it out where it's been pretty good. They've figured this offense out and found a way to make it work despite not having all the high-end talent around. My concern, if there is a concern, and it's a long-term one, and it's that Ben Johnson will leave after this year.
Yep.
Because he's no longer a secret. You know, there were teams that were interested in this past offseason, and fortunately he decided to stick around. And probably for his betterment because he knows what he's got working with. It's a team that went 8-2 down the stretch. Now they can be a playoff team, perhaps win a division, host and win a playoff game, and then his asking price could be even higher, and he's got his true pick of the litter of what jobs he wants. Wouldn't it be awesome if ownership stepped up and said, if they have this great year that we think they're going to have, if they were to step up and pay him a significant increase to get him to stay as offensive coordinator for another couple of years before understanding that, of course, he's going to be an NFL head coach one day. Who knows? I have no idea what Ben Johnson wants to do in life. If he wants to be a head coach and he's ready for it now, or if he's happy with what he's doing and making him happy would simply be paying him more. I don't know.
Well, I think it's a cute try, Gator, and I hope it would be awesome. I agree with you. I can't imagine that.
It's a cute try?
Yeah, playing itself out. I think the more realistic thing and what I'm hoping is going on is Dan Campbell isn't coaching over there in a vacuum. He knows what's being said about his offensive coordinator, and whomever it is, whether it be Mark Brunell, the quarterback's coach, whether it be Tanner Engstrand, the passing game coordinator, Scotty Montgomery, who they just brought in as the assistant head coach, one of them is being groomed to take over when Ben Johnson, what feels like inevitably, leaves. So that's one conclusion. The other conclusion is Goff's getting an extension. And, you know, the given is, of course, you know, the non-negotiable is that they win and Goff continues to play the way he has the last 24 games in Detroit over the last season and a half. And that we all understand that, but he's trending towards the big extension. And it seems like it's a matter of when, not if.
Yeah, I could see that as a strong possibility, but again, the question becomes, when do you want to give them that extension? I'm not doing anything during the course of the season. Right, because they don't have to. You drafted Hendon Hooker. Early returns, I mean, it's still way too early because he's coming off the injury, but he's starting to throw a little bit here in these in this minicamp, and apparently he's ahead of schedule with the ACL injury and the meniscus injury that he had. But you're really not going to get to see anything until next year with him with training camps. But you also don't have to do anything with Jared Goff for a couple of years. Now, the consensus of thinking, I think, with fans is that get it done now because you can get him cheaper now than what it would be in a couple of years, which might be true, but it's also taking a risk that you don't have to. It's a calculated risk. But the salary cap will also go up in each in the next few years too, because that's just how it's gone in the NFL. It's gone up every year. So I'm not worried about, instead of getting Jared Goff at $48 million a year, now I got to pay him $50 million a year. If that's what you got to do, then that's what you got to do. That's the cost of doing business in the NFL, and do it with a smile if he's earned it, right?
Yep.
So take your time with it.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. Jared Goff looks like he's trending towards an extension. A bold praise coming from Dan Campbell, saying he is better than when he took the team to Super Bowl in LA. It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Talking a little bit about the Jared Goff comments yesterday from Dan Campbell, and look, it's it's typical for Dan Campbell to praise guys, and it's not a huge deal. And there wasn't a lot of earth-shattering stuff. There was some football stuff I want to get to, but he did say he's playing better now than thought he had him when he was playing in L.A. Sean McVay, I wonder what Sean McVay thinks of those comments, but I guess I don't really care what Sean McVay thinks of those comments. Gator, but the football stuff that came out of yesterday, one was apparently Sam Laporta put on quite a show, catching everything that came his direction. And the other is they like the secondary. It's a tangible difference in their new and improved secondary.
Yeah, it sounds like C.J. Gardner-Johnson is the real deal.
Mm-hmm.
And if you saw him play last year, you know he's the real deal. But to come and step right in this minicamp and show that he is, and breaking up passes and just being in the right position, it gives you a good feeling about what the secondary is going to be this upcoming season. A year ago, I think you would say that the secondary was the number one concern on this team. Not the defensive tackle position, but probably the secondary in general. Then when the season went on, you knew it was the biggest problem because Jeff Okudah wasn't working out. Mm-hmm. There were so many injuries. They were just decimated back there. You had some bright spots. Certainly Kirby Joseph showing up was good. Jerry Jacobs was a nice surprise there as well. But by and large, the secondary was a problem. They addressed that problem in the offseason, bringing in several free agents, including Gardner-Johnson. And I think that it's amazing to see what difference an offseason can make for a position group. What was once perhaps the weakest position group on the team is now a position of strength, the way it looks, like tons of depth. They go out and they draft Brian Branch, and Brian Branch isn't likely to start right away. And yet he's a guy that got in the second round, had a first-round grade by a lot of teams, and it just seems like they've really built that up quickly from a point where it wasn't all that promising a year ago.
248-539-9797, open lines. Gator, we have sad news from the world of wrestling. The Iron Sheik's passed away.
Yeah, the Iron Sheik, former WWF champion who beat Bob Backlund for the title back in late 1983, I believe, and then lost the title to Hulk Hogan, starting Hulk Hogan's first title reign in the WWF in January of 1984. Amazing heel in the wrestling business. This guy brought about more heat than anyone in that era in the early 80s. And what a time to build your character. He was from Iran, so when you get to the late 70s and early 80s, obviously there was a lot of tension with the countries, and wrestling often plays off of tensions with countries and characters. And the Iron Sheik was an amazing character, great professional wrestler, but has really become known to a whole new different generation of fans because of Twitter. And his Twitter account was unfiltered, to say the least. It was hilarious because it would be done in broken English, what he would type. He would leave out words, but you knew what his point was, and often included F-bombs. He was not a fan of Mondays.
No. He frequently tweeted out, F the Monday.
F the Monday.
So I will say that account tweeted out this morning saying goodbye to the Iron Sheik. I don't think it was actually him.
I think you're probably right. Yeah.
Just saying.
No, his nephews really kind of got him back into the limelight. I think it helped him control a lot of content that was out there in social media from him. But, I mean, he became a sensation for a second time about 20 years ago, doing stuff in videos and stuff online. Remember when one of the many things I find interesting about him is he ended up being the Iron Sheik. And for I think the first half of his career, there was a lot of confusion because it was a wrestler named the Sheik, the original Sheik, who was a Detroit icon, Detroit legend. And people would confuse him for that person. They were not this. They were both completely different people, different characters altogether, and both iconic in their own ways. He overcomes all that and creates his own brand as the Iron Sheik, and now there's no comparison, and there's no mistaking, I guess, the distinction of who's who.
The funny thing is I know very little about wrestling, but I had heard of the Iron Sheik, and his presence on social media that you mentioned is fantastic. His pin tweet is, and I'm going to edit this for over-the-air purposes, his pin tweet is, take a minute out of your day and be nice to someone, you dumb son of a bitch. That was one. 14 hours ago, the Iron Sheik tweeted, F the wildfires. 17 hours ago, he tweeted, whoever let the dogs out can go F yourself. 19 hours ago, he tweeted, F the true love. On June 5th, he tweeted out, Desperado, why don't you come to your senses, you dumb son of a bitch?
He used to do this thing when I first saw the Iron Sheik. It was before he was known as the Iron Sheik. He was known as Hossein Arab, and he competed very briefly with this Canadian wrestling that we were able to see in Detroit. That was on the air for like 2 years. And I remember him coming through there, and he had these boots that were these pointed boots that curled back that were really unique. But he would bring in these clubs that they looked like they were made out of wood, but they were clearly filled with like lead or something like that, because they were like 150 pounds each. And he would challenge anybody to come in, lift them up, and he'd twirl them over his head. It was unbelievable. And he'd say, anybody want to do it? Go ahead and show me that you can do it. And nobody could do it. Everybody marveled at it. They're like, how the hell do you do this? It's just some quirky training thing that he did for years that nobody else could do, because it was completely foreign to them how to do it with the right technique. But he did, and it was really a remarkable feat of strength.
More choice tweets from the Iron Sheik of late. My Little Pony, go F yourself. In a perfect world, go F yourself.
Yeah.
June 2nd, out of curiosity, go F yourself.
Mm-hmm. He had an interesting relationship on Twitter when it relates to how he would talk of Hulk Hogan. Sometimes it would be praising Hulk Hogan, other times not so much.
Well, because on June 1st, he tweeted out a graphic, F the Hulk Hogan.
Yep. But you could see contradictory tweets all the time. He was not a fan of B. Brian Blair, the wrestler back in the 80s. He would often tweet about Brian Blair.
Just a funny and sad day in the world of professional wrestling. Let's get back to your open line calls, 248-539-9797. Bob on a cell. Hi, Bob.
I'm back to the mundane Lions versus Haystack, Calhoun, and those boys.
There you go.
I'm concerned about, I think everybody takes the offensive line for granted. They didn't have a lot of injuries last year. Ragnow got hurt, and I don't know the Lions have the depth that they need. So I'm concerned about the health of the offensive line. That could really hurt the offense.
Well, I mean, they played some of the year without Frank Ragnow, obviously, and we'll see what happens. It's a legitimate concern that, I mean, you might be able to lose one guy, but I don't want them to be taken for granted. We hope that they're a rock-solid group for the next half a decade.
Graham Glasgow coming in gives them some insurance at center and guard.
Yep.
But the tackle position, I mean, they're bringing back some guys that they had last year. I think Nelson is one of the guys they had. So that I think it's a legit area. Yeah, but it's a legit concern. I think with any team, if you lose somebody, it could be concerned.
Bob, other than that, are you excited about the season?
Oh yeah. Well, I'm a Steeler fan to begin with, but I've really started following the Lions since this new regime has come in, because I think they have a physicality about them that I don't think the Lions have had before, and this is a whole different culture, and that's exciting, the culture.
It is exciting. You're fired up.
I just how did they rank last year in injuries? Were they an average team for injuries?
Well,
Haven't seen
Jameson
their
Williams
ranking.
missed all but 6 games because he was out with the injury. But as far as
Lost Tracy Walker for the year.
yeah, I think they lost Aquara was gone. Then they lost
Starting
the other
guard.
Aquara.
I mean, Hal Vitae's kind of the forgotten
Vitae
guy.
missed the whole
yeah.
year. I think they had quite a few injuries they had to overcome.
Yep. Okuda. No. Hey man, that guy. I'm like him. I'm fired up. I'm fired up.
Sound like it.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Okay, Gator. Coming up at 12:30. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? You got to talk about our Tigers.
Really?
We have to.
We talking about the pitching?
We can talk
Is that
about
what we're
the
gonna do?
pitching. Yeah. We'll get to that today at 12:05, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, be careful out there. Not great air quality in Detroit. In fact, the second worst in the world, according to a tweet that came from the Detroit Free Press this morning. Not good, and it's all due to Canadian wildfires. Blame Canada. Blame Canada.
Yeah.
Cousin Mikey's coming down with some friends from Canada this weekend.
Actually, not really blaming Canada. I feel
yeah, that's a good point.
I feel awful about it. Let's not make that statement. We're joking about that.
Yes.
It's awful with wildfires and how dry things have been.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even Governor Whitmer said yesterday, please try to refrain from any kind of campfires or bonfires outdoors right now. Not that you do them indoors, but outdoors for the time being, because it is so dry. And then there was some story about some construction workers that were working, and it was just a spark from a saw had caught a dry blade of grass and started to ignite a field that the firefighters were able to put out quickly. But that's how dangerous things can get.
My cousin Mikey's coming down, and I mentioned that he's bringing 7 dudes, and I've got 8 guys. So we're doing a Ryder Cup thing this weekend. And Mikey's been hinting that they're going to have some sort of Canada garb. And our mutual friend Ryan, I mean, we weren't going to do that, but Ryan came up with an idea that the 4 of us wear Las Vegas Golden Knight hats, and the other 4 wear Florida Panther hats.
That's funny.
To just troll our Canadian friends that it's been forever since they won a Stanley Cup. Oh, it's kind of clever.
Yeah, no, that's clever. All right. I like that.
Good troll job. But
is it 93? Is that the last year the Canadian team won? When is it Montreal won it in 93?
30 years, right?
Yeah. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it would be
It's the last time the Lions won a playoff game. Too,
wow.
Right?
That's the last time the Lions won a division,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they've never won the NFC North?
No. Is that true?
Well, not the North.
Not the North.
Not the North.
Last time they won a division, it was the NFC Central.
Are your Canadian friends coming down here for the better air?
Right.
The slightly better air?
No, it's not. Well, I mean, it's not in Detroit. We're going to be in Petoskey, but
By this weekend, it'll be fine.
Yeah, hopefully. And I don't know what it's like in Petoskey, and I don't know what it's like in Toronto. So I know it's bad in Detroit right now. But all right, so the Tigers lose 1-0 last night. The whole pitching bullpen thing worked out really well. And that was kind of it, I guess. You look at this team, and I don't know when we're going to stop doing this, but this is their last 5 games. Friday, they went 6 for 33 at the plate. Saturday, they went 3 for 32 from the plate.
Oh, come on.
Sunday, they went 4 for 31 from the plate.
Don't do this.
Monday, they went 3 for 29 from the plate. And yesterday, they went 3 for 30 from the plate. That makes Friday 6 for 33 look like an offensive explosion.
I know.
They are 19 for the last 155. Is this who they are at the plate? Not really. This is a lot of guys not hitting all at the same time.
It's 19 hits in 5 games.
Yep.
Less than 4 hits a game on average.
But there's no doubt that they are a team whose lineup says absolutely they can go 19 for 155 over a 5-game span. That's what they are.
Well, yeah, sadly, that's where it's at right now. You lose Riley Green, Kerry Carpenter, Austin Meadows hasn't played. We know his situation, which the best for him, but somebody they were really counting on last year and it didn't perform last year. When we find out why, and that's continued on, they don't have bats, and they've got aging bats that have gone ice cold. Guys like Scope, Baez is a little bit lost again. He had a hit last night, great, but 2 nights ago he swung at a pitch that was 2 feet outside the strike zone. Miguel Cabrera is what it is. Nice to see Miggy hit the double last night, actually, and I'm glad he's still having fun. I'm actually enjoying watching him play a little bit more because I think he's giving an effort that you want to see, even though is at this point no threat to hit it over the fence. I feel like he will hit one over the fence, and when he does, it's going to be a glorious day, Doug. But the rest of this team, somebody's got to step up. Torkelson's got to step up. he was hitting the ball really hard, and has he lately? I mean, he had the one home run, but I'm expecting him to get off the schneid and carry this team a little bit. Other guys, I think, are just water's finding its level. Zach McKinstry got off to a great start, but I don't think anybody expected him to be where he was at. Zach Short, probably the same thing, right? Eric Haas. What is Eric Haas? What is the catching position with the Tigers? It's not good. With you got Haas and Rogers. I like both players, but neither player screams we're the first team catcher.
No.
They're hitting combined like 180. It's a terrible lineup right now. And there's no way to improve it unless you get some guys back. Until Green and Carpenter come back, the hope is that you can promote someone like Justin Henry Malloy, who, as Stoney pointed out, has had an awful month of May, where he hit 205 in the month of May. His OPS was still over 700, but his batting average was terrible. I don't know. Do you expect him to catch lightning? Because they tried that with Nevin, who was killing it at Toledo. Can't hit the major league level. They tried that with Ibanez. They keep sticking to Ibanez, and Ibanez can't hit. I know some of these metrics show that he's supposed to be hitting, but he's not.
No.
He's not. And you keep putting him out in the lineup because you'd rather have the potential of what he can do as opposed to what Jonathan Scopa actually is doing, which is neither is a good option. So it's kind of lost. The best hitter in the organization is the guy who's hitting a double-A. And it's too much of a jump to say, come on up to the majors from double-A, even though other people have done it. Usually the Rule 5 players that do that, like Akil Baddoo, I don't think ever played triple-A, but because he was a Rule 5 pickup, you played him. Victor Reyes was the same way. And so what do? Do you bring up Colt Keith? Or do you wait a while, let things calm down, get to the All-Star break, and get to the trade deadline and worry about the team after that point? But there's still 4 games back. It's it.
I know.
Because the Twins aren't anything good. No, stop me if you've heard this before. Byron Buxton is on the IL now.
Right. Gator, I'm going to say something. You tell me if it's fact or fiction. Last September 28th, against the Kansas City Royals, Miguel Cabrera hit his 507th and final home run as a major leaguer.
Oh.
Fact or fiction?
I think it's fiction. I think he's going to get a hold of one. I don't think he's going to, like in July, do I think it's a swan song and he's going to say, I'm done. I'm going to take the last couple months off. I'm done. I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's going to play out the year, and I think he will hit a few.
Kang, fact or fiction? September 28th of last year against Kansas City Royals, Miguel Cabrera hit his 507th and final home run as a major leaguer.
Fiction.
Okay. I hope you're both right. I was looking at his spray chart this year. His longest batted ball this year is, at best I can tell from this graphic, single.
Because, the doubles he's hit.
The doubles he's hit down the line. But the longest one appears to be a single. He's got some flyouts that don't seem to be quite as long as a single he hit to right center.
Does it show a yardage? Does it show a distance in feet?
It doesn't.
How many meters?
The eye test.
How many emperor penguins?
Look, it'd be great. And I do wonder if he hits one late in the year, if they say, let's let that be your last at bat. You know what I mean? But 248-539-9797. Hey, Reese Olson's pitching tonight. Now, if the first Reese Olson outing was any indication, that was encouraging. We don't need to be doing victory laps of them finding a guy. But if you didn't see him pitch Friday against the Chicago White Sox, watch him pitch tonight because he was really impressive in that game against the White Sox.
Yeah, he pitched well. Nice velocity. And I liked I liked his style, how he's pitching. And obviously the no-hitter through the 5 innings makes you feel pretty good.
Yep.
I first guessed it at the time, saying, okay, take him out. Because he had thrown, I think, 80-something pitches at that point, which was a high. And no need to pitch him out in the 6th inning because it's not like he's going to get the next, 12 outs in 12 pitches.
Yep.
So, but they left him in there, and he gave up a couple base runners. They ended up scoring. So be it. It didn't matter. The Tigers' offense was impotent. So hopefully tonight's a different story. I at this point, this is what you look for, right, in the season. I'm looking for young guys on the team.
Olsen was an interesting prospect. This isn't completely out of left field, but he wasn't considered a sure thing by any stretch of the imagination, and there really isn't such thing in baseball. But he had some secondary numbers that were encouraging. Called up to Toledo, not so good until his last 3 starts, and now his first start looked like the kind of start you'd expect from a guy who had 6 secondary numbers, and hopefully he can continue it. But it's a reason to watch tonight. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback. Another edition, Are You Going to Eat That, at 12:30, 97.1.
Hey, if you're someone who has a hard time sleeping, it might be time for a new mattress. Now, did you know that there's an actual science behind a perfect night's sleep? Well, the experts at True Sleep Mattress Store have helped thousands of people, including professional athletes, and they would tell you that better sleep equals better performance. In fact, Spartan great and current NFL running back Kenny Walker, he's a former customer. He saw a tremendous increase in performance after finding the right pillow and the right sleep system. Now, the health benefits include proper spinal alignment, which is critical for pain-free movement, nerve health, posture, and balance. Find your perfect sleep system at True Sleep in Woodhaven, Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Otis on 97.1. Hi, Otis.
Hey, guys. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you.
Good. What disgusts me more than anything about the Tigers, and I've watched more Tiger baseball this year than I have in a long time, just to see why they're so bad. First of all, I don't know a team that has 3 hitting coaches, but the Tigers do. And I don't know a team that's so bad at swinging at balls out of the strike zone as the Tigers do. My guess is Harris comes in and wants everybody to be more disciplined at the plate, not swing at bad pitches and get more walks. Well, I would bet right now that they're swinging at more pitches out of the zone than they are in it.
I would bet against that. But, look, I think part of the issue here is Harris just took over. Like, he just took over. And they're trying to reprogram guys, and they have some better numbers in that regard. But this is about populating the organization with players that have shown the ability to have that kind of discipline. I think expecting dramatic results in year one is unrealistic. Now,
But Doug, these guys are professional baseball players.
I know.
Are you telling me they still don't know the strike zone yet when they're at the plate? You still don't know where that boundary is that you can go after and not go after?
I mean, first of all, it's easier said than done, and some are better at it than others.
I played it. I went up against guys who threw 95 before.
What level did you play at?
I just played college.
Where'd you play?
Up Mott Community College.
Okay, yeah. So were there guys on your team? Were there guys on your team that were better at it than others?
What do you mean better at what?
At plate discipline.
Well, absolutely, but that just tells me you don't know the strike zone.
So
listen, you can tell when a curveball's coming. You can tell when a fastball's coming. You can tell when something's going to be 95, or you can tell when something's going to be 87. You should know right away.
Well, can you tell how much it's going to break?
Well,
can you tell where it's going to break? I mean, I think there is in some aspects. I mean, look, you look at the pitch like Javi Baez swung at, and it's frustrating because there's no way you should swing at a pitch that's 2 feet outside the strike zone. When I see Nick Maton's, they have all done it, and I think they're pressing more than anything else. I don't think they should be this bad, and yet they are this bad.
What if I told you, Otis, that Javi Baez has the lowest strikeout percentage of his career this year?
Well, he looks terrible no matter what it is.
Okay, but I'm just giving you the data that he has the lowest strikeout percentage of his career.
But, Doug, if you're a pitcher and I'm facing you tonight, my job is to really look into what you can throw, how you throw it, and how much you throw it. If I know that you're 75% sliders or 75% fastballs, I'm going to go to the plate knowing what you're going to throw.
Well, they should hire you. I mean, honestly, they should just bring you in. Because if it were that easy, my man, nobody would swing at pitches out of the strike zone.
No, but I think in a way it can be contagious. Bad hitting can be contagious. And I think they're in – look, 5 games, to have 19 hits in 5 games is absolutely positively pathetic.
It's awful.
Forget about how few runs they've scored. I mean, this is actual hits.
Mm-hmm.
And before this slump, they were winning games, but they weren't able to score as many runs as they should have because they just weren't doing it at the ideal times. You got runners in scoring position, and they would leave guys on base. It happened again yesterday. It's happened too often. And I think that they're all just in this giant funk right now where 2 weeks ago, I don't think you would have said that. But the last 2 weeks have shown us what the hell.
And to be fair, like I don't know what the hell's going through Javi Baez's head. I don't know how he can swing consistently at pitches outside the strike zone. You know, his strikeout rate is the best of his career, but it still is not great. Although the major league average is around 21, and he's at 20.9. So, and it's been at one point it was down to I think 18%. So it's climbing back up again. And they're frustrating as hell to watch. I just think it's a lot harder than my man made it sound.
I agree with you. It's harder than he makes it sound. But, I mean, it's just principle, right? You go up and you have to think in your head, swing at strikes, don't swing at pitches out of the zone. And it's a great principle to have. But, like you said, easier said than done. I think if we looked at the numbers a couple weeks ago, we were intrigued by – the walk numbers seem to be up. The strikeouts seem to be down. And, okay, we're going the right direction. And it's In some respects, it looked like it was a bigger step, but it's correcting itself now in a bad way. They need to get healthy at the plate. They need to have a laugher of a game, or a couple of games where they feel get some confidence, where you score 14 runs in 2 games, something like that. And I don't know if it's happening anytime soon. It's just tough with this lineup that they put out there every day. It's not a major league lineup.
Well, you just said it, Gator. I mean, listen, of course the players and the coaches are going to try to get better and fix what's going on, right? But as fans, as just someone watching, to me it's as simple as they don't have a good lineup. Nope. These aren't good players for the most part. They're not going to hit well because they're not good. And I think it's as simple as that.
They are not a philosophy change away from being good.
Yeah.
They are what they are. And that's, I think, the point. And my counter to the previous caller is there's a reason why they aren't scoring runs. We did it yesterday with the bottom 5 of their lineup. Nick Maton's batting cleanup, hitting 162. Jake Rogers is hitting 149. Jake Marisnik is hitting 167. Ibanez came in yesterday hitting 177. Cabrera's hitting 202. These are guys that got at bats last night. And when you look at it, I was at a banquet and I looked down at my phone and the Tigers were getting no hit through 2 innings. And I'm like, of course they are. And then they were down in order, 1-2-3, 1-2-3, 1-2-3, going to the 4th. It's frustrating as hell, but the fix isn't. They're doing their best as far as philosophy is concerned, and it's having some results. But ultimately what this comes down to is they need better players, and we wait with bated breath. Kerry Carpenter, who hit a home run last night, 109 miles an hour or whatever it was off his bat to dead center, 421 feet. Thank you. Need to see more of that, and maybe that's enough. Maybe they're like, that's fine. Because he went like 4 for his first 33 or whatever.
Yeah, the other thing waiting on for him is he's just started throwing the ball so that he can play outfield.
Yep.
He'd been DHing this whole time. So once they feel confident that he's got his arm back to throw, then I imagine he comes in. But again, should be the end of the week. I thought it was the end of the week last week. It didn't happen. Good to see that he launched one last night. Maybe it happens when they, I don't know if he comes to this team by this weekend or not. They're home against, is it Arizona who's in town?
It is Atlanta or Arizona? But they go. That's who they have back to back.
Yeah, I think it's Arizona.
Arizona first.
I believe. But does he come up for that? And do you expect instant offense? I mean, he literally that's the first big hit he's had since he's been at Toledo.
Let's be clear. The old "it can't be worse" adage is true here. And, Cole Keith, I know it's AA, but did he go 3 for 5 last night?
He had at least 2 hits last night.
2 for 4 with a double against Bowie. Justin Henry Malloy went 0 for 5, played another game in left field. 248-539-9797. Ed is next. What's up, Ed?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Ed.
Baseball is different than any other game. The loss of one person can affect your whole lineup. Riley Green is the leader of that team, and he was just starting to put his best foot forward. Approaching 300 with a batting average. He's starting to show a little bit of power, but it's the steadiness of him at the plate, in the field, and everybody else seeing that makes them hold themselves accountable. They don't have that to see anymore. And that's the thing about baseball. One guy can inspire a whole bunch of guys.
Yeah,
but
why I want to believe that, Ed.
That's why AJ talks about team batting average.
Yeah, but a guy who's in his second year, if you need a second-year player to inspire, veterans in this game, I think it's a problem.
They're a bad baseball team.
That's all you have to say.
Yep.
It's not about inspiring. That's it. They are a bad baseball team.
Now, losing Riley Green, losing Matt Vierling hurts.
It hurts a lot.
Especially losing Green. I mean, think about what the Tigers have lost to injury here in the last week. Riley Green was the best hitter in the American League in the month of May. Nobody was better for about 7-8 starts than Eduardo Rodriguez.
Yep.
These are 2 guys who
massive losses.
Who aren't great players. One maybe will be. The other one is on a really hot stretch. But that's what they lost. That's significant, and it's taken a toll on a team that doesn't have much margin for error.
Well, the 3 left-handed bats that they're without right now, they're significant with Green, Carpenter, and Meadows. And it's a shame that Meadows has not even come close to being what he was in Tampa. But that's, when they made that trade beginning of last year, it looked like it was an awesome trade. And it's turned out to be awful. Just awful because of who they gave up and what he's doing, and also, obviously, what's happening with Austin Meadows. Okay, but write that one off. Now what do you got? Kerry Carpenter and Riley Green are the best hitters they have on the team, and they're both out.
Rise on Twitch put it perfectly. I can't blame the guy for thinking he can do better. That's how they look right now. Like people.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's true.
Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:35, 97.1. Air quality's not great out there, so be careful. Apparently, it's the second worst in the world today. Here in Metro Detroit, due to the Canadian fires. Man, do we need some rain? We need some cooling off. It has cooled off a little bit. So
it's cooled off significantly.
Yep.
But it's supposed to be really nice the rest of the week, and then perhaps some rain on Saturday night into Sunday, which we desperately need.
Something has been signed up in Lansing that will make it illegal to have a mobile device in hand while driving. Distracted driving. Trying to get the details here because it's just breaking. The new distracted driving ban bars phone use without using hands-free technology will take effect June 30th. So that's relatively quick. Gator, I think this is fantastic. I drive to work every day. I observe those around me. Double-digit people with their phone in hand every morning. And, we have taken drunk driving very seriously, and understandably so. You're driving a 2-ton weapon, and it needs to be treated as such. And now why I've always wondered why distracted driving isn't treated the same way. But now it will be, and I'm glad for it.
Yeah, I like to see this as well. But I also want to, I'd like to know how many cars out there are equipped with Bluetooth and hands-free systems. I feel like every new car has that capability, but I could be wrong on that, or most new cars would have that ability. But that's certainly a step in the right direction, because it's awful, and you see it everywhere. And you shake your head with it. You can tell when somebody's driving and it's daylight, and they're just going in and out of lanes to keep correcting themselves to get themselves straight. It's not because they're drunk. You go past them and you give them a look, and you can see that they're buried in their head is looking down at their phone.
Right. It's the old, you're driving like a drunk driver. Oh, you're not drunk. You're on your phone. Why don't we treat them like drunk drivers? And this will be taken very seriously.
Yeah, I guess too many people have lost their lives due to distracted driving, and finally enough's enough, and the impetus for this bill is because of that.
Yeah, I can't, as a parent, and emphasizing this point to the kids, but also just being scared for the other guy. I just tell them to look out for the other guy, try and anticipate or see a problem before it develops. But that's new. All right, you ready for Are You Going to Eat That?
Am I?
All right, here we go. All right, Gator. Today we've got some very unique findings, and we start with a rest stop in California is the first ever Cheez-It stop.
Oh, rest stop food. Nice.
Yep, for a limited time only. This is a one-of-a-kind Cheez-It fill station. The Cheez-It pump allows you to pump a stream of Cheez-It bags right into your car window. Inside the Cheez-It stop, road trippers will find aisle stocked with nostalgic Cheez-It collectibles, cheesy merch, and a variety of Cheez-It flavors. Gator, if you were in California, would you see yourself going out of your way to go to the Cheez-It rest stop?
Out of my way, no. Would I see myself if I happen to be on that route and I had a hankering? Yeah, I would do that. I like Cheez-Its. Cheez-Its are delicious.
Okay. Kang, you a fan of the Cheez-It?
Yeah, definitely a fan of the Cheez-It. My kids are too. I would go out of my way for that.
Wow.
That seems cool. It's once in a lifetime, Gator. Come on.
All right. You?
No, I don't like Cheez-Its.
He doesn't like,
he doesn't like stuff that tastes good.
Yeah.
Burger King is testing a new smoky maple chicken biscuit, Gator. It's available in Kansas City and the Orlando Daytona Beach area started yesterday. The new breakfast offering features breaded white meat chicken with a smoky maple glaze on a warm buttermilk biscuit. Gator?
All day.
Yeah.
All day. Yeah. A chicken biscuit for breakfast they're delicious. It's just like having you want to have a sausage biscuit. It's just a different kind of protein, and You dress it up with that maple glaze? Hell yes.
I'm going to say this, and I think people might think I'm overreacting. But this is the best thing Burger King has come out with since the Impossible Whopper.
Oh, my God.
Until they come up with the Impossible breakfast sandwich for you, Doug.
Just saying.
Yeah. Kang, would you have this?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think chicken for breakfast is underrated. Like,
Now-
you know, they had the whole chicken and waffles,
Yeah.
you know, and that's still going on, of course. But I think chicken, like, and biscuits. I know this is a chicken biscuit, but that gravy, I think the whole nine, that should be all put together.
I'm guessing Doug may not want the biscuit part.
I'd try it with the biscuit. On a healthy day, I might decide no biscuit, but sounds great.
All
right, next up, Lucky Charms is releasing a new s'mores flavor.
Yep.
Customers, chocolate cereal pieces, graham cracker pieces,
Yeah.
mini white marshmallows,
Oh, yeah.
and traditional Lucky Charms marshmallows.
Yeah. I mean, I like Lucky Charms. They are magically delicious. The thing about Lucky Charms, basically, it's like Cheerios with some marshmallow stuff in it, right?
Yeah.
It's delicious.
Yeah.
And you're going to give me a s'mores flavor? Add some chocolate to the mix and some graham cracker? Yes, please.
You know me, I don't like sugar cereals, so I'm out. But Kang?
Yeah, of course, man.
All right.
Come on. I love that pure, terrible, granulated sugar.
The synthetic food I'm eating. All right, next up, Buffalo Wild Wings is coming up with a couple new sauces for a limited time on the menu. General Tso's and Sweet Chili Lime. Gator, are you going to eat those?
Yes.
Uh,
Yeah, I'll try most any sauce as long as it's not too hot. You know, I don't need to. If the Buffalo Wild Wings blazing sauce it's too hot.
It's too much for
It's
even
too
me,
much.
Yeah.
But I love the mango habanero and so it's sweet chili lime sounds delicious and General Tso's. Yeah,
It's great. General Tso's chicken is probably my favorite of any kind of thing I can get when I'm ordering Chinese. But yeah, put it on a wing, I'm in. Kang?
Oh, I'm a big dip guy. Love any kind of dips. I need something to dip it in. Give me all the dips.
All right, here we go. New from Nature Valley. They're coming out with new savory granola bars. Coming out with an everything bagel granola bar, a white cheddar granola bar, and a smoky barbecue savory nut granola bar.
Say that last one again.
A barbecue savory nut crunch granola bar.
Yeah, I try these.
Okay.
I like granola bars and I like trying different flavors and white cheddar. Sure, that sounds great. What was the first? Everything bagel seasoning. Who doesn't like that?
Nature Valley has come up with a new proprietary binding process that allows the brand to mash ingredients together without the use of syrups or sugars. So this isn't quite as sweet, but an everything bagel, white cheddar, and a smoky barbecue savory nut crunch bar.
You don't need them to be sweet. Sweet takes away the whole purpose of having a granola bar, doesn't it?
Well, granola bars are flavored with quite a bit of sweet stuff. Most of them.
Well, I mean, but people think that they're eating healthy because they're having a granola bar, and then you realize how much sugar is in there. So you're going to take away the added sugar. I'm all about that.
Gang, you in on this?
Yeah. Did the last one you say it was barbecue sauce in there?
Yeah.
That's a little different. I'd try it. I don't know if I'd like it, but I'd try it.
Okay.
Doug, what about you? You love barbecue sauce and you love granola.
I would probably give these a shot, yeah. Probably give these a shot. All right, Gator, finally, to prove a point, Ingrid Newkirk, who's the president of PETA, has requested that after she passes, to prove a point, she wants her body to be carved up into some flesh steaks, barbecued and served with onions. She wants her body made into a human barbecue. Gator? Ingrid with fried onions.
I don't know what to say about it. I don't. What the hell am I supposed to say this? What?
Are you going to eat that?
Are you going to go cannibal? I mean, hell no. What's your point, Ingrid?
She thinks humans should be treated the same way as animals.
I'm all for the ethical treatment of animals. Doesn't mean I don't like to eat them. But
The quote is carved out and seared some flesh to fry up with onions for a human barbecue. Gator, Ingrid, are you going to eat that?
No.
What about if we included the Buffalo Wild Wings General Tso sauce on the side?
Well, no. Absolutely not.
Kang, what about you, Ingrid?
Doug, is Ingrid white meat? I want to ask you.
It's a great question.
Dude, I have no idea.
Well, what kind of point is this?
She went so far as to say she wants her skin turned into a purse.
This one's disgusting.
It really is.
You know, it's taking a point too far, isn't it?
What is the point? Like, how is this? Is it the onions? Because Jimmy told me it's the onions.
Yeah,
you know his policy.
I could see that with Jim.
It's like, it's the onions, man. I can't.
All right.
Stink up the car.
I was just curious. There you go. Another edition. So let me go over this. Yes to the Burger King Smoky Maple Glazed Biscuit. Yes to the Lucky Charms S'mores flavor. Yes to the 2 new Buffalo Wild Wings flavors. Yes to the Nature Valley Everything Bagel, White Cheddar, and Smoky Barbecue granola bars, but no to Ingrid.
Look, I know somebody named Ingrid, and she's quite nice, but yeah, I'm not going to. What's this one's last name?
Newkirk.
I'm not going to dine on the roasted flesh of Ingrid Newkirk. Sounds disgusting.
97.1 the ticket.
I don't feel comfortable.
I asked Kang if we should do it.
You know,
it was Jansen's idea, and I asked Kang, should we do it?
I don't like this at all. In fact, I'm getting warm again. You know, it was nice for a while. Now it's getting warm.
It's the air quality.
Probably is. Definitely not going for a walk today. Look, summer's here. We know this, right? Everything's going on around us. You don't want to get caught with a flooded basement or a scorching hot house this year, or a scorching hot Ingrid. What is going on? Just disgusting. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. They dropped the special offers just in time to beat the heat. Birmingham Plumbing is now including a free ultraviolet light air purifier or a high-efficiency air filter when you have both your furnace and air conditioning systems replaced. Now, in addition, they include up to a full 5-year parts and labor warranty with annual maintenance. Annual maintenance is key. Don't be worried about the cost up front because Birmingham has got you covered there, too. They offer financing options for your new furnace or AC system for as low as $70 a month. So, whether it's your air conditioning, a furnace, a pool heater, a boiler, a water filtration system, could be a flood in your basement, a clogged drain, cold pool, whatever the problem is, call the experts and the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today at 248-282-3971, or you can find them online and schedule an appointment there at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
We were talking last hour about the comments that Dan Campbell made about Jared Goff, saying he thought Jared Goff was better now than when he was with the Rams. Of course, he took a Rams team, led him as a quarterback to a Super Bowl. Another year, came off the bench and engineered a playoff win. And it's interesting because when he comes up as a topic, we discussed, it sounds like that they are every evidence, every piece of feedback we get back from the Lions tells us he's going to get extended. A couple of years ago, he signed an extension with the Rams. It was 4 years, $110 million. This year, the cost of doing business goes up. The number, people will see a number that is higher than the previous number and get worked up. If you are skeptical, my question is Jared Goff worth what he's getting paid now? Is he worth $31 million a year now?
Yeah.
Okay. Jared Goff, his contract takes up 13.63% of the salary cap. So is it a safe, is it a safe assumption that most people would think he's worth 13.6% of the salary cap?
I don't know. You got to put it in perspective and show what the top 10 quarterbacks around the league, what they're getting and what their
like Lamar Jackson right now is 23.13%. Jalen Hurts 22.69. Aaron Rodgers 22.36. Russell Wilson 21.58. Kyler Murray 20.51. I only can find the top 5, but that's.
Patrick Mahomes, I think, is like 17% or something like that.
I can look it up, but anyway. So,
but the point is, he's worth the $31 million right now.
He's worth. I think we need to start looking at that because what's really important is honestly what percentage of the cap. Because you have to be able to build a team around a person, and the cap continues to go up.
So what happens when his salary jumps to $45 million?
Well,
I would like let's to just say that that's probably where you're going to have to sign him, right?
Yeah, I would like to see if over the course of his time, that the length of the contract, what does it average out in terms of percentage of the cap?
That's the other thing is you have to understand that the cap is going to go up every year.
That's why I think the percentage of the cap is more important. All right, I've got all the quarterbacks now. I mentioned Lamar, Jalen, Aaron Rodgers, Kyler Murray. Murray at 20.51 is the 5th most of a cap. Deshaun Watson, 20.46. Patrick Mahomes is 20.02. Josh Allen, 19.13. Jared Goff right now is 14th in the league. And here on the same website that it says he takes up 13.63, he's at 14.9. 14th in the league. Is Jared Goff better than the 14th best quarterback in the league?
Yes.
Yeah, I would say so. So that tells me they've kind of got him cheap now. Now, is he going to sign a contract for more than Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson at the top of the food chain in terms of percentage of the cap? He might come up shy of that. But if he comes up in the top 10, I don't know if we should get mad. Here's some of the feedback we've gotten. Sam in Grand Rapids says, being one of the few teams that can give DeAndre Hopkins what he's asking for is the reason why it's so important the Lions get the timing of the Goff deal right. Doing it now will be cheaper in money and overall term of the deal. So, but it sounds like you're saying don't do it now and go get D-Hop. That's the implication I'm taking from this.
Well, if you don't sign him right now, that means you keep the low number. If you sign DeAndre Hopkins, I'm only looking to sign Hopkins for a year, maybe 2, right?
Isn't that the rumor that's actually all he's looking for?
Yeah, the rumor is, or the report is that he is looking for a contract that is similar to what Odell Beckham Jr. got, which was a 15-year deal, 1-year, 15-year deal with incentives that could reach another $3 million. Sounds good. You've got the cap space. Make it happen, and I'll feel so much better about the start of the season with the receivers being Amon St. Brown, DeAndre Hopkins, with Khalif Raymond, Josh Reynolds, and Marvin Jones. Than I would without, because you're talking about a Pro Bowl caliber player, and it's just for a year. For the people that are worried about the effect he might have on the locker room, which I think is bunk, it's for one season,
right?
So if it doesn't work out, you wipe your hands clean of it. But we're all expecting this to be a pretty big season.
You signed DeAndre Hopkins, and it helps you avoid that disastrous start you had last year. The Lions missed the playoffs by a hair, right?
Yep.
Largely because of that terrible start.
It was terrible.
They got to get off to a better start, and without Jameson Williams there on the outside, what you expected before the whole suspension thing, this will help out a lot. And they can, I don't even want to keep their head above water, but, win some games, which they didn't last year. 1-6 to start the year? They do that. This is going to go a long way in winning the division.
More here. Goff is a slightly better than average quarterback. Do not extend him soon. Franchise tag first until he proves me totally wrong. It's from an unnamed texter. Is calling Goff a slightly better than average quarterback? Because they're clearly getting better than slightly better than average results. But if the combination of Goff, the offensive line, and Ben Johnson is going to produce this, pay the man. Pay the man, but keep in mind percentage of the cap. And if the cap is going to go up and his cap number goes up each year, that's fine.
Right, but
keep the percentage of the cap in order to do business and be able to put the team around him necessary to win.
But you don't have to do it now.
You don't have to do it now.
And you don't have to do it at the end of the season.
No, but if you don't do it at the end of the season and going into a contract year, that becomes a big story, and that makes re-signing him tougher because he's that close to free agency unless you're planning on franchising.
Well, you could do that, or you could feel good about the situation you're in with Hendon Hooker. I don't do it until I have to. It's not about, and I don't want to say the phrase, putting a gun to your head when you have to make that decision, but I've got 2 years with him left on a contract. I don't have to worry about it until, midway through year 2.
I think
if he's earned it.
I think if you're planning on extending him, you got to do it at the end of this year. I think if he's quote unquote earned it this year, and you don't send him into a contract year.
Why?
In my opinion, because then you're already setting him up to hit free agency. He will be that close to get to the open market, and you could lose him. And typically, these things get done with a year to go on the contract.
Well, I mean, you can say a statement like that, and then you could lose him. Why would you lose him? Because you haven't shown him respect by giving him the contract?
Well,
what if you've had talks with him during the season and say, look, we really like you, but honestly, we're going to wait until the end of the season?
I think you're looking at having a perhaps upset Jared Goff.
Maybe not. Well, obviously, you could gauge that going into it.
But. Yeah, you could do I don't know how Goff is going to feel about that, waiting or not waiting, but you could do the Kirk Cousins plan, essentially, where you just keep
franchising.
You kick the can down the road and just keep franchising them.
Well, but at that point, that's going to take up the franchise tag will be more than what you would maybe give him for an extension.
Here's another one. Goff was the number 1 overall pick. He made it to a Super Bowl. He's won multiple playoff games. He's good. People need to get over their, quote, eye tests and give him the credit he deserves. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Tigers back in action tonight. Reese Olson getting the start. Tigers lost last night, 1-0. Reese Olson, see if he can follow up a good Major League debut on Friday against the White Sox with another good outing tonight against Philadelphia. PGA and LIV. Gator, I'm not sure how this is going to go. I'm not completely convinced it's going to go down the way the PGA plans for it to go down. Tour players gave a standing ovation and applauded when it was suggested that he stepped down yesterday. I don't know, man. You think this is going to go through?
I do. Given what Rory McIlroy's comments have been, I think it will go through. Mm-hmm. If they truly believe it's for the betterment of the sport, that's what they're going to say outwardly.
Yeah.
If they feel that way because they're getting better compensated and they're not talking about that part, then I can see why they can get on board with it. The reality is, I'm guessing the reality is that the lawsuits involved were going to be far too costly for the PGA Tour to battle. Not that they would necessarily lose the lawsuit, but the lawsuit was going to take years and years to go through the system. And that was going to cost who knows how many millions of dollars.
Right.
And could the PGA afford to take on a loss like that when it was something that they just simply come to an agreement and have somebody else fund the tour, and then you wipe away all the litigation? It's a mess. I'm curious as to how long it's going to take before everybody forgets about, the source of the money and they just concentrate on the golf again. It may take a while. But I think, the idea of having the tour with Brooks Koepka and Bryson DeChambeau back and Dustin Johnson playing against the likes of Rory McIlroy, Scottie Scheffler, Xander Schauffele, and that's what you want to see, right? Those are the best golfers in the world.
Yeah,
and you want to see the best playing against the best. And yet it's all so hypocritical with what Monahan has said. We talked about yesterday. Hard to walk back those comments regarding 9/11, and his reasoning or excuse, whatever he said yesterday, was, hey, that was just things I said at the time were based on the information that I had at the time. Okay, hotshot. Well, what's the information you have now?
Basically, he met with the people, and that's the only thing I can think of. After meeting with the people that run LIV, because remember, they met in London, they played golf together and all that.
They had lunch.
Yeah, I changed my mind.
Had some tea sandwiches, yeah. Right, yeah. Well, he's going to have to do a lot of explaining publicly, and he's going to be asked about that ad nauseum, as he should be. I don't know how much more available he's going to make himself to the media and to outlets. But I mean, this was the framework of an agreement. They still haven't, like you said, they haven't gotten this completely signed, sealed, and delivered, but they have the framework in place of an agreement that still don't really understand all of it. Does this effectively disband LIV and their tour or not? Are there other events? What is this for-profit company that's being brought? I don't understand that. Yet the PGA Tour still keeps its tax-exempt status.
Are all these host cities going to be on board that host PGA Tour events?
I don't know. How the big sponsors feel. Are they all on board with this? You got to talk to the people like American Express and the huge sponsors that they have, the car companies and all that. I don't know.
Well, we'll keep our eye on it. All right, so Gator, I'm going to ask you a question. Kang, I'm going to ask you the same question. Say the Lions win the division and the Lions host a playoff game. What do you think the buy-in price to Ford Field will be? The Lions win the division and host a playoff game.
Not resale, just the actual, directly from the Lions in the NFL.
No.
Resale.
The resale.
Oh, the resale.
Yeah, because it'll sell out. And then
to host a playoff game.
Let's say the game is coming up on Saturday and it's Wednesday. What do you think it'll cost us to get in? The average person.
Cheapest seat?
Cheapest seat. What would you put it at?
$400.
$400. Do you think it'd be more or less than $400?
More.
More. Okay. How much more?
$1.
401? Oh man.
No, I think it'll be more, but I don't think it'll be much more. Maybe $100 more, maybe $500 to get in.
Okay.
Because tickets as it is right now, cheap seats are still $50, $40.
Yeah. So let's say the Lions make it to the NFC title game and are hosting. What do you think that buying price will be?
If they host the NFC Championship?
Yep.
1,000.
Okay.
Yeah, we're looking at least 1,000. I will go with like 1,200.
Okay. The reason I ask you is because right now the buy-in price for a seat for Taylor Swift on Friday night for a not obstructed view, not a standing room only, a seat is $1,282 on StubHub.
Yeah, well.
I just want to put the power of Taylor Swift up against a Lions playoff game in NFC title.
What was the actual ticket price? I don't think that's far off of the actual. Didn't they charge a ridiculous amount of money for the tickets to begin with?
I didn't try and buy the tickets, so I don't know.
You mean you didn't get them?
Right.
No, I want to say it was like 400 or so to get in, Gator, but I could be wrong on that.
That's crazy. And this is at Ford Field.
So
you're going to have, 50,000
more
tickets or whatever. I don't know what they do for concerts there, but imagine get the stage is probably halfway through this. You're cutting off a lot of the seats, but man.
No, it's supposed to be like.
Oh, is it in the round?
Yeah, yeah.
So they're going to get like 60,000 or more plus floor seats. Wow.
There are seats behind the stage that I don't think are for sale. But so the reason we brought this up, I brought up with TJ on Monday because TJ has a daughter, and I think TJ will have a possibility of this in his future. Kang, do you think it's possible you will have this in your future with two daughters?
Yes, I think it's very possible. I think she's already, the 4-year-old is already a Taylor Swift fan. Now, she's not asking to go to the concert. She knows nothing about that, and I wouldn't take her anyways because that's ridiculous. But as she gets older, I'm sure there's going to be a concert. Maybe it will be Taylor Swift or whoever, is the up-and-coming artist at the time where she's going to want to go. And I'm going to have to say, ask your mother.
So you're not going?
I think the ticket – actually, I respect Taylor Swift. I think she's very talented. Depending on the artist, I might go. But if it's like someone where I don't care at all, it'd be a wasted ticket on me. I'd be at the local, closest, restaurant/bar. I'll come pick you up after.
You're not going to go just to oversee what's going on.
What age are we talking? Like 15?
Yeah.
Depends on who she's going with, I guess. I feel like that means I got to spend $1,200 more on myself. No, I don't think I could justify it.
Well, unless you get tickets. I just got a text from Hoffman.
Yeah.
Tickets he got were $225. Wow. Yep.
Yeah, first of all, we're not spending $1,200 for her either, by the way. But God, that's a lot of money, man. And apparently she puts on a tremendous show, like 3 hours of straight hits, and everyone loves it.
Great.
The place goes nuts, and then
I'd have to be a really big fan. I'm trying to think. The most money I've ever spent on a concert ticket, I think, was $200. And that was to see.
That's fine, yeah.
That was a lot of money.
I can see that.
That was a while back. It's like 10 years ago. Went to see Roger Waters perform The Wall. Either that or Dark Side of the Moon. I forgot about. He came twice to do those shows. My brother did one show and I did the other one. But that was a lot of money to pay for a ticket.
Would you have
gone? They were great
So here's
seats.
what's interesting. At this point, my daughter is 17 years old, about to turn 18. I don't think I need to be there to monitor the situation, to serve as the bodyguard in any way. She went to Taylor Swift a couple years ago, and my wife took her. So
how expensive was it then? Do you remember?
I think they got in at face value, but I will tell you that if asked, I would have gone. Me going wasn't even broached as a subject. Like my daughter, I don't know if it ever came up. Well, should Dad go? My wife just went. I wouldn't describe my wife as a Swiftie, but she went and probably enjoyed it more than I would have. And look, to each their own. Whatever your music is, it's no big deal to me. But yeah, I wasn't asked.
Your daughter told me that if you were to go with her, she'd rather just not go.
That might be true.
I'm kidding.
I could ask her.
How bad do you want to go? Because I'll go with you.
I'm going to ask her right now. How would you have felt if I went with? Just get her 2 cents. This will be rich, I'm sure.
How expensive were those Celine Dion tickets?
I don't remember how much, because I don't think we got them secondary market. But
didn't matter the cost for Doug. Gator.
Yeah, for what?
Price will not be an issue.
Yeah. He was going to see her no matter what.
Yeah,
no matter what.
Couldn't let that opportunity pass. Thank you, Ted Schumer of Grand Blanc and Larry Evans of Celine. It's all your fault. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, a lot of good stuff going on right now, including the NBA Finals, the Stanley Cup, and, of course, Reese Olson start tonight. So if you're taking it in, there's no better way than watching your favorite sporting event with your favorite Stoli cocktail. There's nothing like quenching your thirst with a Stoli blueberry lemonade or a cucumber mule. And the newest flavor, Stoli Chamoy. As the weather breaks, you can sit outside on the patio and enjoy Stoli Premium Vodka, proudly made in Latvia and ready to be served at your next party or special occasion. It's the summer of Stoli. Please enjoy responsibly.
What if somebody from the station, let's say it was just me, all right?
Okay.
Say I got 2 tickets in my hand for Taylor Swift.
Yep.
And I said, hey, man, I got 2 tickets. You want to go?
Just you and me?
Yeah.
Can you and I go to a Taylor Swift concert together? No.
Why not?
I don't know. I would feel weird.
Why?
Actually, I think of a concert almost exclusively as a date thing.
Is this such a big
Look,
event?
You don't have to put out.
Yeah, Doug. We'll see where the night goes, right?
I mean, we'll play it by ear.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Exactly. Nothing's expected.
No expectations. We're
Okay.
just going to go check out.
I
Taylor
seriously,
Swift.
I don't think I think the only time I've ever gone, no, that's not true. We went to the concerts in Vegas. It was a work trip, and we had clients, and that was fun.
That was fun.
That was
It
fun.
was fun. Despite
Well, except
the
for Counting Crows.
Counting Crows suck, but
Yeah.
besides that.
Jeez, you guys.
I mean, was that not the most boring show you've ever? And I've seen them twice now. Both times they seem completely disinterested in their own stuff. But
I was there for Candlebox. Is that the group name?
The Candlebox wasn't there.
Oh, damn.
no, it was
Google Dolls.
Google. No, somebody else.
Collective Soul.
That's who it was. Yeah.
Counting Crows and
One more. I
total 90s band. But anyway, yeah, I do think of going to concerts as a date thing.
So you wouldn't go
Are you
with
asking
me
me out on a date?
No, I'm asking if you want to go to the Taylor Swift concert. If hypothetically,
and
if
stand
I had
next to him the whole time.
yeah, if I had a couple tickets, like if you hear this show's great, you know what? You're not worth asking, Kang. If I had
just
2
talked
tickets,
myself out of a date.
it wasn't a date. It was going to see Taylor Swift. Going to be part of history. Kang, if I had 2 tickets to see Taylor Swift, and I said, "Hey, you want to go?"
Gator, I accept your rose.
See?
Absolutely. I mean, do you want me to come over? Do you want to pick me up? Hey, first drink's on me.
Okay.
Well,
that's cool.
I appreciate this.
Why don't we?
This offer.
Maybe we'll just Uber down. We'll meet somewhere and Uber down.
Absolutely.
I
think this is
we'll have a good time.
Hey, no expectations.
No, but I mean, this is one of those things. Like,
I would go.
don't
I
have a
swear
whole lot
to you,
of
if
interest
you
in Taylor
told
Swift,
me,
but I'm hearing this thing that it's $1,000 to get in.
Yes.
She puts on an amazing show. Everyone raves about the show. Okay, dazzle me, right? You know, and I could be there with this look on my face, like I could not care less to be there. But I've got these tickets, and I'm not going to sell them, so might as well. Let's go ahead. What do you got?
my wife might be like, "You're going with Gator?" Well, he offered.
What do you want me to do? Well, how much do you have to pay? Nothing.
If someone I'd go for sure. Definitely with you.
Free
Gator.
ticket. Doug doesn't want to go.
You don't want to go, Doug.
No. If you're handing me 2 tickets to take my wife,
No,
I would
I'm
take-
handing you 1 ticket
to go with you.
It's 1 ticket.
Enjoy.
You're the experience guy too, aren't you? Like
I'm
go
the
experience
guy.
things and.
That sounds like more of a headache than.
I'm trying to think of another one. If I had 2 tickets, I mean, one's gonna be too obvious. I can't do your favorite band, but if I had
Run DMC,
2 tickets to see Run DMC.
Yeah.
So you want to go see Run tonight?
I might. That's different.
I got 2 tickets to see Whiskey Myers.
I only like the one song, but I like it a lot.
Play it again.
I saw this come up on our Twitch feed. There might be one that I would go with you. Can't anymore, but Prince.
Yeah, well,
Prince would have been. Yeah, I'd go with you. I'd accept your rose.
Because this happened to me like 10 years ago. No desire to see Bruce Springsteen, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Stoney's like, I got an extra ticket. You want to go? I'm like, you know what? Why not? I hear it's a great show. I'm going to go with Uber fan Stoney.
Mm-hmm.
He was awesome enough to ask me. I had a good time.
Yep.
You know?
And?
I'm glad I went.
Okay.
And I didn't have to put out.
How was Stoney?
He was mad
What
about
do you
not
mean,
putting
how
out.
was
but-
Stoney?
How was he?
What do you mean, how was he? Nothing happened, Doug.
Like at the concert, how was Stoney?
He was exactly what you would expect him to be.
Yeah.
Singing and dancing with every song, and he was loving it. That was part of the appeal, is watching him love this show.
Yeah. All right, Gator. There is an interesting report. John Morosi just tweeted out at this hour. MLB officials are tracking environmental conditions in New York ahead of the Yankees-White Sox game. League officials are in communication with medical and weather experts. As of now, first pitch remains for just after 7 o'clock. New York, like Detroit, currently, because of the fires in Canada, have some of the worst air quality. Earlier today, the Free Press reported that only Delhi, India, has worse air quality than Detroit amongst major cities as of 10 a.m. this morning. An air quality index of 191 for Delhi. Detroit was at 164. New York City was at 161. We asked people earlier in the show if they could feel it. Last night I was playing basketball in the driveway with my son, and my lungs were burning, and I thought it was a reflection on my physical condition. Now I'd like to think it was due to the air quality.
And your age.
That may or may not be true, but this might impact a game tonight in Major League Baseball.
Wow, anything for you to admit that you're not old. No, look, this is legit. And
I tell you what, I'll go to Taylor Swift.
And would the players rather play through this or play a doubleheader? I think that's an interesting question to ask. Obviously, you don't have to worry about here in Detroit right now, even though we're the ones experiencing it. But the Tigers are not in Detroit; they're in Philly. But Philly close to New York.
Yep.
What's the air quality in Philly?
I don't know. I haven't seen any implication that the Tiger game tonight might get impacted. And the Tigers are home. You mentioned earlier for the Arizona series. Do they have a day off before they start that, or do they go right into the Arizona series tomorrow?
I think they have a day off.
I think they do too. But give me a second. Air quality is impacting the internet speed here at the station, apparently. They have a day off. So we won't be hosting till Friday, and I suspect by then the air quality will be better. But nothing about air quality in Philly just yet. In the meantime, feedback coming in on Taylor Swift tickets. And my daughter got a ticket when they first came out for $250. It's a decent seat. That's from an unnamed texter. B in his car says, hey, guys, my coworker was able to get 6 at face value. We looked this morning. Her row has tickets for $9,000. Who knows if a seller can get that, but told her to sell. I bought 6 tickets. I paid $4,200, kept 4 for the wife and the kids, sold the remaining 2 for $3,600 total. It's from Derek in Livonia. My father-daughter concert experience was special for the kids. It's not like you're going to see Barry Manilow. Sorry, Doug.
It's expensive though. I mean, this is
You're going to let that go without commenting on the implication that I want to see Barry Manilow?
What's wrong with Barry Manilow? He
Barry
writes the songs that makes the whole world sing.
Thoughts and prayers, right?
No, I think he's still going.
Is he?
Yeah.
My daughter paid $525 for Section 113, sold her 2 seats for $3,000. That's from Dave in a car.
Great. Now I got to check and see if Barry Manilow is still living.
Yeah. I asked my daughter how she would have felt if I went to Taylor Swift with her. She texted back, I probably would not have cared. I would have been too focused on her. So,
great news.
Yeah.
Barry Manilow is still with us.
Okay, good.
And is scheduled to appear at Little Caesars Arena.
Is he really?
Yeah. A little small place, small venue like Little Caesars Arena coming up on August 22nd.
Okay.
If you want, I'll shop for tickets right now.
For you and me?
I want 2.
All right.
Is what I want. Nothing but good seats for us. Nothing but the best for Doug.
All right, what do we got?
Are
they less than Taylor Swift tickets?
They are, but not by much.
Really?
Good seats on the lower bowl from $512, $326, different sections, $232, $189 as you start to go back. Yeah, they can be really expensive. Floor seats, I know you want to sit on the floor. In the center area of the floor, $586. Just to get in, you can get in for $40.
Well, I will go if Lola turns you down. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Third car, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Have we figured out, is Messi coming to the MLS? There's all kinds of reports that Messi's agreed to a term with
Miami.
Inter Miami FC, and one of the worst teams in the MLS. But that's not Odell Beckham. It's David Beckham's team. But he, this is a guy a year removed from winning the Golden Ball Award for Best Player of the World Cup.
Is that what you get?
Yep.
Stay golden, my friend.
So this isn't like Beckham at the end of his career. I mean, it's not peak Messi either. How old is he?
He's 35, I think.
But is he actually coming? Because it was Messi is signing. Miami's the front runner. This is one hell of a rumor, if not true.
I'm so sick of Florida getting all the good news in sports lately. What is this?
Yeah.
Like I was talking to Paul Serra screening calls for us, and he's from South Florida.
Yeah,
big
Mr.
Florida.
Florida,
yeah,
right?
right?
Yep.
I mean, the Panthers of course, they're losing, but they're in the Cup finals, the Heat and NBA finals.
Yep.
Then he brings up to me, oh, don't forget Miami and FAU in the March Madness tournament. And I'm like, oh, that's right.
Yep.
And Tampa Rays and artists rendering Jacksonville's new stadium.
Yeah, exactly.
And Messi going to Miami. What?
I think our frustration, we might have to hit Paul in the face with a shovel.
He's only allowed to claim one college team.
I think he would take Miami then.
I'm just saying you can't go all of the state and you can't go all of South. You have to pick one. You have allegiance to one and that's it.
Well, I always kind of get confused with him about what his Florida team is.
He's
he doesn't like the Gators. That's right.
Yeah, he's South
I had the
Florida.
baseball game on the other day. And he didn't like
Well, here's the thing, which me and Evan were actually talking, though. Well, Miami lost in March Madness. Panthers are down 0-2, right?
Yeah.
The Heat 1-1. What if they just – is it worth the ride if you're going to lose at the championship game in all of them? Or you only get so far?
It's worth the ride.
Is it?
It's worth the ride.
Am I asking the wrong crowd here?
Probably.
I mean, look, you have to look at them individually,
Our baseball
right?
team has 6 hits in a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's worth the ride.
Yeah, the worst basketball team we've seen in a long time, and they end up with the 5th overall pick. Okay, it's worth the ride.
248-539-9797. Craig's on a cell. Hi, Craig.
Hey, guys. I was just checking on some air qualities around the United States after I heard you guys talking about it. Just for the record, Philly's at 177, and Detroit is at 144 right now.
What's New York?
So,
do you have it in front of you by chance?
Well, I'd have to pull it up. Yeah,
I mean,
I'd have to,
because New York's the one that's contemplating not playing tonight because of air quality.
I heard you guys saying that Philly's pretty close, and I thought same thing. So I just thought I'd just check Philly. I did not check New York, but it's pretty high in Philly, so I would imagine. Yeah.
Guy called up and gave us a website earlier, something .gov that can.
I got it right now. I went to air quality. Well, we didn't go that one. I went to the one I went to earlier today with the air quality index, and right now it's 166 in New York.
Okay, so it's worse in Philly than it is in New York.
Worse in Philly.
Wow. Wonder if this game tonight is in jeopardy. Maybe that's just what the Tigers need. A day off. That's what's separating them from getting this going, right? It's just a day off.
Yeah, that's it.
Anyone?
That's it.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Matt. You're next here on 97.1. Hi, Matt.
Hey, this is Matt.
Hi, Matt.
From Baxter? Oh, from Ipsy Township.
What's up, Matt?
Well, hey, I heard you guys were talking about Taylor Swift.
Yes.
So I had called in earlier when I got tickets. I'm a huge Taylor Swift fan, and I have floor seats to the show on Saturday.
Okay.
And earlier I called in to Stoney and Jansen a long time ago, and it was pretty funny because Stoney was like, are there a lot of male Swifties out there?
Well, did you say floor or four?
Oh, floor. VIP floor seats for me and my wife.
Wow. And how did you get these?
Well, I was, there's a whole fiasco about Ticketmaster, but I was the lucky one that got into the pre-sale, and I was able to just get them through that.
I'm assuming, well, it sounds like you're a fan. I'm assuming your wife is a fan?
My wife is not as big a fan, and she was like, "Don't tell me how much they cost," kind of thing,
Okay.
And then eventually I said the same thing to Stoney and Jansen on the air, and then I said the amount on the air months ago. But anyway, yeah.
What is that
I'm
amount?
very excited about it.
What is that amount?
Since they were VIP, they were $860 each.
What does the VIP get you?
A light up thing lanyard.
Okay.
Early access to the merch thing without the regular fans.
Yeah.
And a bunch of like posters that are themed for Detroit in like Motown kind of font.
Okay.
Which already arrived at my house. But anyway, I'm super excited about it. And it's the Saturday show. And I heard online that Jared Goff is going to one of the shows.
I would imagine that he probably also has some
His
sort
fiance,
of
maybe?
VIP access.
What if Jared Goff asked you to go? You'd probably go with him.
I'd
wouldn't you?
go with Jared Goff.
Jerk.
Golf can afford it even without the extension, right?
Yeah, probably.
See here, so he was asking other, male Swifties, I guess they call them.
Yeah.
Did you guys see Brad Galley? I think it was on Instagram or Twitter. Put out there, anyone have 2 tickets? He was trying to get 2 tickets as well, so he's a fan.
Again, to each their
is he,
own.
or is his
I'm not
wife a fan?
I think he's actually a fan as well.
I'm not going to judge anybody. If you like that kind of music, if you like whatever's fine. I mean, Gator's favorite genre of music doesn't interest me at all.
You don't want to go see Metallica?
No. Nope.
Would you rather see Taylor Swift with him?
The Metallica?
Yeah.
Probably.
Now, only one of those concerts you're wearing cleats, though, right, Gator? It's the Metallica.
Only the Metallica show.
Obviously. Yeah, obviously.
Swift, you're just going with regular comfortable shoes.
Try. Yeah.
My buddy just texted me, actually. He said that he was at a conference in Nashville and said he was there with his wife and another couple, and Taylor Swift was in town. And on a whim, 5 minutes, I guess, before the concert started, they went and checked tickets, and they dropped dramatically.
Oh, I believe
There's
it.
still a lot, but if you want to wait and wait till the very end and try to get tickets, I guess
Game of
he said-
chicken?
Yeah, and he said that's the way to go. And he's not a Swift fan, but he actually enjoyed the concert a lot.
248-539-9797. Mitch is in Tecumseh, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Mitch.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Great show.
Thank you.
Hey, I got a message from a Taylor Swift fanatic from out of town yesterday saying, I have to go to this show. She went to one in L.A. and paid a couple $1,000s for these seats. So looking up the prices at Ford Field, cheapest I could find was about $1,560. So just trying to compare that to similar seats. These are upper bowl seats at Ford Field, which if you're looking for Lions season tickets, guys, $1,300 is the price right now. You can go to every single Lions game and get $200 in beer, which might only be like 20 beers. But comparatively, I think that this whole thing is just getting blown out of proportion. I'm not sure how people are saving thousands of dollars to go see this singer for one evening. It just blows my mind. Is she that good?
It's the market, man. I mean, there's so many people want tickets.
Of course she's that good. Is she that good? You don't think John Mayer laments the way things ended? Come on. She's that good. She turned that breakup into a career, for crying out loud. She's that good.
Did you turn all her breakups?
Something as awful as, like, who cares about John Mayer, right? She breaks up with John Mayer, who nobody cares about. And she turned that
She
into a
spun that
career.
into a $1 million industry.
Someone as insignificant as John Mayer.
Her grievance has become...
Frankly, she made John Mayer.
Her grievance is her business plan.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Hey, CGC Water reminds you, whether it's leaky faucets and fixtures, clogged drains, or old water heaters that need replacing, CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing has got you covered. Now's the time to replace your old sump pump. CGC can handle all your plumbing and water needs. Convenient scheduling and guaranteed work. Call 855-339-4242. Let CGC handle your plumbing needs. Call CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, 855-339-4242, or visit cgcwater.com, your local independent Connecticut dealer.
Okay, you were asking which show I wear the cleats to, Metallica or Taylor Swift. The reason it's Metallica is because if you go to Taylor Swift, you only have to, if you get into a confrontation, you just have to shake them off.
Shake them off.
Yeah.
Shake them off.
Very proud of you, Gator. That's well played.
He's hip.
He's.
I'm definitely.
Which one of the Taylor Swift albums is your favorite, Gator?
I think her second one was pretty great.
I like them all. It's hard to choose.
Yeah, it's a great catalog.
Yeah.
It's a great catalog, but you got to pick a favorite.
Feedback coming in. I work outside in Harbor Beach. The air has been thick, hazy, and there's constant smoke smell until today. It's much better. You're looking up numbers in Philly. Philly is worse than New York. The caller said that, but it's also, 19 times the recommended?
Yeah, something like that.
But it's supposed to be much better tomorrow. The question is this Tiger game in jeopardy because of air quality? There's reports out of New York that the Yankee game is being monitored by Major League Baseball.
Yeah, in the air quality in Philly, it's terrible right now. The AQI is at a 173 right now. And 19.8 times the World Health Organization annual air quality guideline value.
Right.
But for tomorrow, they expect it to drop down to 64. So I'm wondering if right now they're experiencing the worst of it, and then the next few hours it's going to start to blow out of town, and the air quality just increasingly gets better by the minute.
Our old buddy Ryan Field.
RF.
Yep. Has tweeted out a video in New York City. I'm going to retweet it. It's incredible what it knew. He says the whole city smells like a campfire. So you might want to check it out. And it will be.
People on the West Coast like, yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Like, sorry, we don't typically have this.
It's been retweeted from our account, and you can check it out at DougAndGator971. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
That is New York City.
That is really something. Yep. I mean, it looks like there's just this peach-colored filter over the camera lens, or like this was taken early in the morning or at dusk, but it's not. That's just how awful the quality of air is.
I mean, our quality of air is pretty bad, but it doesn't look anything
we didn't
like
have anything
that.
like this.
Anyway, check it out at DougAndGator971. Let's get back to your open line calls. Dave on a cell. Hi, Dave.
Hey, I was just going to comment about the either taking your daughter or friends to concert, because I've done both. I took my daughter to both the Taylor Swift concerts early on. I think Ed Sheeran opened for the first one and Vance Joy for the second. Those were good concerts, but she's kind of gotten a little older now.
How old was she when you took them?
She was probably 10, 12. I think, Doug, you and I are probably around the same age. My daughter's graduating and moving on.
Yep.
Now it's all Billie Eilish.
Yeah. So, Dave, when you were at this concert, did you see other dads, and were you guys like giving each other the nod, like, yeah, I know, right? Like, I hear you.
I'm a music fan. They were good concerts. She put on a good show. I mean, I see a lot of live music, and going back, I went to Cher 30 years ago, and I thought, why am I going here? And it was a good concert. But I got another concert story. So last summer, my wife and son were in Europe. My daughter woke up on Saturday morning. I said, pack your bags. We're getting on a flight. And she goes, where are we going? And I don't know. She didn't know. And I took her to Red Rocks. We saw 2 shows.
What'd you see?
Well, the first night was the Avett Brothers, which is one of my favorite bands. And the second night was Rainbow Kitten Surprise, which is one of her favorite bands. And they were both great shows and good concerts.
Well, I've done the wake up a kid and surprise him once.
Yeah.
I think we were working together. Remember when Michigan opened the season against Bama?
Yeah, I do remember that.
My son came to work with me that day. It was the day before, the Friday before. And we left, got in the car, drove straight to Metro. He fell asleep in the car. I woke him up on the top of the parking structure. It was the blue parking structure in the old terminal, whatever it was called, the Evans?
McNamara?
McNamara is the new one, right?
Oh,
the Evans terminal is the old one.
I don't know what that was.
Anyway, woke him up and said, come on, get out of the car. And he got out of the car, and he said, where are we? I said, you tell me. And he started following me, and I had a backpack with all our stuff in it. And he was like, we at the airport? And I said, yeah, guess where we're going? He said, we're not going to the game, are we? I said, yeah, we're going to the game. That was fun.
I went to the Tigers game when they played that. It was a Saturday game, right?
Did the Tigers get smoked?
No, Tigers are good then.
It was not a great opener. 248-539-9797.
Did you want to go to Billie Eilish?
I would not want to go to Billie Eilish. With you?
Whatever.
No.
I mean, I guess.
No.
Kang?
Yes, Gator, I accept this rose.
Run DMC or bust. Actually, going to Run DMC with me might be like going to Springsteen with Stoney.
Is it the same, though?
Well, I mean, I think it'd be the same and very different.
I mean, there's no Jay anymore.
No.
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Rest in power.
That one I am sure about. Let's go to Jim in Birmingham here next. Hi, Jim.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Sorry I'm not calling in with a sports thing for once.
Okay.
Let me just say, I'm disappointed with the Tigers. So
fair enough.
On to the next subject is this Taylor Swift. I think is just the definition of what's wrong in our life right now on so many levels. The whole FOMO and the parents who will take money out of the college fund to buy tickets for their kid who's 4 years old. And the kid will end up crying because it's too loud, or they'll fall asleep halfway through the show. But yet the parent will be able to brag to all the other friends, oh, I took my kid to see Taylor. It was great.
Are they going to want to take a 4-year-old?
Yeah, I think you've created a scenario that does sound terrible, but probably rarely happens.
Yeah, I mean, what's the age that girls start caring about Taylor Swift or anybody cares about Taylor Swift? 10?
Believe me, they're feeding off the mom who's a Swiftie fan. And they're doing it because they want to go, and they'll take their 4-year-old kid with them, and they will sit in a $1,500 seat too. If you go to these shows, you will see this. It happens. And then there's all the other people that are sitting in the nosebleed seats. They paid $400 or $500 for those seats too. And
what show did you have you seen Taylor Swift?
Yes, I did see Taylor Swift a couple of years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, if you saw examples of 4-year-olds taking up seats and that kind of money, that's probably a bit ridiculous. You don't know where they got the money from. You don't know if they took it out of the college fund.
yeah, right. You grilling each and every patron there.
To be fair, I'm guessing.
Hey, you! How much you pay for those? How'd you pay for them?
Yeah.
College fund, huh? All right. Let me get up my tick sheet. There it is. Another one in the college fund.
I just want to. There was a story that was emanating on social media, and now we have some clarity. And it was kind of hard to see this going on while we were on the air. But authorities, according to the Detroit Free Press, authorities were at East Point High School today searching for a weapon. There was media reports or social media reports that there could be a gunman in the area. However, they say there was no shooter and no shots fired and no injuries.
Well, that's great news.
So we saw this in the last hour and was hoping that this would be the outcome. There had been a report that there was somebody with a gun inside the school, but at this point it does not look like that's the case. So that is good news, and I hate seeing stuff like this. And, of course, when you're on the air and then you're refreshing like crazy because you don't want to. And that Oxford situation was the same thing where we were on the air and it was like, okay, we have to confirm this before we say anything. And obviously just such a huge and tragic story in our community, but no gunman found at East Point High School. So
that's great news.
That is great news. All right, so we await word on whether or not the Tiger game is going to get played tonight. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see if the air quality becomes an issue. If you have not seen the video, we just retweeted it from Ryan Field of what it looks like in New York City right now. Unbelievable. Unbelievable with the air quality. Rico Beard.
Yeah, I just heard Yankees Red Sox was just canceled.
Oh, was the Yankees right?
Well, I don't know if they're playing.
Yankees White Sox?
Okay, yeah.
Is it have they called the game off?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Have you seen Mike told me about it.
It looks like an apocalyptic movie.
Yeah.
Where it's just that, haze. You expect Mad Max to come driving down the street at any moment.
Right. I expect to see Mark Wahlberg engineering the F out of something to make a potato grow. Wasn't that the line? Did I get that right?
It was Matt Damon.
Yeah.
Matt Damon. Oh, I'm sorry.
You tried.
Shoot.
You tried.
I did try.
You tried.
I was in the ballpark.
Of Will Smith walking with his dog.
Right.
Because it's just those two.
All right, so what's up? What do you guys got coming up?
Well, Mike has a story he wants to tell me that he refused to give me anything. He told me to stay off the show sheet. Don't Google this name. So we'll find out what that is. It's PGA Lives and pretty much all sports related. That's all he would give me. Plus, Paul Serra came up with just some interesting numbers when it came to the Tigers. And, hey, we'll depress people a little bit later on.
It's remarkable.
Why do it? We could all take the wide stance and take the size 15 right to the schnutz, but it just doesn't feel like we need to do that today. They're so bad.
Right, but the
fact
that you had 3 hits in a 1-0 game and you stranded 2 runners, second and third, it's apt for what yesterday and today.
It's amazing that they've pitched as well as they had. Like, by the way, Philadelphia only had 3 hits and scored on the first batter of the game. That's how bad the Tigers are right now.
Mm-hmm.
They threw a collective 3-hitter and lost.
We've been enjoying the ride, understanding that the clock could hit 0 at any time. And when Riley Green got hurt, it felt like the fairy tale was coming.
And I told people, May could be magical. It may not last, no pun intended, but enjoy it because you may see a winning record. I think they went 15-11 in the month of May, put themselves game and a half out of first place. Don't look at the division, but you were in second place. Feels good.
Mm-hmm.
Take a picture.
Yep.
May not last.
Enjoy it while it does last.
We'll see how it goes for the rest of the month. My whole thing is wait till July 1st, and see what they've done, because the month of June is up and down with your battles against better teams.
Yeah.
And as it stands right now, because there isn't much separation between Minnesota, Chicago, Cleveland, and Detroit in terms of who's got the best team, because they're all bad.
You could tread
There's
water,
only 4 games
yeah.
that separate the Tigers from the Twins.
No Riley Green. It kind of, like you said, it feels like everything just kind of went, Oh, and Erod goes down.
Yeah, the last 6 days, the best news is Erod played catch yesterday. That's it. Just catch. Hey, stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Yeah, it's been quite a week. I didn't realize Riley Martin was co-hosting, and it's been a week in UFOs. That's all we'll say. But I can't wait to hear what news breaks today, Rico. No, I wanted to start the show and kind of, I don't know, button up yesterday, which was a crazy day in sports with the merger between the PGA and the LIV Tour. And I have something that I thought was absolutely fascinating. And if you're a fan of television, I will tell you that one of, I think, the best villainous characters in the last decade of TV was based off of the person I'm going to tell you right now. And this person helped get this merger done. That for all the talk about Jay Monahan, PGA commissioner, the whole bit, somebody else played a key role. Bit of a shadowy figure. You ever hear the name Jimmy Dunn? Let me tell you a little bit about Jimmy Dunn, and then I'll tell you who he's based off of. And this is going to end up as...
That's the name I couldn't Google. Gotcha.
Jimmy Dunn.
Gotcha.
D-U-N-N-E. So Jimmy Dunn is a guy who is into acquisitions, had a financial firm. That financial firm's home office was the World Trade Center. Jimmy Dunn, the only reason he wasn't at work on 9/11, he was trying to qualify. He was playing in a qualifier for the PGA Tour. Jimmy Dunn's office blew up in the World Trade Center. Jimmy Dunn helped seal this deal. He was one of two people that met with the Saudis. Now, mind you, when Jay Monahan brought up 9/11 a year ago, when LIV was created, talking about how you've never had to apologize for playing in the PGA, the guy that gets tapped to lead the negotiations, his office was in the World Trade Center, and he, if it wasn't for playing in a qualifier, would have been in said office on 9/11. Jimmy Dunn brokered this deal with the PIF. Okay?
Okay.
Do you know what character Jimmy Dunn inspired? Show that takes place in New York. Show that starred Paul Giamatti. Ready? Here's the name. Bobby Axelrod.
Yeah.
Billions. Bobby Axelrod is based on Jimmy Dunn.
You serious?
Serious. Now, here's why I bring this up besides it's super interesting. Whether it's the morning show, middays, or our show yesterday, when people call up saying, I'm not going to watch anymore, I want you to think about something. The people that you thought you were supporting, the PGA, virtuous, we're not going to do business with the Saudis, we're not going to sports wash, right? Your team Rory. By the way, I've got some Rory McIlroy audio where this guy is out in space. But I want you to think about something. Those people, the guy who got the deal done, it's not Jay Monahan talking about 9/11. It's a guy whose office for his firm was in the World Trade Center. And he should have been in that building, but he was at a qualifier. That guy still went to the negotiating table and got the deal done. So I want you to just think about something now, okay? The people at the top will do whatever it takes to get deals done, whether it is the PGA LIV merger, whether it is NFL ownership, whether it's what we've seen locally, nationally, what you have to do to get public dollars for a stadium, who you need to do business with, players you need to sign. How about Kevin Warren going rogue, promising multiple TV networks, multiple things, then leaving for a gig, and the Big Ten's got to figure it out? Here's what it all comes back to. Nobody cares about you. Nobody cares about us. No league, no commissioner, no owner, no team cares about the fan. So when you call a radio station saying, I'm no longer going to watch, yes, you are, and they don't care because someone else will. Jimmy Dunn went to the negotiating table. Jay Monahan had this guy go in knowing what Jay Monahan said publicly about, basically saying, I'm not doing business with people who are affiliated, behind, responsible for, funded, whatever you want to say about 9/11. Jimmy Dunn said, hold my beer. My office was in the World Trade Center, and I should have been at work that day, but I was in a qualifier. I'll go get the deal done. Think about that. So my point is, there is no morality. The morality is to the dollar, and you don't have to like it. But it's the reason Rico and I sat here when all these players took the money and said, what are you going to do? Somebody offers you the money, you take it. Tomorrow, if Putin offered Rico afternoon drive in Moscow for $10 billion a year, I got news for you. Rico's getting Rosetta Stone and learning to speak Russian. Maybe you could talk UFOs, 2 to 6, St. Petersburg.
Net.
But I was blown away as details emerged. And I thought there were things much more interesting than just players being angry at Monahan. Again, water wet. Rory whining. I'll get you the audio in a minute. How about Jimmy Dunn? You believe that one?
Wow.
Can you imagine, though? Your office was in the World Trade Center. If it was a regular day and not you at a qualifier, you don't exist.
Correct.
And you walk to the table and he got that deal done.
Yeah, once again, it just goes to prove it's about money.
And Bobby Axelrod gets the deal done.
Yeah, it's just money. And
crazy.
You don't care about anything else because, speaking of 9/11, like I was actually a part of it. You knew your office is gone. You knew people who are gone, and you still said, all right, let's go make some money.
So my point is, if the people at the top don't care, why do you? No one cares about you, right? We're all in this as fans. I'm under no illusion. We talk college football. They don't care about us. They don't care about anything a guy like me likes. Right?
No, they hate you. Yeah, right. It seems like it.
But I know it. I understand it. And you can say you don't like it. I'm still going to watch. You can say you don't like what the PGA did. You're still watching. A guy called in earlier today. I think it was on the morning show. Well, I'm done, except I'm watching the majors.
Yeah. Well, even if you say you're done, newsflash, you're still paying for it.
Correct.
All those cable channels that you subscribe to, they don't care if you don't ever turn them on or not. Every month, you're paying for it.
Exactly. So I just thought it was the most interesting tidbit that came out of yesterday, after the fallout, after the shock, after all of it, that this shadowy figure, this Jimmy Dunn, and I believe he's the chairman at Seminole Golf Course, which is one of the elite courses in America. Like you don't join, they invite you.
Is this the course you got to take the helicopter to?
Damn near. But and the TV thing, if you've never seen the show Billions, I understand Bobby Axelrod doesn't mean anything to you. If you have seen the show, it's a fun tidbit. But it just shows you at the top. Any of you guys who want to apply morality to sports, forget about it. Because you want to bet morality, I'll raise you Jimmy Dunn. All right? So that's how the sausage got made on this. So you do whatever you want. I'm just telling you, I don't begrudge anyone who says, well, I'm still watching golf. There's nothing I can do about it. I mean, at some point, guys, I have bad news for you. This fund, the Saudi Investment Fund, has almost $700 billion in it. Okay? If they wanted to buy the NFL, they could. If they want to buy your favorite team, they will.
The thing is,
they have turned their attention to sports and the investment angle of sports. Now, I'm just saying, at a certain point, I think this is going to hit a lot closer to home for somebody somewhere in an American city.
Right. Because I know some leagues are saying, no, you can't sell. And I think I was talking to Kenny this morning, and I'm like, well, all you need to do is just come up with, You're in the background. You front somebody. You come up with some figure that no one can say no to. And, all of a sudden you get a famous athlete. Not saying this is happening, but you get a Tom Brady
But let me make
to be your front guy.
But let me make a point. People aren't happy with owners in this town. Okay?
Right.
So the FIP, the Saudi Investment Fund, bought Newcastle United. Premier League. Newcastle is going to be impossible to compete with for players. Doesn't matter how big the money is, whatever oligarch owns another team, whatever other singular figure from the Middle East owns a team, whatever Chinese money owns a team, whatever American, the Glazers, they own a team. Doesn't matter. The Saudi fund will blow you out of the water. Okay? So here's my point. Are Newcastle fans going to stop watching their team? No. So if the Saudi investment fund came to town and bought the Tigers, you're not going to root for your team anymore? See, my point to you is, whether your team is owned by the Saudi investment fund or Jimmy Haslam or random owner blank, the idea that somehow you're supporting a virtuous operation and not a cutthroat business where nobody wants to know the sausage made from most places, that's where I just want to arrive at with people. We have to let go.
Right. You feel better about yourself because if they bought the Tigers, well, I'm never going to do that. Okay, you feel better telling all your friends you made this stand and you drew an artificial line in
Meanwhile,
the sand.
if they bought the Tigers, they have a $300 million payroll.
And I was about to say,
you'd be competing for the World Series every year.
You may actually start watching the Tigers because now all of a sudden, okay, let's go get Ohtani. Let's go get this person.
Yeah, you know what? Ohtani's going to get $600 million.
Yep.
Period.
Yeah.
Newcastle, in their first year being owned by this fund, qualified for the Champions League. And the common thread throughout Europe is going to be they're going to be a nightmare. To the way that Man City was when they were purchased in a new infusion of cash. This is $650 billion. It's unspeakable.
With the B.
They could take $1 billion per player for their starting 11. It would be a pack of gum.
Wouldn't miss it.
They could have 11 Messis if 11 Messis existed.
That's ridiculous.
It wouldn't matter. So, Jimmy Dunn, the story, I thought it was interesting. If you have ticket text you want to send in, feel free. I just thought it was the most intriguing piece of all that fallout. I'll get you the Rory stuff next because you want to hear a guy.
No. The fact that, yeah, you're right. They could spend $11 billion.
What does it matter?
And it was nothing.
You know what the interest is on $651 billion? Buddy, it don't matter.
Wow.
They can make north of 1% a year.
But when you say I'm protesting this, you feel good. Remember all the people who said they were never going to watch the NFL again?
Correct.
How'd that work?
No, that's my point. So I thought it was interesting. You guys could do whatever you want with it. I'll get you the Rory sound because he's still whining. I got to play it for you. And then we have Coaches Uncensored. I've got a quote from an anonymous coach about every Big Ten team. Rico, Kenny, Paul, Sarah, they're all going to grade the truthfulness. We'll do that bottom of the hour. 97.1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. All month of June, Hamilton is participating in the Pickups for Paws campaign. Look, for every pet that is loved and cared for like yours, there's many more that they're just not that lucky. So you can stop into Hamilton, drop off some pet-friendly supplies into the bed of the Silverado located right in the middle of their showroom. There's a long list of donation items at hamiltonchevy.com if you can't figure out what to do. Your donation will make a difference, and while you're there, you can talk to Andrew and his sales staff. They want to be your Chevy dealer. Not only do they care about the pets, they care about you as well. They will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, including the June Rico deal, a new 2023 Chevy Crew Cab Silverado 4x4, $389 a month for 24 months. You get 10,000 miles a year. All you got to do is walk in there with $995 down. You drive off in the Rico deal. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
You spend a third of your life sleeping, and that number's probably going up considering Tiger baseball. So, look, how about we get quality sleep? Serta. iComfort Eco, supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and restored. Check out Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made right here in Michigan, and they have been for 110 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, so last note on the merger, and then we'll get to a little college football, and then I got to be honest, Paul Serra to the main stage at 3 o'clock, and he's wearing the elephant trunks, if you know what I mean. The Paul Serra Research Department is just dropping their nuts on the city of Detroit. I'm excited for 3 o'clock. It's going to be amazing. Because if you thought it was bad regarding one of our teams, you have no idea.
But wait, there's
more. Second place is the steak knives. Kenny, ticket text coming in, and then we'll let you hear Rory McIlroy put a diaper on.
Story about Dunn is why I listen to Mike and Rico. Well done, boys.
It's just something interesting, and I admit I am a Billions fan. Mind was blown when I realized that factoid, that Bobby Axelrod was fashioned after the guy who got this merger done. Right down to the story about he was supposed to be at the office the morning of 9/11 and wasn't.
See, that right there is the interesting part about it, because he shows you, man, business, you don't care. Because if anybody should be upset, like the way the PGA was, you don't have to apologize to playing the PGA. The Saudi, like, yeah, dude, we're about to all get rich, so yeah.
Well, and I think the other interesting fact that came out, we had one caller towards the end of the show bring it up. Look, the Saudis and this investment fund, it was the best tact ever. We're going to sue you into oblivion because our lawyers are more expensive and we have more money, and we will bleed you dry in legal fees until you bend the knee. They essentially forced the merger with a strategy. It's the height of corporate hostile takeover.
The PGA took the buyout. You know what? It'll cost us a little bit now rather than a lot later. That's fine. We'll play ball.
Cash infusion. Go ahead, Kenny.
5 words to sum up every scenario. It's all about money. Another one, zero surprise. Owners, commissioners, etc. don't care about the average Joe. It's all about the pocket.
Right. So my point is, why are fans attaching a morality to people that lack any?
Because fans always believe that their sport is different. Their owner, their team is different. It's good. It's clean. It's wholesome. I remember when I was a kid, that mentality. But it keeps changing.
Right, you were 12, Rico.
No. I'm just saying, for most people, that's why you want that purity of when you first started following sports. When you first start watching the Giants and the Yankees, you want that purity back, and it's never coming back.
Correct.
Mike, you kind of sound like the Joker from Dark Knight. His point was no morals. No one cares about themselves. Everything will be done for anyone for money.
Yes, and listen, we're living it here with the new college football. And I'm not trying to minimize golf. There's a huge fan base. I understand that. But college football is a part of our DNA out here. We are witnessing the destruction of our sport. Who are we kidding? And I know Rico and I bicker like the Golden Girls from time to time about it. I don't act like I don't know what's going on. I know what's going on. I don't have to like it, but I know it. But our sport it's being destroyed. I mean, the Big Ten, I'm reading articles, they're vetting Utah to join. Oh, okay, sure. It's like,
you know when it'll be the last days of college football and the Big Ten and all that, when all of a sudden the TV people say, yeah, this Michigan-Ohio State game, let's play it at 8. But we always don't care. We're going to play it at 8.
I've never understood the noon thing. And I get it if you don't want it to be at night. Boy, I've never understood why Michigan-OSU is not a 3:30 kick. Get the lights out there.
By fourth quarter, it's dark.
Oh, baby. It's like a 2-for-1.
Right. But that's when know.
Evan in an aggressive polo shirt today.
All those traditions are going to fall by the wayside that you just grew up loving. That's what the money does.
Yes, Evan.
I just heard we were hating on Rory, and I'm all for it.
Let's play the audio because Evan hates Rory. All right, so Rory McIlroy, who has been Captain Virtue Hoity-toity, I hate the LIV Tour. Okay, sure thing, Smiley.
That's actually what he's
He does. It's unbelievable. I hate him.
That's a good impression.
Tower.
The only guy who can do a better hard Irish accent is my buddy Raff. His last name's Rafferty. I would go figure.
I literally had to replay it a couple of what is he?
Don't worry about it. Just go with it. Here we go. So here's Rory after he got lied to, kept out of it, hoed out, sold out, and now they're in bed with the people he hates. This is Rory McIlroy's response. Oh, really? Well, what do you think is going to happen, Spank?
Thought the PGA Tour was all about inclusion, letting everybody play. We want to compete against the best.
No. He had another one where he's like, I still hate them.
Oh, yeah.
I hate them. It's not going to be named LIV.
Well, and you might hate them more now because it's been proven true, everything that they've said. And Rory just sounds whiny in this whole situation.
Here's an idea.
You championed this the whole time, and they went out and cheated on you. And here you are. You're like, well, she's beautiful.
No, but
we'll work it out.
Yeah.
My whole point is I'll listen to him when he wins another major. He's not even relevant.
No, I mean,
who the hell cares about Rory McIlroy?
If Scotty Scheffler, the world number one's coming out and saying this stuff, so be it, right? John Rahm wants to go and say it. The guy wins.
The
That's
point
all
is,
they do.
Rory passed up $400 million.
He's probably bitter about that.
Then be bitter about it. Say I made a mistake. Say I didn't realize this league had absolutely no morals. I look like a horse's ass today. I'm angry at the world. Mm-hmm. And I'm angry I can't win anything. I'd rather him do that.
And I hate you.
Right. You're cool. Bleep you.
Right. I'm out.
But Evan, my thing is, how could he goes, oh, it's not going to happen. It is going to happen. What's the PGA going to do? Fine them $100,000?
Yeah, it's nothing. It's pennies.
They made $100 million.
Could any other sports league in this world do something like the PGA Tour did?
What do you mean?
Meaning they essentially went up and sold themselves, right?
Yes.
Without any of their members knowing. It sounds like 5 people knew what was going on. Could any other league do something like that?
Not where the character's Bobby Axelrod. No way.
Well, that part's wild. That guy, that they hired him, I said in November of 22. So they hired him to do this merger, right?
They knew.
I'm thinking maybe the NHL.
Yeah, maybe like with the what's the
because they're
Russian
the one league that
something.
nobody's really making that much money.
But the first thing I thought of, I was like, why does one dude have so much power that he can make this choice?
Yeah, but hold
and
on.
not go to like a board of governors to vote on it.
Time out. 2 words. His old BFF. We just witnessed what Kevin Warren did.
Oh.
How did Kevin...
I thought it was Magic Johnson.
How did Kevin Warren have the power to not only do this deal, but tell different networks different things at the same time and then up and leave, and the league is still cleaning up the mess?
I have the answer for that.
I'd love to hear it right now.
University presidents all said, do what you need to do. You don't worry about the ADs.
So he did have the backing.
Yeah, don't worry about the ADs. Don't worry about the coaches. We got your back. They all answer to us.
So the reality is with the PGA, whether it's Monahan and a tight circle, those are the only people. Don't worry about the members.
Yep.
Because if we don't do this,
it's so crazy.
The point is, Evan, don't worry about the membership, because if we listen to them, we're going to end up in the gutter.
Well, also,
we need a cash infusion. We don't have it. We can go to the sponsors. We can go to the networks. We won't be able to outrun the speeding train. They have $700 billion. They're going to bleed us dry.
Well, and they have the ultimate upper hand. Like, oh, so you don't want to play right now? Well, who are you going to go play for? Oh, because we own all of those leagues right now? So go quit if you want to quit. That's fine. We'll replace you in a heartbeat. And I think that's exactly what they have, the ultimate upper hand. And it's listen, people might not like it, but it's impressive to see that somebody can control a major sport like this.
Yeah, but it's all because if you have the dollars and you see an Achilles heel in the opponent, you can find a way in. They knew they could bleed them dry.
It's just like billions,
they tried
man.
They tried to say, "Hey, listen, we'll meet you at the table." This is what we're going to do.
And the fact that they realize it's about money, it's not about, you liking me. It's about us all getting rich.
Like, I really thought Succession ended like last week, and nope, this was a bonus episode.
Correct.
Now, that's a show I'm just starting. So
get involved. You're going to love it. It gets a little stupid after 3 seasons, but you're going to love it.
Yes.
Fair?
Cousin Greg makes the show.
No, that's Succession. It's different.
What did I just talk about?
Billions.
Succession.
Yeah, but no, I said this is like an extra episode of Succession with everybody fighting. In the inner fight is what I like to see. It's like Civil War, dude.
The airport scene.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Fantastic. I'll leave you two to discuss cartoons.
Tiny Man just got big.
And it's, as Rico put it, the sun's out, which means it is Shandy season. Old Nation Brewing, whether it's the M43, B43, the Boreal Lager, and yes, Shandy. Guys, they're going to sell out. So wherever you shop, ask for Old Nation by name. Pick up a 4-pack. Weather's nice. I know, okay, shout out air quality. I can't change that, but the sun is still out. At least it doesn't look like New York today. We're not under a blanket of darkness. What? I can't control the air quality, but I can tell you the Shandy will still taste nice.
Exactly.
What do you want me to do? So listen, it's Old Nation Brewing, oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com. 21 and up. Please drink responsibly. All right, let's get a little football in the mix. Enough golf chatter. We will get to subpar music, but actually some good headlines from the NFL. And maybe even something with the Lions OTAs. I don't know if Kenny ever decides to play the music. Uh-oh.
He didn't go for it.
Oh, God.
No, he's working. He didn't go for it.
Roberto fell asleep at the record player again. Here we go. This is David 2.0. Maybe it's not football today. Kenny, it's not on the sheet. All right. After an endless track, here we go.
I have found the music, and it is all good.
Jesus.
So we'll start off with the big Madden news of the day. They've announced their cover athlete will be Josh Allen.
Rest in peace.
Which is exactly what I kind of wanted to say, because I feel like Josh Allen's stock has not been particularly popular on this show over the past couple of several months now. Who would you rather have in this spot on the cover of Madden than Josh Allen?
Don't care. I'm being serious with you regarding Allen. He's the number one story in football to me. 31 turnovers the last 2 years. I think they've missed their window to beat the Chiefs. An embarrassing home playoff loss against the Bengals. Guys, I got to be honest with you. This is it for me with Josh Allen. I think a lot of people have caught up to the fact this dude is not Mahomes and he's not Joe Burrow. And he has to play better, and especially play better in big games. Otherwise, he's costing himself a hell of a lot of money. That's where I'm at with Josh Allen. You can keep the Madden thing.
Yeah, I cashed out on Josh Allen at the end of the year. It's like, I don't think this guy can get it done. I thought he was overrated. The playoffs were going to be the prove it to me. He underachieved.
It's the turnovers, Rico, the red zone turnovers.
No. Still don't know how you fumbled on the 1-inch line.
Let it go.
But Jalen Hurts is who I thought probably should have been on the cover. Because you saw, I guess they had all the different additions. He's earned it. He's still young. He's up and coming. Like, they had a Sauce Gardner addition. Like, okay, too soon for you, Sauce. You're good, but you did it for 1 year. Patrick Mahomes, I think, is just too easy. But I think Hurts kind of deserved it because he's exciting. He's fun to watch, and he's got that unstoppable play in Philly that they won't come up with a rule for.
Oh, QB sneak theater.
Right.
Go ahead.
So yesterday we talked about it a little bit with the gambling, the big story there, the athletic piece that players said basically, yeah, lots of guys do this. It could have been any of us. So today, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, posed the question, would the NFL suspend a superstar for gambling or just brush it under the rug? I'll pose that question to you guys.
Choice B. I mean, hell, like, just look at how much the Steelers brushed under the rug with Antonio Brown all those years. Mm-hmm. Like, I just don't believe you'd see a headline come out that says star quarterback X is suspended for the year for a gambling violation or suspended 6 games. I just have a hard time believing it. And notice, the only players that have got caught are a rookie with 1 career catch and a collection of nobodies. So maybe I'm too cynical.
No, you're not. Because here's the thing. Even if you look at it, everybody else has been kicked out of the league. Wait a minute. Jameson was a first-round pick. We're going to keep him around. You get 6 games. If all of a sudden this was a superstar, he would get a secret meeting with the commissioner in New York. Please don't do this again. No, I don't. Well, but then, yeah. Like a Mahomes, yeah, you're not getting rid of him.
He's got a hard time with it.
So more D-Hop news. He this weekend will be visiting Nashville to visit with the Titans. Would this be a good fit outside of the other teams that we've talked about that have only made headlines about DeAndre Hopkins?
No, I would just like to remind you that everything I've said about DeAndre Hopkins is playing out. You know, if he was such a hot commodity and a great guy and a great player.
Jim Costa online, too.
Well, Jim can do whatever he wants because I've been telling Jim since November the things I'd been hearing. I just don't think teams are really lining up for a 31-year-old receiver who is selfish, who had a PED suspension, and who still wants to be paid $20+ million a year.
Kenny, if he goes to the Titans, I promise you, in a year and a half, he's going to want out.
Correct.
He's going to tell you how much he hates it here. He's not the focus of the offense. They keep running with Derrick Henry. He's setting himself up to fail, and it's like you did this. You were drafted to the Texans. Okay, you didn't have any say-so. You went to the Cardinals thinking that was going to be something. You have another opportunity to fix this, and if you choose Tennessee, man, God bless you. I hope it works out, but it won't.
Scrolled across this stat today per PFF Bet. The Arizona Cardinals are the only team in the NFL to be an underdog in every single game next season. They're going to be bad, but that's an incredible stat, right?
Wasn't that the Lions last year to start the year off?
That may have been.
I think it was.
Except I think this one's accurate. I honestly, when you look at Arizona, Kyler out for the year, there's an entire regime change.
Not a big Colt McCoy fan, huh?
No, he's a good backup.
Yeah.
But for 16 games, I thought Houston would be the other one who's not favored over anybody. New coach, new everything, rookie QB, the whole bit. That's a tough one for me.
I'm secretly hoping that they do run the table because I want to see an NFL team have the first and second pick of the draft. I've never seen that in my life. And it's possible that Arizona, who gave up their stuff this year, maybe set up their future next season. Kyler will be back. They don't have to go QB, so they could probably get even more picks, but it's in their best interest to lose. And I'm not shocked because, yeah, everybody wants out of there. I don't even know who the stars of that team is.
So the Seahawks announced that Week 8 against the Browns, they'll break out their 90s-style throwbacks, the blue jerseys, the silver helmets. Do you guys, is that on the approved list of throwbacks?
Approved.
With the sea chicken on the helmet? Yeah.
Loved it. Yeah. I always loved those. I never understood why they totally got rid of them. It's a really nice uniform set. I dig it.
Jim Zorn.
Steve Largent.
Yeah.
Lincoln Kennedy. Brian Bosworth. What was it? Craig Warren, the running back?
Good call. I forgot I'm talking to Encyclopedia
No, but I mean,
Brown
I loved those uniforms. I used to play at the Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
I just.
Wow. You're right. They did.
I don't know that there's a better
Bo
retro
Jackson
sport.
knocking over
Bosworth
and then running up the tunnel.
Like, there's not a better sport for retro uniforms than football, is there? Realistically. I mean, hockey might be a strong second. Baseball still wears retros every day for half the teams.
Nah, until the White Sox wear the short set that they had in the 70s.
Oh, my goodness. Those are awful.
The Chet Lemons.
Awful. But no, I love the NFL throwbacks. The one I'd love to see the most is the old Houston Oilers.
Yes.
Love those. They're hideous, but they're great.
Love
all at the same
blue.
time. Sorry, Kenny. It's just two old guys reminiscing in here. Don't worry about it.
Bum Phillips.
Couple of regular Phil Steels over here.
Who's your favorite Oiler?
Let's knock out a quick local one. Hendon Hooker, injury progression. He's throwing the ball, throwing routes, a step he called way ahead of schedule. What's your reaction to that? Something or nothing?
Nothing. I think this is a redshirt year, as Dan Campbell described it. I just don't see it. I think this is a get right, get healthy, learn the playbook. Mm-hmm. He did not come from a traditional offense. It was a very specialized deal in Tennessee. We've talked about this. Kenny, I just don't see a scenario where he's available before week 10 at best. And at that point, I don't think they're throwing you to the fire.
I want to double down on what he said. This is a nothing. We heard the same thing about Jameson last year. Oh, he's running. He's doing this. And I kept saying, he's not going to play until after Thanksgiving. Same here. If the Lions season goes into the tank, maybe you bring him out for the final 3 games and see what you have. But other than that, I don't expect him to play at all this season. Maybe week 17 if they've locked up a playoff spot. That's it.
So let's go to L.A. Cooper Kupp feeling really good, recovering from his 2022 ankle surgery. He's an X factor. Losing them was part of the reason they went 5-12 last year. How much does the ceiling change for the Rams having a healthy Cooper Kupp, Stafford's favorite target, after a prior Super Bowl year? I mean,
Kenny, I got to be honest. Listen, Stafford is better than he was last year. Aaron Donald's still a great ball player. But outside of that, at best, that's a 7 or 8 win team. Mm-hmm. At best. It's caught up to him. It's done. The window's over. The best thing they could do would be trade Aaron Donald. The problem, Aaron Donald might up and retire on him. It doesn't matter. They're done, right? Or am I being too?
No. I think them and Seattle swap places, and Seattle has now become that other team that's going to compete with San Francisco in the West.
Agree.
But yeah, the Rams, because it's the uncertainty of Donald. If you knew he was going to stick around, you put him out on the market. And I would give up a ton of draft capital to bring him in, even for 1 year. But you don't even know if you're going to have that.
So, yeah, I mean, Kenny, if I'm being negative, tell me. Kupp's a hell of a player, but I don't see it,
He's going to probably want out as well.
If he were smart, yeah.
No, you're not being overly negative. Let's finish on a positive one. Some uplifting news. Damar Hamlin fully participating in Bills practice. Still has a few mental bridges to cross before he's good to go in game. But did you see this turnaround being this quick for Damar?
No, never. Never. I'd be lying to you if I said I did. And I'm still in shock that he's going to get out on that football field again. I can't imagine what it takes to do it.
I did. It's kind of like, as the saying goes, if you fall off the horse, you got to get back on there, because if he does not, if this goes for some years, now I think that's when the fear breaks out and you're going to probably just have anxiety of thinking, what's that first hit
Oh, no,
be like?
I just assumed he'd never play again. I never thought he'd play again.
No, I thought once he got cleared, I was like, yeah, he's going to want to come back. Even if it's just for one game to prove to himself, I was able to come back and play. And then he may retire.
And that is in football today.
All right, summer is here. Do you wish you weighed a few lbs less than you do right now? Well, there is still time. If you're looking to lose 10 or 100 or anywhere in between, you can go to idealu.us right now. Don't wait. Go to idealu.us today. Book that free consultation. Whether it's 15, 20, 30 pounds, you could be that much lighter in 30, 40 days. John Jansen did it. So can you. Go to idealu.us now. They will get you on a path to success. And in fact, over 90% of Ideal U customers lose at least 20 pounds in 40 days. John lost 10 in his first 10 and 63 overall. Sign up now. Get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your summer right. Lose the weight. Get $200 Visa gift card. Again, 15, 20, even 30 pounds in 30 days. Go to idealu.us now. John did it. So can you. Go to idealu.us today. All right, let's get on the board, and then top of the hour. The Paul Serra Research Institute has outdone themselves today, and by I say themselves, it's just Paul alone at a computer. But I think it is time to demand something, and we will talk. We're going to get some Chippendales music out there for Paulie because he's going to shake his ass for this city. This research is incredible. But before we do that, let's go on the board. All right. NBA Finals. I think this spread is absolutely terrifying tonight, and I have no idea what to do with it. The Denver Nuggets are in Miami and only laying 2.5. America is on the Nuggets, and I don't feel comfortable with it. This collection of try-hard, gym class hero Miami Heat will not die. They just won't. They are cockroaches. There could be a nuclear bomb that goes off and the Miami Heat would survive it. Rico, help me understand it. Help me understand the number. Help me understand, are we really going to ride with the Miami Heat and 4 undrafted free agents against the offensive freight train that the Denver Nuggets are? Help me, because that line is terrifying.
I think we are, because here's the thing. Yeah, that line is saying we know that Denver has better athletes. We understand that. But, yeah, you're right. Right now, Miami, every time they were underdogs, seemed like those were the games that they won. When you kept writing them off. And then when they were favored, they get blown out the gym. So, yeah, I'm with you. As you would say, I would take my vitamins and I would take the Heat and the points.
Take me now. All right, what do you got?
Well, Mike, I'm going to go a little bit stronger than that. I'm just going to say I think the Heat will win this game.
Oh, God.
On top of that, I'm trying to pick which try-hard guy I want to have score 10 points. I'm torn between Strauss and Duncan Robinson. I'll let you decide.
Duncan.
Beep, boop, boop. Plus 405. Duncan to score 10 points or more, and the Heat to just flat out win.
What am I going to make fun of you?
Or if you want the other way with the points?
I don't want anything to do with Duncan Robinson. He shouldn't even be in the NBA. I don't want to watch this team anymore.
If you take the Heat and the 3 points and Duncan, that's at a plus 330.
How about Heat to go away? Is that minus 110?
No.
I hate them.
No, that's Heat in a parade.
There's part of me that wants to talk about this as a topic, but I don't know if enough people are even watching the NBA Finals. I cannot stand this Miami team anymore.
There's enough people watching. We can do this topic. Let's do it later.
I want to leave. I want to leave. Miami Heat are the air quality of the NBA. I can't stand.
Oh, wait. What about a parlay with all the try-hard guys scoring at least 10 points?
Why not? All they do is shoot 50% from deep. Can't stand this team. All right, Kenny Kopp, what do you got for the people?
I'm looking at this final game, this game 3, and I'm looking at there's no value in betting Florida on the money line straight up. But if you do it within the 60-minute parameter, a 60-minute money line, you get the Panthers plus 125.
What do you mean? So a regulation?
Got to win in regulation. Got to be in the 60-minute time span of a hockey game plus 125.
Are they going to get up off the mat here?
Better.
I mean,
ask Paulie Serra over here. He's Mr. Florida.
Bobrovsky getting chased.
That was alarming.
I'm just asking. Now, does he start game 3?
I would guess yes, because he's been the guy that's got you there this whole time. And
I said to ask. It was alarming.
It is alarming, but home crowd, 60-minute money line plus 125.
Okay. All right. What?
Because your advice, at home, the try-hard guys always have their better game.
Oh, role players?
Yeah.
Home game, playoffs? Yes. Well, what are you going to do? More than a 3 for Vincent, Strauss, Robinson, and Martin?
No.
All 4 of them hit a triple?
No, I didn't do
the
that.
try hard gym class boner parlay of the day.
The try hard trifecta.
I just had them all scoring.
The trifecta.
I had them
with
all.
a Y.
I had them all scoring at least 10 points.
Sure. What? Make it 20. The hell's the difference?
Duncan Robinson, Strauss, and Martin. Those three at plus 1240.
And then add in Gabe Vincent because he'll go for 26 tonight.
Okay.
It doesn't even matter. Pat Riley drank Satan's blood.
Plus 170.
Done. In all of it.
Oh, 17, yeah.
It doesn't matter anymore. Bet it all. Anything Heat. They have a blood oath with Satan.
Plus 1,700.
And that's the headline of today.
Okay.
Maybe Pat Riley is Satan. That's possible too.
Well, he's been in a quarter of all NBA finals.
My mom's next door neighbor growing up.
You serious? Huh. Wait. He's from Troy?
No. Schenectady. I know. Loser facts. Just thought you'd enjoy that. Okay, we're good. Let's get to more relevant things coming up next.
Paul, you got anything?
No, he's getting ready for his
not really,
debut.
Mike.
No, I'm just enjoying Mike being mad that the Heat are good.
97.1. All right, hold on. We're at a bit of a crossroads here. If you missed it, I just told you the story of the guy who primarily brokered the LIV merger with the PGA. Odyssey.com rewind if you want it. We'll get to that again a little bit later. Fascinating. We are supposed to, Paul Serra Research Institute, both topics I want to do involve Paul Serra. Because I meant what I said last segment. I can't take any more to Miami Heat. I can't. As a sports fan, I don't want to watch tryhards. I want to watch stars. I want to be entertained. Watching the Heat is like going to the dentist. They remind me of the Pistons, quite frankly. Not the current ones, who you just turn the TV off. I mean, when the Pistons were winning a championship in 2004. No fun to watch. I don't want to watch tryhards. Undrafted free agent bums who all of a sudden go to Miami, take the zombie serum, and they're amazing. Like they're hooked up to an IV with Pat Riley's Forever Blood serum, and they get the Riles transfusion. Or Spoelstra does whatever witch spell he does. Like, I don't want to watch anymore. I don't want them winning this title. So there's that title. There's that topic. And then there's the Paul Serra Research Institute on your Detroit Tigers. Now, which one do you guys want to do? I will do both.
I really want to know why you just don't want to see the Heat win this. Is it because they took out your Celtics?
No.
Because that's what the people are thinking.
No, I blame the Celtics. I don't blame the Heat.
Okay.
No.
Then why?
Because when I watch, like the Super Bowl's a prime example. Philadelphia and Kansas City was a star-studded event. I'm all in. We watch college football. Bad news for you. When the tryhards get there, Georgia TCU. Right. Okay? You got to be the real McCoy. Why I watch the NBA is for stars and to be entertained. All right? I don't have a hockey equivalent because no one watches the sport in sum total.
So you're saying you don't want to see UConn beat Miami in the national title game?
Case in point. The NCAA tournament. FAU. Yeah, great. The FAU tryhards. I don't care. San Diego State. I don't care. Watching the Miami Heat with Gabe Vincent. Don't care. Duncan Robinson. Don't care. Caleb Martin. Don't care. Max Strus? Who? Don't care. Who's the other scrub-a-dub they bring in from Gatling University? Pete Highsmith or whatever his name is. I don't want to watch these people.
Say Kevin Love.
It's the guy that used to be Kevin Love. But here's the deal. You can hate on LeBron all you want, right? You can hate on stars. We can hate these teams and these towns, and we're Detroit. Guys, when I sit down to watch a game, I have bad news for you. There's not a single human being on this planet who has ever sat down to watch Jimmy Butler play basketball. Do I like Jimmy Butler? Yes. Would I gladly have him on my team? Yeah, he's a dog. But ain't nobody turning on their TV going, oh, honey, hold on. We'll finish this conversation later. Jimmy Butler's about to play.
He's not a Christmas Day prime time. No. We're going to put him in the commercial, in the graphic.
No. But the problem is, this is the worst basketball town in America, and I don't think anyone's watching the finals. That's why I don't think this is a good topic.
Nah. People are watching the finals. They're still having watch parties, man. Heck, my neighbor has one all the time out on his patio. Like,
too bad watching the Heat. You fall asleep at halftime. I mean, Paul, it's not personal. I mean, for your happiness, I hope your team wins. I want you to understand my view. They're unwatchable.
I don't know why, though. They're a great team.
Okay, all right. This topic's not going to go far with that attitude. Are they a great team, Paul? Are they?
I think, well, they're the best team in the East.
Are they? All right.
Well, they beat everyone they played, Mike. What else could they do?
Okay. Rico won't even look you in the eye as you're speaking. That tells you everything you need to know. This is a man of God. He can't look at you.
You know what? I can't argue with him because they did come out the East. I would like to say he's wrong.
Who won? All right. Was it the Heat winning or the Celtics losing? Let's be honest about this now. Come on.
Well, your team's soft, Mike. That's not...
And I'm aware. Yeah, I'm totally aware. Sharman, Celtics patch for next year on the jersey is going to be Angel soft. I know. It's okay. I own that. But
I guess if your star player was completely healthy, I'm assuming you would have won the game.
I don't even care. I can't watch them. The Nuggets I can watch. Jokic is marvelous. He's wonderful to watch. Jamal Murray's exciting. I cannot handle this team of nobodies. Look, people, let me ask you this question. When you hell, I don't even know if people watch sports at all after what our teams have done to us locally. When you tune into games that don't involve your team, what are you tuning in to watch? You're tuning in to watch stars and to be entertained, to be dazzled. You're tuning in to enjoy the wonderment of it all.
You didn't want to see Duncan Robinson flexing?
Look, I understand fully. Maybe Piston fans vibe with the Heat because the Heat are basically the modern Pistons. They're a team of tryhards. They're a team with, at best, a faux superstar in Jimmy Buckets. They got a bunch of flawed players and undrafted guys and cast-offs and has-beens and never-wases. And here they are. And they got a system, and it's Heat culture. And, hey, maybe you love it. I do not.
No, you're right, because I guess
the Heat are everything wrong with sports.
In a perfect world, like Butler would be the plan B, and somebody else would be the superstar.
1,000%. 1,000%. I still live in a world where Jimmy Butler should be Robin to Joel Embiid's Batman. But he can go down there, and they can have their motley crew, and here they are. And Paul's right. They may win this thing. I don't know.
Will they become the modern version of the Pistons?
Yes.
Because everybody hates the Pistons. Outside Detroit, nobody recognizes the going-to-work team.
Here is your once-every-20-year anomaly right here. Think about it. We're basically 20 years out from what the Pistons did.
You're right. Because everybody did. Nobody respects the Pistons. But, yeah, to everybody else, it was just like,
and then before the Pistons, what would it be? The 78 Sonics? Yeah. And before that, what would it be? Like the Bullets in 73 or whatever it was? Like, Rico, I'm just making a point. There's no one who watches this tonight and goes, oh, this is good theater now.
Is it an anomaly, though, when they were in the finals 3 years ago, too? Almost this exact same team?
Oh, the little bubble deal?
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole thing was an anomaly.
Oh,
but at least
bubble.
the Star won it.
Yeah.
But then again, you were in the Miami Vice jerseys, so I could watch it more. I love those things when they came out. I go, these are wild. Look, Paul, I guess the way for me, both things can be true. It's a great organization. It is. Spoelstra's incredible. What they've done is incredible. But I'm separating that from just watchability. All right? It's like the Tampa Bay Rays. They're a fabulous organization. What they do every year is incredible. They have no stadium, no fan base, no payroll. But they just keep cranking out players. Here's your problem. Nobody wants to watch them in the World Series because nobody can name a Tampa Bay Ray. Now, a loser like me can. That's different. But nobody's tuning in to watch the Rays. It's the same. Maybe it's a state of Florida thing. Maybe they think everything bad is the state of Florida. But
yeah, but I don't understand it for the Heat, though, because the Heat have a good brand. Like, they've been relevant for 17 years.
But they did it with Dwayne Wade and Shaq and Stars and LeBron and Bosh. Yeah. This is... Paul,
a bunch of undrafted...
Paul,
players.
You're too close to it. No, I'm saying this is your team. You have every right to go, F you, give me the Larry O.B. I get it.
I'm just waiting for him to go, where?
He has every right. He has every right. But, look at tonight. We always say we want the underdogs until the underdog actually arrives. And then we sit there and watch it and go, ugh.
I've told people, you want the underdog to win in the first round of whatever. Wild card weekend, it's fun. First round of the NCAA tournament, fun. Well, you saw what happened in the college football playoffs.
Right.
The underdog won, and then it wasn't fun.
And here's the argument, too. When we look at this NBA Finals, you could say whatever you like. Unless you're a basketball fan, you don't know who the hell Nikola Jokic is. And the guy plays like he's in a 40 and over league. Yeah. Now, I'm a basketball fan. I appreciate the way he plays. I appreciate the passing, the footwork. I love the fact
when
that
he went coast to coast.
Yeah. But here's the deal. It ain't Kevin Durant. He's not Giannis. He's not LeBron. He doesn't have a cachet to draw people in. It's the Denver Nuggets. Mm-hmm. If I ask America to name a Denver Nugget, and even if they know Jokic, they don't know another soul. You think they're going to name Braun?
I mean, you're right.
Caldwell Pope?
Unless you're a diehard fan, you're you probably haven't watched the Nuggets play this year.
There are people who tune on the TV and go, wait, Aaron Gordon's still in the league? And then on the other side of it, no one knows any of the Miami Heat.
No.
So my point is we're watching essentially the Final Four Part 2.
Right.
And it's killing me.
Right. I mean, because whenever I look at Duncan Robinson, I'm like, that was the guy that was at Michigan? And this guy, I mean, he belongs in the league now, but it's like, I never saw that in Michigan.
But here's the deal. The Heat are the roadmap for the Pistons, which is what kills me because I want stars. I want to have, video game players. That's what basketball is. But the reality is if the Pistons and Monty Williams are going to dig out of this hole, they need to go and get the Pat Riley injection, the transfusion where they take Ryle's blood and they put it into you. And then you all of a sudden unearth whoever Gabe Vincent is. Rico, you didn't even know Max Strus played for DePaul.
No. Are you trying to say that you want to see Going to Work 2.0?
I'm saying it might be your only option. Think about it. Unless Cade or Jaden Ivey are first-team All-NBA players, let's say they're just nice. What else you going to do?
Cade becomes Chauncey.
You're not bringing in free agents. You need to go out and find your band of renown. The Motley Crew, the Paul Serra All-Stars.
The Island of Misfit Toys.
Right. Basically, the Miami Heat are the backing band for the Ace Rothstein Show, live from the Tangiers. What was that called? The Max, the orchestra. I can't. I hate them. And yeah, okay, you know what? Part of it is every shot these idiots took against my team went in.
There it is. I knew if we had this therapy session long enough,
Rico.
Mike, it's not your fault.
Repeat after me. Max Strus, best shooter in history. I mean, I'd rather live in this air quality, apparently, than watch the Heat.
Tatum got injured. You could take that.
Nah, I don't play that game. Be better.
I mean, he broke his ankle. It snapped in two.
Okay, all right.
First
well,
play of
you
the
know
game.
what? Maybe if Jaylen Brown didn't play the game with his shoes on his hands, we would have been okay.
Maybe his sub needed steak, too.
Maybe he needed a lobotomy like what Ray Liotta got at the end of Hannibal. Because by the end of the game, I was eating my own brain. I just want to know if people vibe with it.
Did you take that game all the way to the end, or did you just eventually turn it off?
No, I spite watched.
Okay.
I actually began having a monologue with the television and just like, yeah, there you go. Nice.
The dogs are like, he's just going to keep watching this thing.
No, that's where the dogs put their ass right to the TV. They can't do it. Rocky just turns it. He goes full cornhole mode to the TV. It's like when we were watching MSU this fall. Just ass to the TV when the defense is on the field. There's no point. But I'd love to know for Detroiters. Am I onto something here? Because I admit it. Without LeBron, without KD, without Steph, without something, this does not work for me. Maybe I'm a bad fan.
True.
But the Heat are giving you the roadmap. You're going to have to find players off of the scrap heap.
It could be the blueprint.
What other option do I have?
Well, we're talking about Marvin Bagley coming off the bench, scoring 10 points.
Max Strus. Jesus. Maybe the Pistons will sign Ben Carter.
Oh, there it is. Okay. We've hit the bottom of the chili pot, folks. Maybe you've been tempted to use your phone's hotspot for home Wi-Fi instead of using, like real home internet from Xfinity. After all, what could go wrong? You're streaming a movie on date night and the picture freezes. You got friends over to watch the game tonight and the game lags in mid-buzzer beater. Then everybody stops booing the ref. They start booing you. Or you find out that big virtual interview that you got, and now you need an excuse for why your camera is turned off. Look, it's time for real home internet. Fast, reliable internet from Xfinity 10G network so everyone can be online even during peak hours. Now through June 21st, new customers can get the 75 megabit Xfinity internet and one line of unlimited intro for just $50 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/10G. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees are extra along with equipment. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet service. Reduce mobile speeds after 20 gigabytes of data usage. Data thresholds may vary. All right. Well, while Rico's reading Zion Williamson baby mama drama, I'm here to tell you about David Femininio. And I've told you when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. It's simple. And you're getting more than just a lawyer. You're getting the best in communication. You're getting the best legal team in the state. And when you get David, you pay nothing until he wins your case. So if you've been injured or know someone who is, call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to getpaid.com. Okay, I'm just telling you later on, and I'm going to personally guarantee we don't turn it into a song or a bit. Roberto, listen to my words. This is for the record in front of all of Detroit. Rico is going to do a dramatic reading of Zion Williamson's baby mama drama. There is no song. There is no bit. There is no drops. There is none of it. Because I know what some of this says. And we're not going to do our man that way. We can't. You can't. This is on the record. Rico needs a clear runway in order to read this. But it will be later on with 30 for 30 music, and I will embellish with sound effects. But man, Zion's got some problems. Like big ones. Yep. Let's move forward. All right, people have called in. I've said it. I think the NBA Finals, I can't do it. Can't watch Miami Heat.
I've got Pistons PTSD from 04-05. And I just wonder, we bitch and moan about the same teams winning in the Stars, but the reality is without them, this finals has no juice for me. And yes, we're going to get Paul Serra research department later, but Paul decided to make a pithy little remark and on the board, and it motivated me to do this topic.
Smugness.
It was smug.
Yeah.
It was.
It's like the air quality outside.
248. All right, Dave's on a cell. Dave, what's going on, buddy? David.
Hey, how you doing, Mike?
Good, Dave. What's going on?
Not much. I hate the Miami Heat just as much as you do.
Thank you.
I had to sit there with my son on Sunday, and he's 15, and he's a Miami Heat fan. I wanted to throw him out the house. I couldn't take it. I'm like, how can you root for them? I'm like, they got a bunch of undrafted nobodies. And I don't know what Miami does to these guys. They get in their heads, and the next thing you know, you got Larry Bird out there shooting. I can't stand Miami. And I hate that Boston lost that series to them. I'm still trying to figure out how they lost that series,
Well, I can help you because our team is largely bitch made. We are soft as ice cream. However, let me ask you this question, Dave. Do you believe that the Heat are, in fact, the only roadmap for the Pistons?
Unfortunately, yes, because you're not going to get free agents to come here. And the trades the Pistons can make, they don't have any commodities. I don't want Isaiah Stewart. I don't want Killian Hayes. The Pistons, when they took Killian Hayes, I'm sitting there literally with my son crying, like, why did they take him and not Halliburton? I mean, sometimes the foreign thing, people think like foreign players, they are more mature for the most part, but
Dave, the unknown is always the unknown's always undefeated. And that's what foreign players are.
It is, and it's hit or miss. And unfortunately, the Pistons have missed out too many times, and I don't know how much more leeway I can give Troy Weaver. You got your coach now.
I mean,
I think we lost.
No, we did. Something else is undefeated, and Zion's on line 3. Later, you better get your dramatic chops up.
I'm just picking and choosing the ones that.
No. You're reading all of them.
I don't think I can.
You can't. You're going to edit the
Jimmy Powers on line 11.
No. You're going to edit the F word out, and I have a sound effect for it.
Oh, it's not just the F word.
Yes, it is. Everything else could be read.
Well, okay.
Just do it and ask for forgiveness later. Let's go to Dre, 97.1. Dre.
What's going on, y'all?
How are you, Dre?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Love the NBA. No, I'm not really enjoying it. I'm not even going to lie. It kind of sucks. I mean, in one way, you kind of pulling on my heartstrings, Mike, being a Pistons fan, because the going to work Pistons will always be close to me. Even though I will say we had better players than they do. I mean, we had at least 4 All-Stars, whether you think they were deserving or not. Chauncey, All-Star Rip, she, Ben, so whatever. But I get your point.
My point was we just celebrated the 20th anniversary of a 69-67 playoff game. Okay?
You can't let that go.
I can't. Dre, it's going to be on my...
We don't need to go down that. We don't need to go down that road.
It's going to be on my gravestone, Dre.
That or Ben Carter.
Yeah, but if the Pistons didn't win, the Pacers probably would have won, and they were a similar team. They had Reggie and whatever. We don't got to go down that road.
I got
anyway. The point is that no, man. The NBA, especially the finals, it's the grandest stage, and you think about the history of the game. The storylines are really built in these moments, and within those storylines, it has stars. Superstars, whether it's guys coming into their own like Dwayne Wade in 06 or Magic, what was it, in 79, Game 6 at Philly, right? It's the moments when the superstars really show themselves and they build or destroy their career. Like when LeBron 2011, like that was a bad spot for a long time. So when you have a team like Miami, it's like, man, like I can't really get into it. Because at first it's cool, right? Early in the playoffs, like, okay,
exactly. Yes, this is cute. This is exciting.
Yeah, right. You kind of root for the underdogs early.
But once you get to the big stage, you want to see the best of the best. And here's the unfortunate thing. I still today don't believe that the Heat are better than the Bucks, are better than the Celtics, are better than Philly. But due to, teams not taking care of their business or getting knocked out by others.
Or injuries.
Or injuries, correct, right? So, look, I still think if Giannis doesn't get hurt, I think the Bucks win that series. But look, they took care of their business. They did what they have to do. It just sucks because you want to see, and I would love to see Embiid versus Joker, right? That would be a much more enticing, incredible storyline. Who's the best center in the game, right? You would love to see.
Dre, you're speaking truth, and I understand it's hypocritical because we complain the same teams win all the time. But you know what? You love to hate them. When you get to the finals, if your team's not in it, I need something compelling to draw me in. I'll admit it. The NHL, if Connor McDavid made the finals, I'm into it. Because Connor McDavid is not Jordan, but he's the singular most exciting figure the league has. He's the closest thing to point total wise, prime Lemieux, prime Gretzky. He's unbelievable. No offense to the king of South Florida, but the Florida Panthers and the Vegas Golden Knights, sorry, that doesn't work for me.
You're the one that wanted Jack Eichel. How could you say that?
He has a plastic neck. I thought it was exciting. Listen, that worked out, and I know you didn't want it to, but it worked out.
I really didn't.
By the way, Jack Eichel and his Lego neck, undefeated in playoff series. Ooh. Oh, okay. Where's your superstar?
Uncalled for.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Where's the flag?
Yeah, go savor the air quality. All right, let's go. Take a text, please. Take a text, please.
I'm watching it and I love it. Mike, you are way off. I could care less about each team, but I am loving the series so far.
I am not way off. It is subjective. It's like music. Rico likes Prince. I don't. He's not wrong. I'm not wrong. It's subjective.
Right. But it is what I told people who in the tournament when they were like, I love the upsets. I want to see
in the first
underdogs make it all. I was like, and I got into an argument. I'm like, this will be one of the lowest rated things because no one cares.
Then the Final Four's there, and it's Larry the Cable Guy versus the Livonia Police League.
Right.
And you're like, well, this can't be the Final Four. What is this?
Can I ask you, though, when did sports fans become TV critics on the side?
What do you mean?
Was that a side effect of COVID no one knew about?
No, it's just you want to see if your team's not there, you want to see a good matchup.
Paul, we're customers.
Yeah, but the best team is in there. They won their games.
No.
What are they supposed to do? Not win because it could affect the bottom line?
Denver was the best team. You were the last team in. That means you weren't the best team.
Well, they did have injuries. I'll defend Paul in that regard. Look, the bottom line is it's like movies, Paul. We want movies that have star-studded casts. We don't want movies with some random British iron worker in it. It's just how it works. You have every right. Listen, they're your team. I hope you're at the parade. All right? Honestly, you got to understand the rest of America can't take much more. It's awful. All right.
Even when we were watching Stafford with the Rams, it was Aaron Donald, it was Cooper Kupp, it was
Stars.
Right.
Stars with a Z at the end. Stars.
This
is. All right. Hungry Howie's 50th anniversary. He's celebrating 50 years of flavor the same way that Paul Serra celebrates all his teams competing for titles. For 50 years, they've served high-quality pizza, dough made fresh daily in-house, 100% real mozzarella. It's the opposite of the Heat, who have 100% fake stars. 8 different flavors of their flavored crust. They invented it. And right now, special menu options. Not just the $6.99 mix and match. If you're Paul Serra, you're getting ready to watch the NBA Finals tonight. How about a 73 classic? Because face it, the Heat are taking basketball back to 1973. $9.99, you get 73 spicy peps, and the Heat probably win Game 3. It's Hungry Howie's. Check it out, whether it's the 73 Classic or the $6.99 mix and match, they got you covered. Now for a limited time only, it's Hungry Howie's. Restrictions may apply. Well, I got to tell you, Rico was just rehearsing for the dramatic reading of Zion. This is going to be exciting. We had to make one slight edit to one of these, but I'm not worried about it. We're good. No. We'll get to it at 4 o'clock. We were just rapping about the NBA Finals briefly. It's the only time we've brought it up and probably the only time we will. And it's because Paul Serra, Mr. Potty Mouth, just can't stop about his Miami Heat. And newsflash, I can't watch it. I had to already endure a 7-game series of my team playing these idiots. The 4 undrafted free agents. Jimmy Butler's the anti-superstar who's a superstar. I love Jimmy Buckets, but he's not a superstar. And here we are. And I just made the point. We all bitch and moan. I'm guilty. But there's no Steph, there's no LeBron, there's no KD, there's no Joel, there's nothing.
No.
Max Strus. Great. But to localize it, I did say, I know realistically this is probably the pathway for the Pistons. That if Jaden and Cade can become high-end players, certainly.
It's going to work 2.0.
I don't think any of us believe they're going to be first-team All-NBA guys. But if they can become good or fringy All-NBA guys and you surround them with the right crew, a couple of tryhards, and it's the right year, maybe. Is that the pathway?
I think it is. I think you got to get that core first, and then, you just hope that guys that you keep bringing in, all of a sudden it clicks and they find a role here.
Is Pat Riley a vampire?
No, but
how did the Heat do this?
He made a deal somewhere down the line.
It's unbelievable. Really,
right. All this man does is just keep winning,
and Spoelstra's incredible. You know what?
I heard a stat. I don't know if it was Costa or something. He's been in 25% in some way or another of all NBA finals.
Was it 19 finals? Was that
something like
as a player, as a coach, and as a GM? I think is it 19?
I think that's the number. Yeah, that's 25%. 1 out of every 4 NBA finals, Pat Riley had something to do with it.
It's amazing is what it is. All right, let's go to Ben, 97.1. Ben, what's going on, bud?
Fellas, love the NBA talk. I heard you mention earlier, Mike, that you said fans want movies with stars. And I think that these days in the NBA, you're not necessarily going to get the stars that most people are familiar with. I think if people are looking for the stars that James Harden's, the Steph, the KDs, Chris Paul's, you're going to get a movie like The Expendables with Sylvester Stallone and Schwarzenegger and all these guys that people know, but the movie sucks. And it's because the contracts are just putting things in such a difficult spot for these teams where, it does take a Miami Heat team or even a Denver team, which was mostly put together via draft and these ancillary parts that they brought in. But I just don't see the superstars carrying a team to.
Well, Ben, let me give you 2 notes. I think you bring up 2 great points. And I did bring up, look, Denver at least gets acquitted somewhat because you have Murray and Jokic. But the rest of the team is a bunch of cast-offs. Aaron Gordon, KCP, the other numbnuts who was a Piston, Bruce Brown
are a couple of our guys.
Right.
Yeah.
But the other thing you brought up, I think it's fascinating because maybe we're going to go back to, because of these supermaxes that are coming up, Ben, maybe we get back to duos and not big threes. Duos. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's a new era of basketball. I don't know.
Do you think that the Suns are actually going to work?
No.
I don't either, man.
I'll be up front with him.
He did that.
I think Matt Ishbia has walked in and burnt the house down before he realized the furniture was still in it. I don't understand what they're doing.
I don't think
there.
he realized how toxic, well, not even toxic, like KD, just wherever he goes, things just don't go well afterwards. He never should have left the Warriors. And anything after that, if he's involved, just know it's going to fail.
And getting rid of Monty Williams, not great. Trying to negotiate the KD deal yourself instead of having your GM do it, not great. Chris Paul's 100, not great. DeAndre Ayton literally has no human heart. It's just an empty cavern in his chest.
I mean, the fact that the players that you gave away are now sky high on the open market, which means you probably should have kept them.
No, Ben, I don't think it'll work at all.
I think that the Pistons are honestly, and people are going to think I'm absolutely bonkers, but I would rather be Pistons than a Suns fan right now. The Suns are done in like 2 years.
All right,
but at least the Suns will be in the playoffs.
Yeah,
Can you guarantee the Pistons will be
Yeah,
there
but
in year
so
3?
what? The last time the Pistons made the playoffs, it was a wash.
I'll say this
I
to
want
you.
real growth, real
You probably
trajectory.
have a lot more options. But with that said, no, Ben, remember now, let's be fair. You haven't won more than 23 games in 4 years.
And they still got Devin Booker.
Yeah.
You can build around him. People want to play with him. As you saw, Kevin Durant left New York or New Jersey to go play with Booker.
Plus the air quality.
It's a little better.
I mean, it's going to be gone by Sunday, right? Am I wrong to think this is a little bit
Kevin
overblown?
Durant or the air quality?
No, never,
No, I don't
look,
think
if it
so.
looked like New York out here, I guess I'd be more concerned. But New York looks like Gotham today.
Unless there's strong winds, no, it's just going to linger around.
No, it's going to be gone by Sunday, I read.
Well, yeah, it's supposed to rain, so that'll help.
All right, I mean, but I'm not freaking out about it. What are we going to do? Hide in the house?
No, you just can't go outside if you got respiratory problems and work out. Other than that, you're fine.
What is this, a Rocky montage? You get people running around a field carrying logs?
Going jogging or things like that, you shouldn't do.
Okay. Tremendous.
And don't carry logs.
248-539-9797. Here's what I want to do. I want to get back to the callers. Paul, if you'd be so kind, a little customer service for the people. You can slander me to them. It'll be exciting. I want to at least mix this in, and we'll get back to the callers. I have anonymous quotes from coaches about all of your favorite Big Ten teams. And Rico, being the ombudsman of this show, Rico is going to tell us how true or false each of these quotes is. We're going to package it up in a nice blitz. It's going to be exciting. And then in the 4 o'clock hour, we'll take more of your calls. And Rico is rehearsing his lines because Zion has some baby mama drama. And wow, I will tell you it makes even Roberto uncomfortable. And that takes a lot. Fair?
Fair.
And I still disagree with Jimmy. I think you need to read that one line.
You just want me to go on vacation early?
Whether it's an IRS collection, audit, civil or criminal, or even just the Department of Treasury, you need Abraham and Rose. They are legitimate tax lawyers. They have represented clients in front of the Supreme Court. And when the IRS comes to town, they're going to take away your peace of mind. They're going to try to hit you in the wallet. You need a team and you need a plan. You don't want the IRS calling you direct. Do not let your tax problems get worse. Get with Maurice and Jerry now. They have dealt with the IRS for years. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040. That's 248-539-5040, and you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again. All right, so let's have a little fun. We are about 90 days from college football, and annually Athlon does this. Anonymous coaches talking about other schools. So what I said to add a layer to this, instead of just reading you Michigan State, we're going to do the Big Ten. And nobody knows more about Big Ten football than R.L. Beard. I mean, who knows? He may be walking hand in hand with your coach at a recruiting camp. So with that, let's get some subpar music, and you're going to grade these on truthfulness.
You're never going to let me hear the end of that.
Never. 1 being, this is poo-poo caca. 5 being, why it's as if I wrote it.
Gotcha.
Here we go. Kenneth? Yes. All right, let's start out with Northwestern. What an opposing Big Ten coach told Athlon about Northwestern. Quote, they have a lot to fix. Also water wet. But if they can find a quarterback, they have a chance to be competitive. The problem is they've struggled to find an identity at that position. They seriously need to evaluate what they're doing as a staff. Quarterbacks simply do not develop at that program. Close quote.
That would be a 5 right there.
A full 5. It's as if you wrote it.
That's a full 5 because they are a bunch of tryhards. Whenever they have a semblance of a quarterback, Northwestern's good, but they only get that every now and then.
Okay. Let's go to Rutgers.
Rutgers.
Rutgers. What an opposing Big Ten coach said about Rutgers. This is slanderous. Quote, whatever buzz Greg Schiano had, it's pretty much gone. He's turned over a significant amount of staff, and the word is out, it's a highly stressful environment. They had 2 quarterbacks play poorly last year and changed coaches, but didn't go to the portal for new QBs. That tells you something. There's building pressure for them to get it right, but that's not possible. The guys who hired him back think they have those Big East seasons again. Close quote.
That's pretty spot on as well. They brought in that top freshman QB that everybody thought was going to be that guy, and he wasn't. But he's got a lot of pressure to win there, and he's not getting it done.
I keep asking you, like, when do we get results out of this Schiano thing?
I thought it was last year, but yeah.
Maybe when they get Temple back on the schedule. All right, here's Minnesota. Row the boat. The first thing that comes to mind is their size. They're big as the best teams in the league on the line. They got a true Big Ten O-line and almost close to that on the D side. The difference is they're never as athletic as they want to be. Losing the running back, a.k.a. Ibrahim, is really significant. We aren't sure about that QB. Maybe they aren't either right now. That's the Greek kid, Kalamala, Hala, is their longtime backup. He knows the system. We know the staff likes him. Close quote.
That one, yeah.
I disagree on the athleticism, though. They've put receivers in the pros. They've put secondary players in the pros. And they've put running backs.
Are we talking about the offensive line or just athleticism in general?
I believe is what the quote was on.
Because I was going to say, I'd probably give it a 4 because, yes, their offensive line looks like something out of if you were making a football movie. I mean, they had the 1-0 lineman who was like 6'8", but yet and still, they left a lot on the table. I give it a 4.
All right, a 4. Let's go to Illinois. Big Bert. Bielema's created a winning culture in a short amount of time. They could take a step back with as much as they've turned over. Defensively, they lost a coordinator who took some guys with him to Purdue, and they need to rebuild the back end. The front's still pretty good. Offensively, they lose a ton, and it seems like Brett wants to go youth a little bit more than you'd expect in the portal era. Close quote.
Once again, whoever this coach is, speaking anonymously, spitting the truth.
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is adding value then. Here you go. Let's go to Purdue.
Oh.
And this is slanderous. Close quote. Ready for this one?
Okay.
Jeff Brom never really wanted to be at Purdue long term. So this could be a rare example of where both parties benefited from a change. Defensively, they'll be better than you think. The head coach is a darn good DC, and the staff he brought is sharp. They can run complex stuff without sacrificing aggression. Close quote.
I think the offense is going to suffer, but they only talked about the defense. So, yes, I do. Because I don't think Brom cared about defense. He was just going to outscore everybody with his offense. They were fun to watch. Couldn't stop anybody except MSU in that one game. I'll agree with that one.
Indiana.
IU.
Forks down. Here we go. Probably the most uncertain team in the league this year. They have to win big to keep Tom Allen around, and that's not likely with the roster they've got. Culturally, hard place to win and stay winning and make football changes needed to keep it going. Plus, Tom is a, quote, bullhorn kind of coach. Lots of hollering, and that is a trend seems to have waned in recent years.
Yeah, honestly, I thought they fired him last year.
Tom Allen's not a bullhorn coach. He's a boner.
Right. I thought he was already fired. Yeah.
Try hard, rah-rah, idiot.
Very tough place to win, but yeah.
Kenny, you ready for this? This is going to hit near and dear to his heart. Let's go to Maryland. Rico Beard's pet team. It feels...
Slanderous.
This is like if I wrote this. It feels like a broken record here. Lots and lots of talent. Very athletic at the skill spots. Smart coaches. High-level recruiters. But the program never puts it together. They would be a monster in this league if the staff could unlock everything at once.
I hate you.
And the roster looks like their best yet. That doesn't mean it'll happen. But they're getting talent that Mike Loxley has sold the administration on that it was possible. Close quote.
I hate you so much right now.
It's spot on.
It is.
It's as if I
Move along. It is, okay?
All right.
Nothing to see here.
All right. Now
mistakes were made.
Now we're bringing it to Rico's living room.
Mistakes were made.
The Michigan State Spartans. Quote.
Whoever has done this has done a great job.
This is anonymous coaches speaking to Athlon. Quote. They're the 50-50 program in the Big Ten. You never know what you're going to get when they actually line up against you. They're talented enough to beat most teams, and then sometimes they can't put anything together. In the Big Ten, they're Ole Miss.
That's your boys.
They're getting better at high school recruiting, but they're still locked on to this portal. Close quote.
That's spot on right there. Yeah, they're 50-50. Ole Miss, that's a good example.
Come to the SIP.
At any given game, yeah, you're like, wow, where is this team? And then you get Indiana losing in double overtime.
Let's go to Iowa. The last West team culture standing, although it's probably one that's needed the most change, and maybe culturally. Anxious to see how they address the contract stipulations on the offensive coordinator, i.e. Ferentz's son, and what they can get done. They portaled out a lot of their best players, which is scary when you're bad to begin with. And it puts a stupid amount of pressure on Cade McNamara to make something happen.
Yeah, that one, I'm giving that a 5 because that's desperation because his son, like it's in his incentive. I mean, one of the incentives in this contract is they have to be like the top 50 offense or he's fired.
Right.
So he just went out and said, go get Michigan's offense. Everybody they don't want, we'll take.
Let's go to Wisconsin. The strangest hire of the offseason was Phil Longo going there. It's like Luke Fickell knows something nobody else does, or he's just made a major mistake. This is an anti-Wisconsin offense. It's going to take a minute for everyone to adjust. It's just weird.
Not only is it just weird, I think that Fickell may have bitten off more than he could chew. I don't think Wisconsin fans, it sounds like it's going to be fun, but you know what? Mike, I got a feeling, this is spot on, by the way. I got a feeling in Wisconsin, they're going to suffer what MSU did with John L. Smith. When you realize, or Rich Rodriguez at Michigan, yeah, this doesn't fit at all.
Let me give you Penn State, Michigan, Ohio State rapid fire. Okay? We'll skip Nebraska because I'm tired of talking about them. Penn State, it's really all about Drew Aller. If he's as good as everyone thinks, this is their window to get past Michigan and OSU. He's the difference between a top-end season and a breakthrough they've wanted under Franklin. If they're weak somewhere, it's replacing guys in the secondary. But Manny Diaz is good if you give him something to work with.
No, spot on.
5?
Yeah, 5.
All right, Michigan. And this is like I wrote this. Last season sealed it for them. This is a different program. The gap between them and OSU hasn't been this close in decades. It's reload, not rebuild. And it's something they've been able to claim like OSU or an SEC team. Transfers are good. Backfield's great. QB's great. Not sure on that. They've got speed on the edges and defensively. I think that's a 5 or a 4.75. I don't know if McCarthy's great.
See, I always say a 4 only because I think the gap between Michigan and Ohio State is it's big. It's huge because Ohio State is not the same team anymore. Michigan has surpassed them, and it's not even close.
Okay, so let me give you Ohio State, and we'll wrap. Ready? This is the only roster in the league that could have beat Georgia last year. The talent they have matches the SEC at every group. The perspective is the problem because if you lose to Michigan, the season's a bust. Program's in great hands with Ryan Day. It's just the standard. It is what it is.
4 because I think Ryan Day can't get past Michigan, and that's in his head. So I can't say they're in great hands with Ryan Day anymore.
And that is your anonymous Big Ten coaches on Big Ten Coaches. All right, we're going to get to some of these callers here momentarily. And what I want to do, some ticket texts, and then we're going to get Rico's dramatic reading of this Zion baby mistress drama, which is just, it's embarrassing behavior by all parties. But whatever. I think Rico reading it is just hilarious. So we're just going to roll with it. I'll do a little football today as well. We've been talking a little bit about the NBA Finals and just, it's horrible. I admit it. I miss the stars. I miss the LeBrons and the Stephs and the guys. Nobody wants to watch Miami Heat. Nobody wants to watch the gym class heroes. 4 undrafted free agents and the most boring superstar of stars in Jimmy Butler. And frankly, for many people, it's the first time they've watched the Denver Nuggets all year. And outside of Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, what do you got? It's a Pistons reject club. It's a bad watch. So I've just asked the question. I mean, if I'm a bad fan, so be it. The way we localized it is, if you're going to watch the game tonight, you're probably watching the blueprint for how the Pistons are going to have to do it. Bam and Butler are going to be Cade and Jaden. And you got to find a way to put pieces around them and create a culture that can break through somehow. Because I think we all agree, unless Cade or Jaden become first-team All-NBA type players, there is no other pathway. No. So that's what we've been rapping about. But some of the ticket texts coming in regarding the coaching stuff, Kenny, or anything otherwise.
We got a bunch of ones still trickling in on the NBA Finals. Jimmy Bucket is the most underrated superstar in the league. For me, it's great to see him and Bam beating teams that on paper are better than they are. That's from Dave in Oxford. Rico's therapy session discovered it. Mike only hates the Heat because they beat his freaking Celtics.
No, I mean, I hate the way they play. But, yeah, I mean, part of it is watching them is a trip to the dentist. Oh, the Heat have employed their zone again. And it's like, oh, great, awesome.
It is like going to work. Except no 69, 65.
I mean, 90 is the new 70. Go ahead.
I don't care that you don't care, Mike. I love tryhards. I love people who try way more. You'd rather see LeBron, KD, and Irving? No, thank you.
Well, that's fine. You like chocolate ice cream, and I may like vanilla. I mean, guys, this is subjective. But the whole point is, when we get to the finals, I'm with Rico. How'd that Final Four work out for you? Oh, wait, nobody watched.
Right.
Just like this. I don't imagine the TV ratings are going to be very good for this. Anything on the Big Ten thing, or did we whiff here?
Oh, the Big Ten segment, people love that too. Let me pull this up. And Big Ten coaching, why was Rico so accurate? It seems like he was the one writing the article.
I mean, but that's why I did it. I wondered where he would be with these synopsises.
Honestly, yeah, it was like all of that stuff was true.
The Maryland one hurt your heart. I could see it.
You know what? You did that out of spite because I said, that you only hated the Heat because these Celtics lost.
Was Rico the ghostwriter in this article? Jeez.
There's a method to my madness.
More, Mike said, because his Miami beat his Celtics. That's the common theme here. The common thread of all the ticket texts is the Rico therapy session paid off.
Well, that's fine.
Naturally. May have come to the truth.
Wait, I'm sorry. Am I supposed to go to the air and lie to you and say, well, no? No, I mean, of course I hate these guys. But the way they play, look, rank out teams you'd want to watch in the East. Would you rather watch Milwaukee or Miami? Would you rather watch Boston or Miami? Philly or Miami? You want me to keep going?
Right.
Guys, that's really what it's about. And then, you want to call a ambulance because my team gagged away the 7-game series? Fine. It doesn't change the fact they got 4 undrafted free agents who are bums that are playing out of their mind. I don't want to watch it.
Right. It's not just one guy. It's 4. That's yeah.
I mean, Christ, they have one of the Zeller brothers there. They've got every scrub in the league.
They do.
I don't even know what Zeller it is.
The good or the bad one?
Couldn't tell you. Let's go to the people. Let's go to Larry on a cell. Larry, what's going on, buddy?
What you said is absolutely correct. But here's the problem. The problem is that there's enough talent out there that if they play this kind of, four-corner basketball Gonzaga and the superstars aren't playing well, they can get through. Now, it gives hope to the small markets and people who are believing in the Pistons that don't have any players, that maybe these guys can come out here and put together something and make a run. I mean, it's really possibly not going to ever happen again, but yes, maybe it just might. Now, here's the thing. Nobody likes 2 points. Everybody likes 3-pointers. So most of these guys are just, making nice bounce passes and, playing defense. They're not going to do what Steph Curry was doing. You shoot the ball from a half court or the hash mark, back in the day, you're on the bench. So the point is that what's happened here is that you've had a couple of teams that got some pretty good players. They're not so bad that they're, just terrible. But what they could do is play team basketball, and somehow you got 2 team basketball guys playing. You're right. Nobody wants to watch them because there's nobody on there that we know. But this is what happens when, your best players don't bring it, and you end up having 2 guys or 2 teams that want to play basketball from 1974, Gonzaga versus North Carolina in the Four Corners. That's my story.
Yeah, no, and look, again, I respect what the Heat have built. I mean, I'm jealous in the regards that they're competitive every year. I mean, I wish we could get the Pistons organization on that level of footing.
You just don't want to see it in the final.
I do not.
You want to see excellence. You want to see stars. You want to see a future dynasty. You want to see something. And yeah, this is where America was when the Pistons were in there in 2005 or 4. They didn't want to see the Pistons. Everybody wanted the Lakers to win that thing because the Lakers had all the stars, and somehow the Pistons won. And it was like, okay, just take your trophy and go away, please. But yeah, this one it's difficult to watch.
Let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on, buddy?
This conversation is actually fantastic.
All right.
It actually gives me a lot of hope for the Pistons, because if anybody has experienced being a dog, it's us. We can do this really easy. I look at it this way. We got Tom Gores, who we all thought in the beginning was just a bum of an owner. We got a superstar, all the other things. But now he's smart enough to back the Brinks truck up to the back door, go and grab Monty Williams, and we've got a couple of decent foundational pieces, we hope, in Cade, Duran, and what's-his-face. So, yeah, you're right. If we can add a little bit here and there around them and maybe cut a few guys, maybe this is the roadmap for us, Mike.
I mean,
so I'm actually filled with optimism.
And look, there's a reason I tried to add the angle to it. Paul is I understand what Troy Weaver has tried to do. He's just failed miserably at it. And all of the reclamation projects that we have tried have failed. And I mean, I can go up and down the list of them, and then whether it's the Nerlens Noels to Jahlil Okafers. I mean, also, why is this guy continuing to collect centers like Fabergé eggs? But we continue to bring in people. It hasn't worked.
I was about to say centers or failed number 2 overall picks.
But all it takes is for you to be right 2 or 3 times. That's all it takes.
I'm happy with just 1 right now.
Okay, fair. I can't argue. I can't. You're right. What about Josh Jackson? I mean, it has been a disaster. We'll give Keith the final word, and then we're going to move on. Keith, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike Rico. What's going on, fellas?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, I get where you're coming from, Mike, but I think I disagree a little bit just in that I think it's more about style of play, at least for basketball, and that often goes hand in hand with stars. But, like, for example, in my opinion, I was much happier to see the Nuggets in the finals than the Lakers, because the Lakers have LeBron, but the version of LeBron we get today, I mean, slowing the game down, he's not the same version of himself that he was years ago. He's still an incredible player, but a much different player, and I think less exciting to watch. And, I mean, you're right about, like, Heat and going to work Pistons. Those are starless teams, and their style of play reflected that. But I think, like, the Nuggets are an exciting team to watch. They just don't have players that people know about.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
And Keith, it does.
Yeah.
I think it's just, and maybe it's an NBA thing for me, but when like the Super Bowl's another prime example. I mean, Keith, I like this year's Super Bowl and even 2 years ago. You can't draw it up any better. I mean, it's star-studded, it's high-flying, it's exciting, it's must-see TV. I just have a hard time as I get older. Whether it's the Final Four this year, Keith, I couldn't do it. I mean, this NCAA tournament, it became a mockery. I'm like, I don't want to watch any of this. And it's the same thing when we get to the finals here, and you're like, this is what I've waited all year for?
Yeah, because everybody who defended the Final Four was like soccer guy. No, you just don't understand the game.
Right,
this is
they're
actually
Kenny.
good for basketball.
No, they're
It's like,
Kenny. They're a hockey guy.
Like, this actually is not good for the game. You're not drawing in any new viewers to this. No one cares. You need somebody either you love or you hate. But there was just 4 teams of tryhards. So you just roll the dice and just picked one.
Now, are you prepared for this?
I'm prepared for this.
Okay.
Are you prepared for this?
No. But apparently, Zion Williamson had a baby announcement yesterday, which is supposed to be a happy day. You know, they did a big gender reveal thing, and very exciting. One problem. I don't think his mistress knew about it. So she did what I guess the kids do these days. And
Burn it to the ground.
And did it on social media. So we thought having the most godly man on the show today, since David is on vacation, do a dramatic reading of this series of incendiary statements would be the right thing to do here. So, we're going to Rico do that next to some music, and I'm going to attempt to help him where the F word comes in. We'll be using sound effects, and
I'll just point to you.
Just point. I'm here for what you need.
Okay.
And then that other thing Jimmy said you couldn't read, you just point to me and then finish the sentence.
I was instructed, not even that.
No. Just, you're okay.
I've come up with a new way for that.
All right. We'll do it next. 97.1.
You want that career in radio? You want to come up with creative ways to read Twitter things? Yeah. Specs at LTU can help prepare you. Actually, I don't think anything can prepare you for this, but for radio, TV, or graphic design, Specs at LTU can help you get to wherever you need to go. Located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech, they simply want you to do one thing. They want you to be curious. Find out more. Go to the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. And then once you enroll, you make the magic by enrolling in the Specs at LTU certificate programs today. You're going to learn from instructors who actually work in the business, so they know what it takes because they're already there. They're not going to waste your time learning a bunch of theory and things like that. No. You're going to hit the ground running. So once again, go to ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs. Do that today.
Don't get stuck without power the next time a storm hits, or wait for the first 90-degree day for the air conditioner to simply not work. The team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical has you covered. $78 AC tune-up. Get your air conditioner in tip-top shape and save on that energy bill. Mastercraft has generators in stock as well. Schedule that tune-up today. Visit mastercraftheating.com. Okay, so I have, and I'm going to do this again, just so there's no confusion. This is a no drop, no song, no bit zone. Roberto is not allowed to take any of this audio. It is not fair to Rico. Rico is doing a public service. Zion Williamson is a major figure on this show. It has always been. I mean, it's been a battle between Rico and I. Well, yesterday, Zion had a baby announcement. Okay, good for him. God bless. Good to see he was doing something over the last 9 months, because playing basketball wasn't a part of it. Well, one problem. A person he wasn't having a baby with apparently, didn't know there was another person he was having a baby with. And he was attempting to move both of them to New Orleans. Well, naturally, this wasn't handled privately or in a mature way, and instead, I believe the term would be napalm. Well, lady number 2 decided to air the grievances like a Festivus dinner. So we said, Rico reading these would be fun. So we're going to get some music. And now, where we can't say certain words on the air, Rico, you will point to me and I will offer you what we'll term supplemental audio. Is that fair?
That is fair.
All right. Do we do what's
or
up?
I may just have to get creative with the vernacular.
Nah, you're good. Just ask for forgiveness later. Go ahead. What music do we have for this? Oh, what if I told you that a man paid to play basketball who never plays basketball had people busy playing with his balls?
Apparently, he was dating not one,
but 2 women.
But 2 porn stars.
All righty then. We're off and running. Rico Beard with a dramatic reading of Zion's baby drama.
Yeah, this is from Mariah Mills, her Twitter page. Simply starts off, F you. I hate you on God, Zion. Looks like you've had a girlfriend and been sleeping with another woman behind my back. Zion, you liar.
That's reasonable.
Better pray I'm not pregnant.
Uh-oh.
Because I'm definitely late, Zion. I was with you last week in New Orleans, and you couldn't tell me you had some random thought pregnant after all I've done for you, Zion. I let you many times without a condom. And this is what you do for me? With that hood rat?
Oh, my.
You've been putting my life in danger.
Oh.
Come on, David. With all of these women raw. Or she actually used garden tools raw. I warned you about these trapping type of garden tools, Zion. And you didn't listen to me. I know the game. And congratulations again. The bill was too high. So you had to scrap for crumbs when you couldn't see me or I was busy. Couldn't even impregnate a real porn star, Zion.
Oh, dear.
Porn star on porn star crime, I guess.
My.
I motivated you to get back in shape. I let you me all kind of ways and fill me on your phone, Zion, and you impregnate a low-budget porn star.
This is amazing.
I told you were going to be the next king next to LeBron. I motivated you. Your baby mama is the reason you gained weight. She's toxic. I hate you for that. Honestly, Zion, you hurt me with this one. I could not sleep last night. I let you do things to me last week when we...
Oh.
You could have told me you had another whore pregnant. How's that going to work with both of us moving to New Orleans? You think I would have found out, Zion? You let these garden tools finesse you.
What the hell? Garden tool?
It's a garden tool. It's another name for a garden tool.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's wrong with
3-letter
saying-
word.
You can't say it.
Just going to keep it safe.
Okay. All right.
Is why you let these garden tools finesse you. It's why I'm angry. She's 29 with an adult child already. I know what comes from being a basketball player's girl. I know there will be other women, but I didn't expect you to get one of these women pregnant, Zion. I don't have any tapes and I don't have all the tapes in my phone, and it's not like we were really together. Congrats on both of you, Zion. Blessings, God doesn't make mistakes. Don't call my phone, Zion.
Oh.
You lost me for good. Until I see a DNA, I'm done. Why be a low-budget baby mama when you could have had a kept girlfriend? But I guess I'm the stepmama. You not.
Oh.
Roberts. Me, Annie. Zion plans a baby, or it's not. I'm sorry. Okay, let's try this again.
Yeah, rewind.
I guess I'm going to be a stepmama. You not up me. And Zion plans baby or not. It is what it is off of this. You need a baby to get a bag. I get it. Just because we're not on the same level. I'm an Atlanta woman.
Gotcha.
See me in December, or should I say in my new condo in New Orleans.
Did she just do a schedule release?
I think she did. And I guess this is to the woman. We sister wives now, get with it or get lost. I'm about to get some always. He don't play about me when it comes to spoiling. I'm his princess.
Oh, dear.
And you're a burnt out baby mama. Yeah. I got the knotted braids because you wanted me to wear them, Zion, and waist beads. Now it all makes sense. I hate it here. I think she's done.
Oh, man. Yeah. I hope I was able to supplement some of that audio.
You were.
Okay. That's outstanding by you.
Thanks.
That took a lot of courage for you to read that. Pretty sure Paul fell out of his chair at one point. Any ticket to... But here's my question, in all seriousness. Why air all out your stuff on social media? Why would you do that?
Because that's what you do.
Why?
Because that's how you got to let everybody know your pain. You got to tell everybody your story. And you need sympathy points. Nope, not doing
this
it.
is up to you.
Really, what's with all these gardening tools? You know what I mean?
Okay. I do like that Rico took it an extra layer of security, being that Zion wasn't. He kept saying garden tools. I'm like, is this woman really writing garden tools? It took me a second to figure out what the hell he was doing.
Yes, it was what I was searching for at Home Depot this morning.
Right.
The garden tool.
Yes, Ken.
The actual garden tool.
I mean,
the one just says garden tools LMAO. Dude, from 3030 intro music in the background to Rico's impeccable delivery and the excellent, quote, supplemental audio. Hilarious, gentlemen.
Supplemental.
I needed to pull over for this. Ha, ha, ha. Fantastic.
I love it. I love the part where he's like, and I hate you forever. And it's Stoney going, not going good. All right. Well, I know it's silly, but all right. We'll get you some football next. We'll steer the ship And we still have.
Yeah, that 2019 draft, not doing well. Not going good.
Not going good. We have, speaking of, Paul Serra Research Department, where he's going to go Magic Mike on Detroit. You got to hear the numbers he's got. You think you know how bad the Tigers are? Oh, just wait till Paul Serra puts on the elephant undies. Watch what's about to happen here, people. You aren't going to believe these numbers. Northville Lumber. I'm sure Stu is really pumped up to have a live read in this segment. Listen, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more than Northville. They've got it in stock. They move enough product to cover 26 football fields. And, guys, they're able to move it because the warehouse is right down the street. All colors and varieties of Trex decking, railing, lighting, they've got it. And the pricing as low as $1.59 a foot. So if you need someone to build that deck, they'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Plan it, build it, buy it. Northville Lumber. One-stop shopping. It's as good as it gets. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, summer is here. Everyone's traveling, road trips all over the place. Moran Buick GMC, happy to help if you're looking to get into a new vehicle. The 23 Acadias, flexible third row of seating, make room for everyone and everything. The Envisions are in as well. New stock arriving daily. And if you need service on that current vehicle, no problem. Moran has got you covered. Go to moranexpress.com. The scheduling is fast and easy. You sign up for the certified service appointment, you get a free loaner vehicle. It's just that simple. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at moranexpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right. As we head towards 5 o'clock, couple of notes for you. You may have already heard, since cell phones work quicker, Tigers game canceled, hashtag air quality. Yankees, White Sox, canceled, air quality. The East Coast is a mess. I know our air quality, I guess, is nothing great today, allegedly, but at least the sun's out. It looks like Gotham. And I mean, New York looks like a Batman movie. So, yeah, they're going to go ahead and cancel the game. Tigers will play 6:05 tomorrow night. They'll make the game up. It was an off day, no problem. And I got to be honest, I need a break. watched the game last night. I'm happy.
You could have turned it off after the first inning.
No, because
I'm just saying.
I guess for me, we'll get to it. The Paul Serra Research Institute. If you missed our story of the gentleman who was a key figure in the merger of LIV and PGA, it wasn't Monahan. It was a shadowy figure who a famous TV show modeled their main character after. You can Odyssey.com rewind that at the beginning of the show. I just thought it was crazy. And it's proof positive morality is gone, so you need to stop acting like leagues, teams, players, or owners have any of it. Just leave it behind. Watch it for what it is. But Paul Serra Research Institute, me being glad the Tiger game canceled tonight, it lends itself right to what we'll get with Paul. A little bit of Tiger talk, because I think it's time to demand a certain thing from this team. Has nothing to do with Miggy, nothing to do with Baez. But it does have to do with the one thing Scott Harris might be able to control. And maybe you think I'm being unfair. We'll get to it in a few minutes. Kenny, you want to do the ticket text, please?
This from the Football Today. Josh Allen on the cover is a joke. Would have rather had the Kelceys than Josh Allen.
If you're upset about who's on the cover of a video game, I'm going to suggest therapy. I mean, really?
Hey, man, people get up because you disrespect it. I needed to see my guy on there.
Okay. You know what? Here's a tip. You can make your own video game cover with a cheap printer. But kids were doing that when I was in college. It's not hard.
Right, but imagine if the Lions had this superstar and he got snubbed. People would be it'd be upset. Like, what do you mean J-Mo wasn't on the cover? He should have been, or, yeah.
Of what, Vegas Weekly?
Rico, we were talking about the underdog being the Cardinals in every single game. We were wondering if the Lions were also that last year, 2 years ago. Somebody texted in saying, which team is worse, this year's Cardinals or year one Dan Campbell Lions? The 3-win squad.
I'll be honest with you, probably year one Dan Campbell Lions. Look, Kyler Murray being out, the Cardinals with a new regime, they still have some talent. This Lions team that Dan Campbell and Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes took over, it followed a Millen-esque regime. I'll say Dan Campbell's year one team was far worse.
This is from the Rico Dramatic Reading. Excellent bit, guys. I'm dying laughing over here. More like this, please.
Listen, sometimes you have to roll with the punches. And when stories break, and I said, well, we have a better way to do this.
Right, I was just reading to Mike, listen to some of this stuff.
The only way that bit's better is if we had a pastor read it. And David's on vacation. So we settled for just a member of the parish. But having a pastor read that would have been my crowning achievement.
Texter here asking for Roberto's advice on buying garden tools.
Nope.
No, don't hand him
that. You
Mike.
get really good deals? OnlyFans.
Okay.
You know what, Kenny? I blame you for that.
Yeah, I do.
You passed the microphone to
I
him.
blame Kenny.
He grabbed it out of my hand. He almost assaulted me. What are you talking about?
Wow.
This more on the NBA Finals. Maybe I'm the only one.
That could be a drop, couldn't it?
It could be.
Carry on.
I don't know what it was, so it must have been great. Maybe I'm the only. All right. Maybe I'm the only one, but I root for underdog teams every time over stars. It's more entertaining to watch the Cinderella story.
I have no issue if that's what you root for. It's just not for me. Save it for the movies.
Exactly. That's a Disney movie right there.
And one that agrees with you, Mike. I'm with Mike. The heat or the air quality of the NBA right now.
That's right. But you know what? If they were your team, you'd be exactly where Paulie's at. You'd be rooting like hell for him. You're going to be pumped up for the game. Paul, we noticed. I know the hat matches the shirt. I see what you're doing there for Game 3 of the Finals. Mm-hmm. That's not lost on us.
Yeah, the only thing with the Heat is, Jimmy Butler run up to Spoelstra saying, Coach, the ball went out on me.
I still can't believe that was a real commercial. Like when you start really looking at ad campaigns, and obviously the Bud Light one is taking the cake as far as like missing the audience. When you looked at the sportsmanship pass it on ad, and you have a player narking his own team and saying, no, ref, no, it's not our ball. And even though I'm about to get my ass kicked in the locker room, please change the call.
And the coach is like, Way to go, son.
Sean, hey, Sean. Good call. No, he'd say, Sean, pack your ish.
Right.
You're never playing for this team again.
Take that jersey off right now. You're going home naked. Yeah.
I mean, I just, who sat in a boardroom and said, this is the ad concept? It's still the stupidest commercial to ever air.
Hey, ref, the ball went off.
Ref, the ball went off me. Excuse me?
Sonny, you really want me to do this? Like, I think carefully. If I do this, you'll never play again.
Well, then the teammates are in the huddle and they're like, come on, Sean, no way. And it's like, yeah, that's not the language that would be used.
Yeah, Sean, shut up.
Unnamed texter Mike hates sportsmanship.
I hate that commercial. It's totally ridiculous. Not even a parent. Hold on. If your kid were playing, not even a parent would co-sign if you were Sean's dad. You think Sean's dad would be proud of his son for what he did? No, you lie. You absolutely lie.
No, that's when you give the Jordan shrug, like, happens sometimes.
Or like Jordan's security guard when they were flipping quarters in The Last Dance.
Yeah. Happens sometimes.
I mean, my God.
What do you want me to say? Ref blew the call, but hey.
Like can you imagine the other parents in that commercial?
Nah, he'd be off the team.
What are you doing?
You'd have to move.
Especially parents these days at youth games. Are you kidding me?
There would have been an assault.
Yes.
Now, feature a commercial with an assault. Then you're in.
I think there's going to be a PSA with an assault in it.
Do you want the Paul Serra Research Committee?
Yes.
All right. Because I think it leads us to something, and I don't think it's radio blather, and I think it's a fair and reasonable request. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to do it next. Paul, are you ready for the main stage? Okay. This is exciting. 97.1. 5 o'clock, great to have you aboard. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind, including we wrapped up the LIV and PGA merger. Wild story to start the show. You can go get that right now. And why I cannot handle the NBA Finals currently. But I wanted to do this. Paul Serra, if you'd be so kind. Paul is filling in this week. He always does a great job when he joins us. He just very quietly dropped off a plate of research. And I went, well, Paul, I'm not reading this. This is your baby. Because we talked a lot this week. It started out with Javi Baez's Miggy 2.0. And we're stuck with him for 4 more years, and big yikes. And then he went out and had the worst at bat in history, and I said he should have been benched, and yet he hit second last night. And through the conversation, Paul decided I'm going to go to the next level. Paul, if you would explain what you've put together, and then it's not us beating a dead horse. It leads us to a conclusion, and I want to know if people are aboard. Paul, main stage.
So, we were talking a lot about the Tigers and Baez and how bad their offense is. And last night they lost 1-0 and got 3 hits. So I was like, how bad are they really? And so I went to Baseball Reference and I went to team stats because I wanted to see if there was a team war, a win above average situation. And so I found where they rank in those scenarios, and they break it down by position, and they're minus 7.3 combined, which is 27th in baseball. So basically, they lose 7.5 games more than an average team would lose.
Correct. And again, when we talk WAR, it is basically a replacement level player. Mm-hmm. 0 means that the average AAA player, I could replace you with them and I'd get the same thing. Right. When you are a negative WAR player, well,
why are you here?
God help you. Yeah. Well, Paul put out here. This is unbelievable. It's Paul, this really is your finest hour.
It's funny. It's sad. It's depressing.
I want Paul to take you through this, but if you were hoping for, well, they've got to be positive at something. The Tigers are positive in 2 categories. Paul?
Oh, yeah, they're positive in relief pitching. They're 11th at .2.
I'll take it.
And they're positive in center field. They're 13th, tied 13th with the Mariners at .6.
Every other position on this team. And mind you, center field, Riley Green would get a lot of that credit. Right. The bullpen, Alex Lang, would get a lot of that credit.
Right.
Every other spot, they are a negative WAR team. Paul, here, we're going to do this like it's Moneyball. Paul, where are they in starting pitching?
Minus 1.1, they're 24th in the league.
Paul, where are they at catcher?
Minus 0.8, they're 26th in the league.
Paul, where are they at first base?
Minus 1.2, 27th in the league.
Paul, where are they at second base?
Minus 0.4, 23rd.
And batting third?
At third base, they're minus 0.9, they're 28th in the league.
And how about shortstop?
Minus 0.6, 26th in the league.
Rico wants to know left field.
Minus 0.5, 24th in the league.
How about right field?
Minus 0.3, 19th in the league.
And the big man.
DH, they're minus 1.6. They're dead last in baseball.
And just in case you're like, hey, why don't we use the bench? We've got some depth. Pinch hitters.
Minus 0.7, dead last in baseball.
So this leads us to...
When he showed me this, I seriously want to say, you know what? Run the numbers again.
Ready?
Run them again.
Paul.
Yeah.
You tip your cap to the crowd.
Right.
We're taking Paul Serra out of the game. He's pitching a no-no.
Right.
Tip your cap. So it leads us to a couple conclusions. A, it's one we all know. This team blows. B, I think if you were dumb enough to believe this team was any good in the first place, this is the proof in the pudding you're not. Now, this division's awful. But even amidst this division being awful, this is your reality. But it brings us to something I said yesterday, and I went, look, I don't want to be unreasonable. And I don't have a grasp of how ready or not some of the farmhands are. But Rico, when Paul does this research, and it's outstanding, and you see just how awful they are across the board, and you're a negative win above replacement at every position except the bullpen, how the hell does Scott Harris not at least give some of the kids a taste of the big leagues. A Justin Henry Malloy, a Colton Keith, a guy we've never heard of, a Dylan Dingler, something, right? Don't you at least try something different, because putting the same players out there is the definition of insanity? Last night they lost 1-0 on 3 hits.
Or unless if you're Scott Harris, you realize this is the redshirt year. I don't want to rush a guy. I don't want to do what they did to Torkelson and bring him up too soon, and I ruin what could be a really good player because we're so bad. Because I had to find something. What you're saying makes sense, but I still say I think that's what's wrong with Torque. He came up probably a year too soon. And he didn't get the tutelage in the minor leagues.
All right.
And he was forced, because if one of these kids come up here and God forbid they start off on a 3-game hitting streak, they're the new savior.
I
and
understand
expectations
that.
are
But
there.
look, every night, I'm actually happy that the game's canceled tonight, because I just don't even want to, I don't want to have to look at it. Watching the last 2 nights, I mean, getting no hit through 7, no hit through 5. Rico, this is not Major League Baseball. Now, look, we make fun of the Oakland A's, because they are a traveling circus. But what I would offer you is there's really no discernible difference between you and them from an offensive standpoint, except I would take their offense over yours. Your pitching is, well, it's not the A's, and your bullpen is good. That's really the only difference. You're almost 100 runs under in run differential. From an offensive standpoint, like last night, when you watched the 9th inning, Craig Kimbrell went up there, and you would have thought it was Kimbrell vintage Braves 10 years ago. Akil Baddoo did not steal home. Strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. F you. Strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. Get out. These at-bats, for all the times I go after Javi Baez, the reality is look at this entire team and look at the quality of at-bats. You want some numbers on this? Let me just do this, because here's where I get frustrated. If we're going to be bad, it is one thing. But how many years in a row is this city and these fans supposed to accept historically bad offenses? Rico, dead last in almost every offensive category. I don't even need to do a Paul Serra version of offensive numbers. 9 runs their last 53 innings. Their last 50 opportunities with runners in scoring position. Do you know how many times they've gotten a hit?
No.
3 for 50. 3 for 50.
I was going to say 5.
3 for 50 with runners in scoring position. So my question is, we understand you are not going to buy Miguel Cabrera out. We understand that you are not going to launch Javi Baez into space. And I would argue that any night those 2 stiffs are playing, you're well on your way to getting shut out. But the other players that are infinitely replaceable, how are we not at least giving the kids a chance here? I don't need a savior, but I'm on the ABH plan. Anyone but Haas. Could we bring up someone else? Can we give Justin Henry Malloy a chance? I don't even need him to play every day. Play him 3-4 times a week. Put him down in the order. Let him get up here and get his feet wet. Let's see. Something. You can't keep running this lineup out there.
Yeah, but I think you can. I think it's twofold, Mike.
You hate your customers?
No, you don't hate your customers, but I think your customers knew going in. Like, there's certain years you just know a team is going to be bad. Dan Campbell's first year, you knew that was going to be bad. It was going to be painful to watch, but you would hope that they would make corrections in year 2. Same thing with Scott Harris. He pretty much told us that when he took the job. He didn't walk in and say, oh, I like what I got here, and we're just a player or 2 away. Without saying it, yeah, guys, you already know what I know. This is going to be bad. It's going to be painful. So I think you wait, you see what you got. The other thing is, like it or not, because you play in a bad division, you're still in the chase.
Okay, but can I put this in context for you?
Yes.
I accept everything you've just said. I'm not arguing. What I'm saying is, much like Javi Baez, when you don't meet a level of professionalism, I no longer have to accept it. Rico, Not only do they have the fewest runs in the American League, they have 20 less runs than the Oakland A's, who are attempting to be horrible because
they're trying hard to do this.
They don't have anywhere to play. Rico, they have the fewest runs in baseball. They have 20 less runs than the A's, who people are mocking as a disgrace to the game. Right. You have 210 runs. Yeah. And we're approaching mid-June.
Yeah, and those stats that Paul gave us are probably going to get worse as the days progress without Riley Green. So, yeah, that center field number probably going to start.
Sure.
Yeah.
And again, you'll go, well, they lost their best offensive guy. Guys, no one man carries a team. If that were the case, Mike Trout would have a hell of a lot more playoff appearances. Ohtani would be in the playoffs every year. That's not how it works. There is
good teams pull somebody from the minors, and you know what? You found something. I'm hesitant because I don't want to see any of the guys that they possibly could be using down the line up too soon on a bad team with really who's the voice of the team? I mean, Miggy's halfway out the door.
You know what's amazing too? Of any last place team in baseball, there's no one even close. 20 runs behind the A's, 40 runs behind the Marlins, 35 runs behind the Brew Crew, 38 runs behind the Pods. I mean, forget about the AL East. That's not even worth discussing. I mean, they're 60, 70 runs behind the Jays. I mean, guys, you've put up with historical ineptitude on offense for what is this now? The last 3 years? 4 years? It's not even remotely. Like, to be bad. Let's say you're, I mean, pick a bad team, Rico. Then there's you. The one thing Scott Harris can, well, there's two things he could control. You could bring some pieces in. Right. I mean, he tried with Marincic. I mean, he sucks. He's always sucked. But like, you got to do something because at a certain level, Rico, it is you're trying to build a culture. You can't go out every night. These at-bats are so bad.
They are. But as bad as you are,
what?
You still got a shot.
You gotta stop. You know what?
Look, Mike.
I gotta interject.
I'm not saying that this is the greatest thing, but when you got Minnesota and Cleveland and you and Chicago, put them in a hat and tell me who wins the whole thing.
Minnesota or Cleveland.
I'll tell you what. Somebody gets hot on a weekend,
all right,
and they'll take over.
Dinner bet, Minnesota or Cleveland wins.
I'm not willing to take a dinner bet over this. I'm just simply saying that it's not that great of a difference between all the teams if you can hang around. Now, I think once they finally fall off, if this happens because of the injuries that they have.
They're done right now. They're 100 runs worse on a differential basis than the Minnesota Twins. I have said all year, and people get so mad at me, if you look at the analytics and what this team should be versus what they are, they have been incredibly lucky early on, and they're still 6-7 games under 500.
They are.
So what happens when the luck runs out?
Then
you're garbage.
I think at that point you do. But at this point, you don't have to beat the Rays. You just got to worry about the Twins who are 4 games ahead of you. That's it. If you could try to make that up, you deal with whatever happens next. But because you don't play in the East, if you're in the East, this is an entirely different conversation.
All I'm asking for is I'd like to see Scott Green bring up a couple new faces, try something, anything. Because
I think that's after the All-Star break.
Oh, God. Well, wake me up then. Because I got to be honest. Look, man, I give it a go. I try to watch them a couple times a week. It's morbid. It's beyond bad. There's nothing redeeming. And it's not just that, they're hitting it hard and they're unlucky. No, the at-bat quality is minor league.
No, I feel bad for the announcers who do the game. I'm like, man, you guys are working very hard to keep people interested.
Well, that's all right. Monroe's got Kids Bop in his headset. He didn't even know what's going on.
I'm trying to give him some props.
I'm not. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
All right, guys, you heard me talk about Awaken 180. I've been doing this for over 9 weeks now and close to 40 pounds gone. And you have time. If you got time to lose some weight before July 4th gets here. If you want to lose 10 pounds, 20 pounds, 50, 100, whatever it is, they can actually help you out to get this going. I mean, when I see people all the time on the streets, they're like, wow, you really did lose weight. I'm like, yeah, I'm not lying to you. And you can too. It's very simple. You give them a call, 844-346-1800. You schedule an appointment with your coach. I talk to mine every week. They will tailor something, not for me, but for you, specifically for you. You're not going to be starving. You will be eating. This isn't one of those things where they inundate you with supplements. No. You're going to be eating food. They're just going to help you do it right. And this is going to be weight loss that lasts for a long time. So call 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or go online at awaken180weightloss.com.
A little bit of breaking news before we get to some ticket texts and a fun football today. Chris Paul has been waived by the Phoenix Suns. Now, He had a not a roster bonus. His contract was going to be fully guaranteed for $36 million if they didn't release him or trade him or whatever it is by the deadline. Well, he's waived. He's a free agent. So, no, he's not coming here, even though he loves Monty. It wouldn't make any sense.
That's Root for Radio with David.
Oh, I know. But no, Chris Paul, going to be a free agent. And again, for the Phoenix Suns, what's your plan, man? Now I know they're gonna trade Ayton for a bag of balls just to get him off the team. That'll create some cap space. And then who are you putting with Booker and Durant, even if you can find the money? Who are you putting with them? What's the play there exactly? Who's the primary ball handler? What does KD have left in the tank at age 35?
Or do I wonder if they just go for broke and go for James Harden and try and get into that sweepstakes?
I'm out. Okay. I love a good disaster. That's unbelievable. No way.
Kyrie?
Okay, we're done here. KD would move to Mexico.
I
just got away from you.
You know what? You're right. You're right.
No more. All right, Kenny, ticket text. What do you got?
Pirates, Diamondbacks, and Orioles all leaps and bounds better. Those are playoff teams right now. All three of those were worse than the Tigers a few years ago. That's how hopeless the Tigers' situation is right now.
And the Pirates are 32-27, and their best, second best player, because Brian Reynolds is still their best, O'Neill Cruz, has been hurt all year. You know, like the Orioles, they're kind of the roadmap for how we got to do it. They've drafted bats. Bats. You can fill in the pitching via trade and free agency. But, look, you're bringing up teams. You're going to see the Diamondbacks this weekend. Look at their batting order. Look at the players they have. And it's not just, Corbin Carroll. They go out and got Lourdes Gurriel. They have Ketel Marte. They have Christian Walker. Dude, down on the farm, they got studs waiting to come up, including Jordan Lawler. We have to get to a point where the Tigers actually produce players. And I get so sick of this because there are ways to acquire players. I don't need superstars, but I need guys that are functioning ball players. And I understand there's this weird Nick Maton army. Guys, he's hitting 160, all right? I don't know what you want from me. I'm not mad that they traded Soto for Maton and Veerling. It's a giant nothing. Soto stinks, and so do those two.
I think in order to get that, that's where you're gonna have to make the trade. You got to trade the reliever and Lang. You got to do something.
Well, Lang's got to go. Erod, you pray he can come back. I know he got clearance to start throwing, playing pitch and catch, whatever it may be. Everything must go because everything. If I'm Scott Harris, everything I get back is going to be bats. I don't want any pitching. I'm going to trade Alex Lang. I need 2 bats. I'm going to trade Erod. I need 1 bat. Because again, you look at the Orioles. Mm-hmm. The Orioles, it's not just their star guys. Gunnar Henderson's not even playing that well. Adley Rutschman is a superstar. I get it. But when you go down on the farm and you look at what the Orioles have waiting in the wings, Rico, they got 4 or 5 guys that are ready to come up. They got a couple middle infield. I mean, they could call up Connor Norby right now. They could call up Westberg right now. And I know I'm geeking out a little bit, but I love baseball. Guys, we're not even at a point where we can bring, Scott Harris won't even bring up a couple of the kids to try. We don't even have a functional team. Watching them on a night in, night out basis, it's not Major League Baseball. It's not. Anyone who tells you it is bought and paid for.
You don't worry, bringing up Dylan Dingler, that's maybe stunts his growth.
If I bring you up for a couple of weeks and you're drinking out of a fire hose, hey, man, we still think you're a hell of a ball player, but we wanted to give you a look at what this is going to be for you. Go down, work on a few things. We'll talk to you later in the summer. Okay. I'm not saying you bring him up and let him die. You don't let him dry out like beef jerky in the sun.
So you're saying, let's just see what you got. Yeah. Guys, you'll be here for 2-3 weeks.
And maybe one of them. Actually,
if you're good enough to earn a spot. If not, you're going to go back down, but no shame.
What I would say is, too, you got to send a message, Rico. We can't keep rolling this out here this way. This is atrocious. Yes, Ken.
And there's nothing wrong with telling a guy like Dingler that hey, we're going to bring you up for a couple of weeks. It might go well. It might go badly. We're going to put you back down. We just want to give you a taste. So make sure their expectation isn't we brought up Spencer Torkelson and he died there. I mean, I agree with you, Rico. I think that may have been an Al Avila, save my ass last ditch effort.
It really was. You know what? You're going to sell tickets. Kid, you'll be fine. Coach, I don't know. You'll be fine. It's baseball. You've been playing it since you've been a kid.
But I think there's a way to do it. Small chunks where you
That's
get
right.
a player up, not too much on the line. Say, hey, we're going to give you a look. See what
Kenny,
happens.
notice I didn't go on the air screaming and yelling saying this will work. All I've said is to do the same thing over and over and expect a different outcome is insanity. And this is such a bad offensive lineup. And you just can't keep doing it. It's dishonest to keep doing it. It's disingenuous to keep doing it. And if I'm going to sit here and defend Scott Harris for what he's had to take over, because he took over for essentially the baseball equivalent of President Camacho, shout out Idiocracy, like, what, guys? But you got to do things to bring some people here. Minor trades, minor moves, call up some kids. You got to try. I mean, the only missing from this offense is the guitar section at the rehabilitation event. I mean, this is unbelievable.
So long as it's not a permanent thing, I'm okay with that.
All right.
now.
Nate's on a cell. Nate, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. So I know they're second in the division. The division's awful, but they're worse than the 02 Tigers. I mean, they're worse than Shane Halter, than Robert Fick, than Damian Easley in his last year here. I mean, they're just awful. It makes me just want to throw up. I can't do it. It makes me feel like I'm 11 years old again, hearing Davy Cruz up to bat at Comerica.
Oh, I mean, Nate, I guess my question is, how does this begin to get better?
By watching the Lions all fall.
There's the win. Nate wins. We're less than 90 from college football, and we're about 100 from the NFL.
That's why I said if you can just stay interesting until football starts.
Well, that's not happening because they're not interesting. That's what I'm telling you.
Just win your block. You're looking at the neighborhood. No, win your block.
But I want to make sure I'm clear on something. Do you understand why I'm saying that the parameters for trade, if I'm Scott Harris, don't bring pitching to me. I want all the bats.
Yep. You need every day.
It's how Houston rebuilt. It's how Baltimore rebuilt. It's how Arizona has rebuilt. You have to draft and acquire young, cheap bats. Yep. You cannot rebuild with young pitching. It is a minefield.
You mean it didn't work for the last 7 years?
I hate you. I truly do. That's all. I just want to make sure I explain myself so people don't think I'm more of a horse's ass than I am. Kenny agrees with that sentiment. You want to do the Big Ten anonymous coaches?
Let's go.
All right. All right, take it easy.
I'm excited.
It's 5:30. All right, take it easy. It's not 2 o'clock now. The energy it dissipates a little.
No, it never dies on
That's
this
right.
show.
That's right. 100% always. All gas, no brakes.
97.1.
All right, so we got a little special edition of Woj and Reek since the game was canceled tonight. Hashtag the air quality. Game is set to be played tomorrow. I would expect they would play. At this point, I got to be honest, I need a night away from this team. It is, yikes.
Miggy got a double.
Go to hell. God, I swear to God, you ought to be wearing a Bally polo. Kenny, go ahead. What do you got for me?
This on the Big Ten blitz we just did. Rico wrote those. I'm convinced.
No, that's why I did it, though. I go, oh, man. The Maryland one is the one that hurt him. You could see it, that hit.
Yeah.
A lot of people requesting the Rico dramatic reading again. They want to replay of that. Odyssey Rewind.
Listen, just use it. Odyssey.com
Odyssey Rewind, yeah.
The only way that would have been better is if David were here, because while Rico's religious, he is not a pastor. A pastor reading Zion's baby mama drama, the ESPN 30 for 30.
Yeah.
So Zion gets with the chubby chasers, huh?
What?
He's a chubby, right? Have you looked at Zion?
I give up.
What's not to get about that? That's a hilarious joke.
He also makes $40 million.
Yeah, but
and he's having a battle between two porn stars.
No, that's tremendous.
That was my favorite part, by the way, of your reading.
Are they truly both porn
stars? The lesser
stars?
porn star and the more accomplished porn star.
Okay, wait a minute.
Or as Rico kept continue saying, garden tools.
Yeah, that was good too. And I like it. At one point, Mike's like, "Well, why can't you say you said it?" And you're like,
and then Rico's like, "Well, I'm trying to keep it safe."
Wait, if you're have $40 million, why do you have to quote unquote settle for a porn star?
Apparently, he wasn't settling.
Maybe that's his
maybe
thing.
It's love.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, come on. Why can't it be
porn
love?
Stars need love, too.
Give love a chance. I mean, we all know NBA players are big on love.
You know what kills me about Wojo, though?
What?
Like you ripped on me for such a long time about hating on Stafford, and I took it too far, and I took it for his demise.
Yeah.
You do the same thing for Zion.
Because it's more true than yours ever was.
Every time you watch him, you root against him.
Well, no, he's just...
If
someone had gotten a hold of him and told him he wasn't all that he thinks he is.
The top of that draft ain't looking so great. So.
Kevin Durant is so overrated, and nobody's willing to say it.
Shut up!
The guy to your right.
That's me. That's my other one.
I'm with you on that one.
Thank you.
Look, he's a
I
very
said
good,
it and people
he's
have
a good
skewered me.
scorer, but his career has gone nowhere since leaving the Warriors. Nowhere.
Alpha dog champion, no. No.
And again, that doesn't mean he's not a good player.
No.
But people for a long time was like, this is the greatest scorer over
because if
6
you
ever.
do, he gets offended in his feelings, and now
that's what's always
and
bugged
now
me.
it becomes and now you've turned into the story because he's going to make you the story.
Well, he hops on Twitter with his
right.
burner
It's just
account,
like,
and
dude,
he'll go after
I just
you,
gave
which
my
is good.
opinion. What about this guy, this Mike Valeni guy? Who is he? And I was like, you know what? See.
Anthony Davis or Kevin Durant? Which one goes down as the better
numbers
player?
geeks love Durant because of his numbers, but he's not the it leader guy. He's not. It never has been.
No,
Correct.
he's actually, to me, he's a number 2 type of guy.
Yeah,
You put a star next to him and let him kind of fill that role.
Hey, Chris Paul's a free agent. There you go.
Boston.
I know.
Wait, is he really?
No, the Celtics.
Yeah, they're releasing
he is a free agent.
No, I'm saying they need a point guard. We cannot have Jalen or Tatum initiate the offense.
In all seriousness, hold on. Him and Monty were tight.
No,
right?
You can't though. You have 2 young guards here.
No, I'm not saying they should do it, but I'm saying would that
you got Killian Hayes.
Okay,
somebody needs to mention
You're
him.
done now.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, 2024 Big Ten schedule comes out tomorrow.
Big Ten football schedule?
2024.
Maybe State will give all their home games
So
away.
you'll find out where the USC, UCLA, who they're playing, who's going out to LA.
Michigan State is opening in Iron Mountain against Central Michigan.
NBC requested the game be moved to Albion.
I hear it's going to be a great environment. What's the
somehow-
problem?
And somehow it'll still be my fault.
Cocktails.
The funny thing is let's say you guys are good. You're going to want to go to that game on Friday night, on Black Friday.
No,
You're going to have to wear the Bobby Valentine costume.
Why?
Because you can't walk in after you said what you said about having the game at Ford Field.
I still like my team. I don't have to like that they gave a home game away.
Yeah.
What would it take? What does the record have to be?
Going into that game?
Yes.
For you to go.
For me to go?
For you to go on
In
a Friday
person.
night. Go ahead.
They'd have to have 10 wins.
Huh?
It's not going to happen. I'm rooting.
10 wins. They wouldn't even play 10 games, will they?
That's
It's the last game of the season.
November, but it's a no.
That's
that's
right.
It is. Yeah,
So they would
yeah.
be.
So they'd be
10-1.
That's
10
game number
and
12.
I'm
Or
saying it
11-0.
would take that for me to go to that game.
You wouldn't
Like,
go if they were 9-2.
No, why? There'd be nothing on the line.
He's just protecting himself in case
No,
they are.
all right, fine. 9-2. Bob. Right now, I would write a check to David's church for 8-4. I don't.
We had this conversation,
Yeah.
and I said the bar would move.
No, it
if they
wouldn't.
went to 8-4.
8-4 means
It would,
the
yeah.
young players played. We
Right,
got
but
on some solid footing.
8-4
and it's-
also means you didn't beat anybody. You were that was better.
Well,
than
you know what? You didn't get body bagged by Indiana.
See, that's the goal.
Walk before
Okay,
you can
right.
run, big guy.
No. You're saying that today in June. You know he's not going to say that in November.
I don't think Indiana's body bagging anybody
But
this
you
year.
get my
No, I know,
point.
I know.
Just establish that we're back on track and we can have a big hope for 24.
I just got witnesses who said he's not going to move the goalpost.
He's not. Yep. Oh, there it goes.
We're out of here. We'll talk to you tomorrow, too. What
Bye.
are you leading with?
Big show. The Tigers, they got smoked yesterday. They got smoked out today. Woo!
They actually lost 1-0 yesterday.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Smoke signals.